Phone. All right. Good morning, everyone. And to answer that question, I don't like having my microphone in the way of my monitor. So on Thursdays, I just shove it out of the way. Excuse me. Well, clearing my throat is a good way to test if you guys can hear me. Well, let's put this here and move this out of the way. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Stream has started. Well, I have surpassed 1,000 followers, for which I thank you all greatly. We are going to see a sneak preview of Botland concept art at some point today, probably before I go to lunch. Yeah. And oh yeah, Botland is also discounted. I got to make sure to tell people about that today. Remember to tell people that Botland is discounted to 21 points. And then let's launch a couple of things here. I'm going to get access to the server. Here we go. Clear scroll back and screen-rd. Okay, memory usage looking good. People have apparently connected today. Let's go see who's online. Hey, McLeod. Alright, no one is online currently. Hey, Jack HGTV. Welcome back, both of you. So, yeah, match is about to end. It doesn't make sense for me to be able to pick a buff at that point, but alas, here I am. So, I'm not going to be playing too much in the morning. What I'm going to be doing is writing the test framework. Hey, Sumeth. I'm going to be writing the test framework, and we're going to pick up where I left off. I thought about this a little bit. Yeah, work on a framework. So I thought about this a little bit, and I realized that in the arena test framework, I do want pretty much all of the functions that you may ever call. And thankfully, that's pretty much already the case. The problem is these aliases here. I don't think this is good, or any of this really. That's all pretty obnoxious. Hey, Destadam. Destadam, I think you occasionally win light control giveaway, and are not here to do it. But hello. So yeah, I have this. I could just do bang 1,000. Oh, cool. Botland bot is this greenish color. To celebrate getting 1,000 followers, Adam has temporarily made pre-beta access only 21 points. Read this to find out how to play. Okay, great. So that is there. I'm gonna put this here. Okay, great. So yeah, working on this framework, these are the things I wanted to get rid of, and I think I wrote this here, yeah, where I left off. Think of the API I want to use when writing a new test. So maybe I get rid of the word test simulation server everywhere and instead do something like arena test framework.forceUpdate bot. That does sound better to me. Why not make it 1,000 points? Actually, there are people who would be able to afford that. If you take a look at the top 10, it is, what, like 6 or 7 people at least? I don't know. It's been a while since I've checked. Oh, no, at least 10 people. Okay. Yeah, Tenbura has nearly 1,900 points. That is crazy. Top 10 time. My goodness. Destadom has 347 hours. And let's see. I should show this on stream. Yeah, so top 10 points, you can see Tenbura's got like 1,900. And yet hasn't spent the most time. Oh yeah, Destadom probably spent some points. So Destadom has 347 out of a possible 355 hours. That's pretty crazy. Thank you, Destadom. 1,010 followers. The 101 to having 1K. Hey, Walter. Good morning. Okay, so yeah, thinking of the API I want to use. First, I need to do this. And yeah, okay. So there's not too much left to do to get this into the point where I can start the buff test framework, or well, the buff test, I should say. So Let's see. Ah, yes, evening for you. I never know whether to say good morning to the sayer or the speaker. So good afternoon. 97% of the time, Testodom is here, lurking hard while studying. Alright, so we have the test simulation server. There are certain functions that I want to expose from this. So right now what we're doing, basically everything with the test simulation server. So let's take a look. We have game state, set game phase. I kind of want to get rid of all of this. But I don't like making more proxies for these things. Roger says, I don't care what you say, it's always sometime, somewhere. Well, in no place in the world is it January right now, but I get what you're saying. Hey everyone. Okay, let me think about this. So, for functions, this makes sense, but I would need something like a get player by ID proxy. In fact, what this makes this sound like is test simulation server should be the arena test class. Yeah. I think that's what I just realized right now. Oh boy. I think it makes the most sense for the test simulation server to have all of these functions. Hey Roving Eye. Hey Atomics. Always reading chat, Testodom? Okay, cool. So if I do this, this class will become gigantic. It will become roughly the size. Well, that's not gigantic actually. That's about 500 lines of code. Hey Ken. So I would move all of these functions there. I'd probably change how test initializer works. There'd be setup test simulation server. So this would make a new simulation server. But then I'd still need access to really all of the functions from there. So everything that says assert here, let me write something else here. Move before each etc to the simulation class. Hey Lulong. Oh yeah, by the way, so I don't know who was here originally, but because I hit 1,000 followers, at some point today I'm going to be showing off some of the concept art of Botland, and I'm looking forward to that. I want to know what you guys think of it, and I want to make sure that when I do show this off, let me write this down here. Make sure to set expectations. Concept art is not something that will appear in the game. Okay. Alright, so we're back to this refactoring. I currently have, I think everything should go into here. I think Arena Test Framework shouldn't even really exist, which is unfortunate. Part of this is thinking about the API I want. So let's take a look at one of these tests, and let's write it the way that I'd want to end up writing it. So let's see what we've got. We have a test simulation server. We're already calling a bunch of functions on here. I guess we'd also have to say, actually this is mostly fine. Test simulation server.arena.artilleryshellsystem.update. Then these things too. So as long as we name this thing a shorter name, we change it to just like TSS. Now this code becomes a little bit more readable at least. Alright, that's I think what I want to do. Everything should be. Then we make a test simulation server and name it something short. Hey Weedly. Oh wait, I missed more chat than just Weedly saying hi. Hang on. What is this? I remember when you were only at like 100 plus. Yeah. No, I know. And that was only 3 months ago. I'm 4 days away from the 3 month mark. So for me to get this many followers in this time, I'm very grateful. Like I still remember how excited I was the first week when I finished streaming on those first few days, and I was calling up friends and family and saying, I can't believe it, I can't believe it. I thought I'd have one viewer. The game is 21 points and still no one is playing. I think people will throughout the day. There aren't too many people here right now. I know the time that Adam wasn't even here. Yeah. Hey, Versace. Minecraft V2. I Am CEO, the sequel to I Am Management. A simple project in Java? You could make a weather application, something that will fetch the weather from a server for you and maybe display pictures based on what the weather is. Or, I don't know. Could be anything. All right, so if we were going to throw this all into test simulation server, do we still have a test initializer? What is this even used for? This is currently hidden, and the only reason this is needed is so that we can make a test simulation server with these classes. So this class would still be needed, test initializer. But we get the test simulation server from there, and then we're pretty much set. And getting shortcuts for the arena and the code execution system, I'm fine with doing that in the caller code too. Okay, so let me write this down. So test initializer is still necessary since it is needed to create the test simulation server. And then shortcuts for the arena and the code execution system are fine. A stock simulation game. I don't think Minecraft V2 would be a small project at all. Although, didn't Notch for one of the game jams or a Ludum Dare or something, didn't he make a slimmed down Minecraft? I think it was 2D. Or maybe it was the, what's that called? It's like the old raycasting engines. Okay, yeah. So Arena Test Framework, pretty much all of this needs to go now. So to make a new test initializer, then we'll just fetch things based on it. And set up default slot configuration. I feel like that could be in the test simulation server. Okay, so yes, let's put that over there. But then how would you get this stuff? Yeah. Okay, good. So yeah, let's put this in the test initializer, test simulation server. Here, default slot config. Interesting. All right, so set up default slot. Actually, you know what? Before I do any of this, no. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to save these files. I don't want to commit this because I don't like where I am with this code right now, but I am just going to save off. Let's just save off this entire folder. So we're going to put this in botland backup for now. Test framework. There. Text editor is quite easy and simple. Hey, the Super Diamond. I don't think I've seen you here before. Wait, now I always verify that claim by doing this. Let's find out. Time the Super Diamond. 1 minute. Got it. Hey, partial data. Okay, yeah, now I want to fix this. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take that. We're going to take this. Good. And then we go to set up default slot configuration. This is where, yeah, we just copy this out of here. Then all of these functions will need to be moved out as well. Hopefully it's as simple as just doing this, but I'm sure we'll find many, many errors. There's my Botland veteran graduation speech, Adam. Wait, did I miss the speech? Oh god, chat's moving too fast. Alright, I don't know. Hey, I'm Roroyo. CSS police are coming. Yeah, so what's up for today, by the way? Here's what I'm going to start with. I'm going to start with the buff test framework because it's been forever since well, not forever, it's been a week since I started working on buffs, and I haven't had tests for them at all. So I'm going to start writing tests for them. At some point today, maybe after I pass something like 40 or 50 viewers, I'll show the concept art. Now, I'm probably only going to show it once, and then later I'll highlight the video and I'll link to it when people want to see it. So if you're not online when I end up showing a concept art, if you don't see it today, you'll still be able to see it, but I probably won't show it multiple times today. So hopefully that makes sense. And then we're going to finish some of the buff items that we have to do, and there's a lot of them. So I think that's going to be the whole of today. There's about 7 hours and 15 minutes of coding, of streaming, and then 45 minutes for lunch. So yeah, over the course of about 7 hours, I think we'll make some decent progress. Oh, I saw this. What is the microphone, true or false? The whole police department's coming. All right, so we're going to take all of these functions and we're going to put them into here. And there is a very good reason for all of this. And it's because we are going to write the buff test framework, and it's gotta have a lot in common with the Arena framework. Do I go out for lunch? Rarely. And when I say go out, I mean like go to a grocery store and pick something up. If I were to do a proper like go to a restaurant, sit down and eat kind of lunch, I'd probably need to take a much longer lunch break. Which there are certain people that like that's some of the only time I can see them, it seems, in the course of a week. Some people work relatively close to where I live, and so getting lunch with them works, but then they go back to where they live, which is very far from where I live, and I don't want to go on the weekend and meet up with them. Hey, Andrew. So yeah, maybe next year sometime, like January, February, because there are people I've wanted to catch up with who I just haven't been able to, and Botland is kind of the reason why. What does my lunch consist of then? Usually it's leftovers, and sometimes it's, like I said, I'll go to a grocery store or something. Like the majority of the time, I think it's leftovers. Okay, so now we have this. I don't want to get anything here. I don't even need this class anymore. But I need to keep this around at the very least so that I know certain aspects of this. Oh man, also I'm going to need half of these things up here. Alright, let's take this and I'll just search very quickly. We don't need PubSub. We don't need a software validator. We probably need constants. Hardware constants we definitely need. Do I use constants anywhere in this file? Ah, yes I do. Yes, so we need that. And hardware constants we need. Util is almost certainly going to be here. Yeah, but I think that was already existing. Yep, it was. Okay, component names already exist. Stat names we don't need. Client server router we don't need. Test simulation server. We can't because we're the ones exporting that. And then this stuff I believe we need. Yeah, okay, good. So here, the imports should be done. Excuse me. I'm Rorio says, I have a quick question. I've been learning some Python. Didn't finish the course on Code Academy though. One friend of mine said I can get some small jobs at his firm if I learn a bit of PHP until next summer. Another friend said that I should avoid PHP because it will give me bad habits. Opinions? Might PHP negatively affect me? So let me preface what I'm about to say by saying that this is definitely just an opinion. I don't like PHP. So I have never gotten into the... Part of what makes a language good for me is like features and ease of coding and everything else. So as a language, it could be fine. But part of what makes the coding experience for me is the environment in which you code. And for PHP, I've just never come up with a good environment for it. And so I've never been able to like debug it easily. And I know things like that exist. I know there's Xdebug or PHP debug, whatever it's called. I've never liked it. And I also think you won't be... Coding in PHP doesn't necessarily mean you have bad habits. You can have bad habits in any coding language. Also, partial data, I think you did advertise pizza at me, because later that night I went and made a pizza, which took forever, by the way. Kneading dough is a very long process. I don't know why it takes so long every time. First thing to do is learn programming no matter what language. Well, okay, and then the other thing, I'm Rodrigo, that'll inform your decision here is you said some small jobs at his firm. Like, do you need the money? Do you need the experience? Would you rather code in Python? So there are a lot of different parts here to help answer that question. Please start a YouTube channel where you teach about how you made up your workflow with Node.js, Pixie, GitHub, Sublime, settings, etc. I'll write this down as a blog post idea where maybe I have what is it, a video component to it. Where did I even write my blog stuff? Hang on a second. Blog notes. Here we go. So blog topics. Can988 suggests, and I'll just copy paste what you said. It screwed up the formatting. There. Okay. Hey, Trump. Okay. All right, so we've got the test simulation server. We got all the imports set up. We shouldn't need this anymore. We should basically be able to make a test initializer and get the test simulation server and everything else from it. So Arena Test Framework should be non-existent anymore. And yeah, okay, let's try this. And then this stuff, I don't think we need all of this, but this is going to be a little bit more difficult to figure out. No, we don't need any of these. We don't need this. We don't need that we do. Test simulation server we obviously do. And then these things we don't need anymore either. Good, okay. Next up, we go into here. And now from Arena Test Framework, we're going to pull the test initializer. So everything's going to look really weird at first in how I import this stuff. Let's do this. Test initializer. Okay, now here was the code that I'd had before. We make a test initializer, and then we get certain things based on it. So let's put these lets here. So we have test simulation server, Arena, and code execution system. So we take this, and this out of here. And then we take that stuff. Good. Okay, so now we don't have an Arena test framework anymore. Things are going to be very screwed up after this. Hey, Skynet. Ever heard of a pizza burger? No, although I heard of a certain kind of burger I've never heard of before. It was called a rice burger, but it was a... Oh wait, this is actually pretty close to it. Anyway, it was like Korean fusion. It was a rice burger patty with bulgogi. I didn't get to try this. The restaurant was closed yesterday. And I don't see something that looks that similar to it. But, oh, Korean rice burger, is this it? Well, okay, yeah, something similar to this. But instead of a beef patty, it was bulgogi. And it sounds delicious. But no, I've not heard of a pizza burger. That sounds like too much. I'm Romeo says, I'm looking to get into civil engineering and computer science. First programming course will be Python. Not sure if PHP will even be very useful in my work. But yeah, some of the extra money could be decent. Hard decision where to put my focus prior to university. Yeah, I can't. What am I looking at right now? Oh, wow. Oh, people are playing Botland. Oh. Hey, here's the game I made. What is this game? All right, let me put at least some bots on my team, even though I'm not going to be very effective in this game. I'm just going to put this here and there. Wait, I didn't get a buff choice, did I? Did I? What happened here? Did it auto choose a buff for me? You chose buff % damage taken. When was this? 8:55? No, that was a long time ago. So I didn't get to pick a new buff. What happened? That sounds like it's a bug. Yeah, it sounds like it's a bug. Okay, anyway, yeah, so I can't help you too much, I'm Mario. I think it'll take some deliberation. Okay. Almond water. Don't bring that up again. Actually, I uploaded a video to YouTube from Twitch, and the thumbnail was that very minute I had almond water, so on the screen. So I don't know if that is something that Twitch does, where it tries to find like interesting thumbnails. Oh man, I'm like not at all caught up on chat. Why do I use Bing? I have this here. and pizza burger. Oh god, do I even want to click this? Wait. Where's the... What? These are like on bagels. Or, no, maybe they're not. They just look like they are. I don't know. This doesn't look that appetizing, I've got to be honest. Alright, so I have a feeling there was a bug. I just don't know for sure. There's nothing really in the logs here. Let's take a look at this. Did anything happen here? Oh wait, no, I have a thing for just, yeah, tail-n20 errors only. Let's see. No problems here. These are all from 2 days ago, I think. Alright, well, whatever. I don't know. I'm not totally sure what happened there. I'll just write this down. There may be a bug where you aren't given the first set of choices, of buff choices in a game, even if you're... The only information I have is that this seemed to happen to me when I wasn't paying attention, and it never auto chose a buff for me. It was the 8:15 mark in the game, and I didn't, well, 8:15 mark counting down in the game, and I didn't have choices on screen. Oh man, what is going on here? Blue team is still winning. Am I even doing well? No, I'm not. Okay, well, we're gonna change my bots a little bit. That way I'm not hurting my team. All right, let's change it to cloaking 3 and thrusters 1. And I'll / kill my bots and then deploy new one. You thought Lay's crab were crazy? How about Lay's meat, jelly, and horseradish? No. No, this is not a thing. Well, this isn't even loading. See, product doesn't exist. Oh wait, is this one of those? Well, I can't read any of this other than the word strong. Okay, so let's see where we're at. We have the test initializer. We need to get rid of everything that has to do with Arena Test Framework here. So we'd been getting, let's do this. Let's replace everything that's called Test Simulation Server in here with TSS. 1,000 matches. There we go. Oops, this one still has to be Test Simulation Server. Okay, next up, all of these functions and all of these properties, like empty slot config, for example, is now part of this. So everywhere we see this empty slot config, which is only in 2 places. Okay, fine. So let's change this to TSS. There. Done. Now missile slot config, this probably appears a little bit more often. Yeah, here's what we'll do. We'll delete that and we'll search for all of these new TSS dot. Good. This one, let's do the same thing. Whoops. Okay. Slowly going to make our way through this list. Good. Now this one, actually we can do it this way. TSS dot and then delete this here. Yeah, this is a much faster way of doing it. And finally, teleport hardware. Done. Now, all of these things too, we're going to need to apply the same. Man, this is what's tedious. Okay, fine. So TSS dot. Actually, I can make this even faster by copy pasting the TSS dot part. Done. Look at this. This is super fast. Okay, now we can delete all of these things. And once we're done with this, we're gonna run the test and everything's just gonna magically work. No bugs. Because we're not gonna start Friday off the wrong way, are we? Are we, chat? Oops. What is chat talking about? Question. Oops. What have you made / are you making? Are you... Oh, I'm already... Never mind. Got it. Alright, almost done with this. We moved which class this is in, which is why I have to do this. And this is something I really should have done from the beginning. So now we've just changed pretty much every single line of code in this file. Let's take a look at what else we have now. So we're just getting some basics here. All right, this might work. It's just crazy enough to work. Oh no, my stream has been on my own computer this entire time. I'm just wasting bandwidth. Wait, what's going on in here? Oh no. Oh man. Red team's winning. Oh, I upped my KDR ever since adding more cloaking. But yes, Atomics is definitely feeding. Atomics has 99 kills, or 99 or 102 deaths now and no kills. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna see if these work. By the way, I talked to the code designer about some balance parts of the game. So for example, teleport. The way that teleport works right now, let me bring up the wiki. How's that? So Botland hardware. So here's how teleport works right now. It has a this is not very clear what this means, so I'll need to update the wiki at some point, but we're going to change it anyway. So I'll just describe this. Teleport tier 1 is teleport up to 5 tiles away, and then after teleporting, you get hit with a plus 400% cooldown. Or maybe that's a multiplier. Maybe it's plus, well, 400%, yeah. So teleport tier 2, it's always actually teleport 5 tiles away, so let's put that up here, and then let's delete that from here. So after teleporting, there is, I don't even know what, a 300% cooldown maybe? Yes, 300%. So let's put that, where did that go? Here, 300%, and then it's 250%. So here's how teleport works right now. You teleport to a location, and then you can't move for a while. You can't do anything for a while. So if you teleported into a bunch of enemies, you'll probably die. Here's how we're going to change teleport. We're going to say teleport is now always either tier 2 or tier 3. We're not sure which. So let's just pick one for now. So we're going to say that teleport always costs 2 slots, and you can teleport up to 5 tiles away once every X turns, where X might be something like maybe X equals 10. I don't know. So you can teleport up to 5 tiles away once every X turns. Post teleport cooldown is 100% of normal cooldown. So it's as though you just moved. Now this is a much more interesting teleport. It is certainly still utility, and for the utility you pay 2 of your 7 slots. Then after teleporting you can act immediately. So imagine if you activated Zapper and then you teleported into enemies. You could start zapping them right away. It'd be pretty cool. Okay. So yeah, that's one of the changes we're probably going to make, because no one's really using teleport right now because it's not very good. We're also probably going to expand the lifespan of bots. Probably going to, well, anyway, there are a lot of changes planned. So hopefully we can get through this buff framework. And this said set default slot config of undefined. So where is this coming from? Set default slot config. Ah, that's where. This is now a test simulation server. So we can't have this show up anywhere. So we need to change this. Yeah, there. Let's try that out. All right, and then what is this? This was just me planning out the API. So let's see what a test looks like now. We say arena.wipe out all entities, player depot reset. Oh, that's not a test. Here's a test. Yeah, I think this is fine. The all-important class here is this test simulation server, which you see peppered all over the code. And this is what's going to let us write the buff tests, is having access to this class, because now these tests don't need to be just in this file, whereas before there were so many globals. This is the whole reason why you shouldn't have global state and why you should just do things correctly from the beginning. Now, these 55 errors I'm much happier about, because setup active bot is going to be a lot easier to find where this problem is coming from. So we look through here and we find setup active bot, and this is saying cannot read it of undefined, so this must be coming from arena test. And actually I'm not too sure why that's happening. Do I have line numbers here? I do, 486. Let's take a look. Wait, what? Test simi. Oh, it's coming from here, 486. This dot code execution system dot setup active bot. Wait, what? So code execution system is undefined? Does that make sense? I have an arena here, I just don't have a code execution system. Yeah, this is what this should have been. This dot code execution system. Yeah, so everywhere that we see this is going to have to change. Oh, there are only 3 spots. Okay, time to change it. Done. Let's try this out. Oh, and remember, anyone who's new to the channel, you can now play Botland for much cheaper than you could have before. There's only 21 loyalty points, which only takes an hour to get. Oh, also we're changing artillery a bit. I know it sounds like, oh, we're changing all of the hardware. Well, we kind of are. So right now artillery is, let me take a picture. Okay, there we go. So the way that artillery works is this center square is hit for something like 600 damage right now. And then these side squares are hit for a splash damage of, I think, 30. So it's very low splash damage. The reason we did this is because artillery has a travel time. So you can actually see artillery was fired at my bot back when he was over here on this tile. So that's why it hit this, and then I moved. So I still took damage, but I only took 30. 30 is next to nothing. That's like, it would take 30 attacks to kill me, well, 34. So what we're going to change it to, probably, these new values are probably going to be that everything is a constant amount of damage, and it's going to be something like 150. So no matter where artillery hits, it does 150. And that way, see how there are all these bots clumped up here? If you were to shoot this one, for example, it would end up doing 150 to this, 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 and this. And it would work out to 600 damage, but it'd be a better anti-clumping strategy than a primary target strategy. We're going to test that out. We'll see how it works and everything. Okay, yeah, my bots are doing pretty poorly. I have 13 kills. Okay, fine. Let's delete my bots and just make artillery bots. I'm going to put cloaking and artillery and maybe some missiles. And let's put cloaking code in here. So will artillery hit? I don't know, let's put this here. This doesn't really make any sense. I'm not going to try to optimize this. There. Let's see. Let's see how these bots do. It's possible. Oh! They did a pretty good job right there. Alright, they killed one of them. Nice. Not too bad. I just want to rearrange this part. I want to use artillery even if I could use missiles. So let's kill those off and deploy. Alright, now my KDR should go up a bit. Now, how do these... Oh, the tests all passed. Oh, perfect. It has been done. Okay, cool. So I am much happier with this setup. I think we can check this in. So our simulation server is only meant for the title screen and for single player. I don't want to add test hooks into that class, which is why I extended it with this class. So that makes sense. This is responsible for setting up the various classes that we have. It's meant to mimic the client's main.js, since that makes the simulation server, which is close to what we have for the arena test. What we want. There's no reason in particular why this has to be a class. Well, that's true. I'm not going to keep that comment there, though. And then What's our function look like up here? This stuff's all fine, I think. All right, cool. Hey, Swift Blue. Okay, yeah, I think this is closer to being something that I can check in. The only other thing to do here is in the before, I want to call out to something in TSS, because you can see that all of these things are taking place except for this. What is this? Yeah. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna just make these things and then we're done. So we'll say before each test. Congrats on 1,000 followers. Yeah, thank you very much. So we're gonna do this, and then we'll say TSS dot before all tests. Before all tests. Also, did my bots end up doing better? Oh yeah, my KDR went up a bit. Except for now they've changed their strategy, and I'm not gonna change mine anymore. Weedly now has a very mobile strategy. So does HSRU. But yeah, my KDR is slowly rising. 0.75. No, it just dropped. All right, whatever. Okay, so we have the before all test function. If we don't change the game phase, and we won't be able to deploy. Great. That's fine. Next, we do TSS dot before each test. We write this function in here, and we put all of this code into there. Good. Now here we say this dot arena, and all of these just turn into thises. Oh, also this needed to turn into a this. There we go. All right, then we say this after each test. So we change this to after. We put this here. Copy paste this function. Rename this. Paste and turn TSS into this. Done. Hardware constants may not be needed anymore. Actually, that was it. Wow, I think we're pretty much done. So I'm going to comment these things. This should be called before all of the tests. It is meant to correspond to Mocha's before command. Good. This should be called before each individual test is run. It is meant to correspond to the before each command. Perfect. And then we do the same thing here, but for after. All right, then we run the test again. Didn't change my strategy in approximately 7 days. My bots just follow allies, shoot stuff, and cloak when in danger. I see. Well, my KDR went up slightly. That's what matters. Huh. The follow ally strategy is pretty interesting. I like that. Can you kill your bot from the JS code? No. Nor will you probably ever be able to. There are a lot of implications to killing your own bot. You might create a resource when you didn't intend to. You might not create a resource when you intended to, something like that. You might take a kill from the enemy team. You might add a kill to the enemy team. Like, it depends on how we want to implement all of this. So good. All the tests are passing. I think I'm totally fine with this stuff now. So we said, stop doing this. That's done. This is done. Reformat comments now that they're in a class. Oh yeah, that's something I got to do still. Okay, so then the only problem here is that all of these comments are probably going to expand beyond 80 characters, or at least a lot of them would. Is that even true? No, actually, this isn't. Yeah, like something like this is wrong. We got to just format that. Then where else do we have problems? Yeah, these are very minor. Yeah, not too bad. And this is just me being, I don't know, a perfectionist with that. All right, so now the arena tests are not so crazy. And I think we can check this in. I think I'm just going to run this one more time. I'm going to start to comment for the commit right here. Does resource stack more than one resource per tile? No, and part of the reason why it was planned that they would, but resources just don't do anything right now, so there's no There's no stacking of resources. Resources are going to be changed into, so right now there's harvesting, and I mentioned this on stream before. There's harvesting and it just doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything. And it was planned to do something, but here's how we're going to change that. Harvesting will become reclaim X, where X may be damage, speed, etc. So let's say it's reclaim damage. When you harvest a tile, or when you harvest a resource, you'll get plus 5% damage on that bot permanently until that bot dies. Remember, bots die pretty quickly right now, until you've gotten plus 25% damage. So that's how reclaim damage works. Reclaim speed is going to be something pretty similar here. We'll say like this. You'll get plus 3% up to 15%, something like that. And I guess instead of this, I'll say haste. So you'll move faster up to the point where you move a lot faster. But once you're dead, then it's like, well, I just harvested 5 resources, and yeah. So yeah, that's how harvesting is going to be changed. And I haven't had the time to do that yet. Landmines last for more turns. Let's just do this. Okay, yeah, this is working. Let's check this in. So I refactored the entire arena test system. Like, look at all of the lines of code that changed here. And a lot of it was a very simple find and replace for the test simulation server, but still, look at how many lines of code there were that changed. So good to comment this. This is also where most of the functions got exported. And then this is totally wrong, actually. This shouldn't be called arena test framework. This should be called arena, well, actually could be called arena test framework. But we just import the, I don't want to do this. I'll leave it as this, and there's just a test initializer. We'll call it the arena test initializer, I guess. I don't know. No, test initializer. Let's just leave it like that. And then over here we'll include it. Yeah. Okay. We use the test simulation server all over the place, so give it a short alias. What's the link to the hardware list? Well, I'll give you the link, but there are certain things on here that I still need to update. So this is not final, but I'll link it into chat anyway. This will at least tell you how much damage everything does and what the range of everything is. Now remember, eventually Botland's going to tell you that itself. I just haven't done that yet. Also, how did I do? We won! Red team won! Although that's mostly thanks to Spurtman and his 2 KDR. Good job, red team. 7-point victory. And remember, anyone who wants to play Botland today, you can totally play. You can play next week. Eventually, then the costs of this are going to go back up to normal. So if you want to try it out, try it out. Refactored the entire arena test so that I could later add buff tests in a different file. The bulk of this refactoring came from changing global state into class/instance state. There is now the test simulation server now has most of the functions that used to exist as global functions in arena test.js itself, e.g. assert entity coordinates, and yeah, I'll just write that actually. Okay, so that's that. Yeah, I think that's it. And the tests are passing, and that's what matters the most. But having clean code matters the second most. Hey, Ridian. Welcome to the channel. You have 1 point. If you were to follow, you'd get 15, and you'd also get control over my lights. So you see these lights behind me, and those are, well, follow me and find out, I guess. Okay, so reformat comments. That's all done. Now, finally, we can start to make the first buff test. I'm going to say I'm going to start with this. So we have arena test right now, and part of this is We need the arena width and the arena height. We actually don't need this. No, you know what? I want to change this too. Let's change this to just arena.width. And then this is going to be arena.height. Good. Now we can get rid of this stuff altogether. Oh wait, no. This is a problem with Phantom Bot. Also, what did I miss on the server right now? I want to save this bot. Yeah, whatever, I'll just deploy. Oh, and remember, Spurtman and yeah, Spurtman. You can't gift just 4 points. So here's what I'll do. I'll just do this for you. Points take Spurtman 4. Points give Ridian 4. Yeah, there. I should lower the minimum to something like 5. Okay, let's start to work on the buff test. Buff test.js, and we need to go into test main, and we need to start making use of buff test. I'm gonna put these toward the bottom so that I can see them the easiest. So let's put that here, and now here we are. So we need a test initializer still. We need to get this and this and this. So that's all fine. Yeah, I think that's okay. Next up, provide null logger. Sure, no opcode. This should really be in the test simulation server probably. And yeah, this should be in the test simulation server here too. This is what, before all tests? Yeah, let's just put this here. And that way we can get rid of this from arena test as well. We'll search for this. Yep, great, perfect. Delete. All right. Okay. So let's take one of these and let's work on the buff application functions. So I'll delete all of these tests. Oh, it feels nice to have a file that's less than 100 lines of code. Whew. All right, what's our first test that we want to do? I guess we just go into buff constants and we take one of the buffs and we test it out. So let's see. Percent damage dealt. Yep, here we go. Let's try this one out. Let's do should deal more damage with the percent damage dealt buff. Good. So we need a way to apply buffs. We're going to do this. We're going to say tss.player1. Now we had this code in the simulation server. We're going to need a buff depot, or maybe in test simulation server is where I do this. This inherits, yeah, here's what we're going to do. So we're going to say grant buff to player. And does this function exist somewhere? I think it does already. In which case, it does. Great. So we have this player buff. We're going to say grant buff to player by ID. So we're going to say a player buff ID and is major over here. So now we have a buff depot. Let's get the specific buff that we want. Get specific buff. So const buff equals this dot get buff depot dot get specific buff, and this is what buff ID and is major, and then we assert util dot exist buff, and we say buff ID did not correspond to a real buff. Well, more so than that, we say buff ID with is major equals is major did not correspond to a real buff. Perfect. Then we say player this dot grant buff to player, and we go into game server, grant buff to players, player buff, player buff. Perfect. Any idea why the game is laggy? It's not freezy, rather. FPS goes down noticeably when there are a lot of players. So part of this is I'm running this on like the weakest server that ever existed. CPU is pretty steadily at about 20%. And part of it is I haven't done anything to optimize bandwidth usage, rendering. So This is all stuff that's on my radar, but yeah, I haven't gotten around to it yet. How many people are connected right now? Oh yeah, there are a lot of people. Also, how are we doing? Not bad at all. Yeah, and trust me, like, I'm aware of the performance stuff. I am going to work on it eventually, but it's not something that I'm probably going to do for maybe 2 more months. I have a pretty decent roadmap in my head of how we can get to the point where Botland is much better than it currently is. Wait, what? Spurman says I ran things on $10 per year VPSs. 5 USD per month plan on DO is a luxury compared to them. Oh, I see. I don't seem to have any lag. Yeah, so there is a decent amount of network traffic going out, and it's not being done in a smart way right now. Well, sending the network messages, a lot of that'll still need to be done, but I'm not compressing anything. So the serialization itself it could be better. So we're going to do this. We're going to say tss.grant buff to player by ID. We're going to say tss.player1. We're going to take the buff constants from over here, maybe? Buff constants? Where is buff constants? Yes, there it is. We're going to take IDs. So we grant buff constants.ids dot percent damage dealt. And then we say is majored, yes. In fact, let's cut out that last argument, or rather put a default for it. Okay. Like how games are pretty close the last few days? Yeah, and part of this too, don't forget, like right now, although you see all these players, it's really just a 2 versus 2. And yeah. And a lot of balancing is not currently in the game. We were thinking of what should the canonical botland experience be as far as team size goes, and we think that we're going to aim for 3 versus 3. Also, right now, every player can have 5 bots, so there's a lot going on even in a 2 versus 2. Probably going to lower that down to 3 bots per player. So each game will, and I'm saying probably, each game will probably be a 3 versus 3, player versus player, but each player has 3 bots, so it's 9 versus 9 as far as bots versus bots. There's no diversity in strategies, artillery, missiles, cloaking, and flank. Yeah, that's. I really think that's a consequence of just not having all of the different options that we have. So HSRU, these are the ups and downs of having a pre-beta at all. I wanted you guys to be able to experience the game as soon as possible, but I also wanted to warn you that it's not quite a game yet. Like 2 weeks ago, we didn't even have matches. So. Well, 2 weeks ago we also didn't have leaderboards. But once there were leaderboards, these numbers got into the thousands because there was no such thing as this timer here. So then we added it in. Okay, now at least you can kind of have fun over the course of the game, but there's no balance yet. So all this stuff's definitely coming. Versace. Hey, boy, dreamer. Okay, so we grant a buff to the player. Now, we got to be really careful about how this stuff works. We've got to be able to change how buffs work on the fly so that we know exactly what percentage it does. That's the part where, yeah, that's where I'm going to need to change this stuff around. So before granting any buff, let's make sure we can change how the buff works. So buff depot has get specific buff. We should be able to inject a value into these things. This pulls from the depot. So how would I do this? Going to test simulation server, we say set buff value, buff ID value. We get the buff. So we do something like this, and we get, how do we do this? Buff ID is is major equals true. Okay, so we get the buff, we assert that it exists, and then we say buff dot value equals value. All right, so now in here, here's what we can do. We can say TSS dot Oops. No, this came from test simulation server. Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, so set buff values. We can do tss.setBuffValues, buff constants.ids.percent damage dealt. We can set it so that it's adding 0.5. So this will set the buff to add 50% more damage. Okay, now let's make lasers code. Laser code, or did I call it? Let's take whatever I called it in here. Yeah, it's laser code. So we're going to put this here. Good. All right. So now we make a laser bot. We give it laser code. We make another bot for player 2 that's at roll right next to it. That's totally fine. We're going to put no op code here. We need the no op code from over here, which we might already have it actually. Yeah, there it is. That's fine. Now we're going to say just target bot. And we're going to update laser bot. This will fire a laser. And we need to set laser damage. That means css dot what? Set laser damage? Yeah, this. So let's set laser damage to 100. Now, what we're going to do, this will fire a laser for 100 damage. And then we grant a buff. And now this will fire a laser for 150 damage. Okay. So here's what we do now. Assert tss dot assert entity life. Where do I do this? Max life dash. Here we go. So assert the target bot has the max life minus laser damage. Const laser damage. These tests are gonna probably get out of control because there's so much to test here. So there we go. Now we shoot another laser and we ensure that you are minus laser damage again times 1.5 this time, which you really need to say here. Const damage buff amount equals 0.5. So we set this here, and now over here we say times 1 plus the amount. So const buffed laser damage equals this. There. Okay. Here we go. Let's go into arena test, or test main, I guess, and let's get rid of all of these tests. And now this one new test that I wrote should work. Did I release the game art yet? I was out to get food. No. I am going to do that in probably an hour or two. And like I said, when I release it, well, I'll show it on stream. I'm not going to like give you guys files for it. When I show you guys, it'll be probably just once throughout the day, and then I'll try to make a highlight video. In fact, let me write this down. Make highlight video of showing the concept art. Report the feeder. Who is the feeder here? Wait, there are no feeders. Everyone at least has a KDR. I mean, the closest person to feeding was Ridian. But even that, it's not bad. This was like Ridian's first time playing. Cut him some slack. But who won? Red team. Nice. Represent. No PSDs. Yeah. Oh, check it out. It worked. Okay, so this is the structure that all these tests are. Hang on a second. This is the structure that these tests are going to have to take. And I'm not a huge fan of how much code there's going to be here, but we said we're going to buff lasers by 50%. So we try firing a laser without the buff, it does normal damage. We add the buff to the player and we try firing a laser, it does more than normal damage. Now, ideally what we'd be doing here is testing every kind of weaponry. And in fact, there should probably be utility functions to do that. Because testing weaponry is so important, we will probably need utility functions to run these tests. That way I don't need to write variations on percent damage dealt for every kind of offensive attack, for every kind of attack. You should add a damage dealt for each player, would be really interesting. Yeah, oh man, so I haven't shown you the the prototype of this game, and actually I probably won't do that for quite some time, but that had every kind of statistic. It had like the amount of damage you dealt with lasers, the amount of damage you dealt overall, the amount of damage you dealt with missiles, the amount of times you reflected a projectile. We might add that in later, but I don't know if we'll do that at any point soon. You ever interested in IntelliSense like functionality for botland code? What do we have here? Type dot or left parenthesis. Wait, what? What the heck is going on here? This is very buggy. I typed left parenthesis and it came up with suggestions, but then I couldn't select them. Yeah, what? Okay, compare to. What is this? On method. Hide when the user presses backspace or left parenthesis. Oh, so I guess that's technically not a bug. It's just a very weird thing that I wouldn't have expected to happen. Because hi. Yeah, that's super weird. You should add switch team command. Sometimes it's really unfair, like now. Well, let me deploy bots to begin with. Let's move these right. And yeah, there's currently scrambled teams. So this is the problem with not having a spectator feature. But man, this is what's tough. This is for pre-beta. Like, you wouldn't be able to switch teams in the real game. So if I coded that feature for now to increase people's enjoyment of pre-beta, I'm taking time away from a feature I could be working on toward the real game. Also, did I get a buff choice? I don't think I did. I gotta look into why that's happening. Did you guys get buff choices at the beginning of this match? I have a feeling that they're just not showing up. This was at 9:47 that I chose my last buff. So do I have buff choices? How would I even find this out? Debug main.debug store.get state. Yeah, this should tell me. Buff choice reducer. I have no buff data. Is it too late to ask what buff means? No, it's not. Buffs are these choices you get at the beginning of the match and then at the 5-minute and the 10-minute mark. So you'll see... Oh wait, maybe they're not showing up at the beginning. I'll have to look into that. Let me start up a game server. Does play.bot.land have this? Oh, I know what happened there at least. Okay. But yeah. Buffs are a game-long bonus for all of your bots. They are showing? They're showing at the beginning, though, is what I'm asking. Like, did you get one in the pre-game time? Because I'm not sure if this is working. I'm waiting for this game server to start. Man, transpilation takes so long. It's still not done. Wow. This is like 40 seconds so far. Oh, there it goes. Okay, yeah, so let's connect. So these are buffs. You get a choice at any time of 3 of them, and some might not even apply to your bot. So I might not have missiles at all. Remember, in the game right now, you never don't have missiles because it's always a choice. But in the future, you'll have done these customizations before you even enter the match. So by that point, it would be possible that you just don't have missiles, or that, well, all these things apply all the time. So I guess that makes sense. Give out CSV with all the stuff. We'll create pivot tables ourselves. CSV with all of what stuff? Also, I will keep this in mind though. IntelliSense. Actually, Let me write this in wherever I'd written it here. Intellus. That's autocomplete. Where did I write this? I do not know. So I'll just write this here somewhere. Okay, so Intellus sense / autocomplete. There. So this is the problem. Like, I want to test this for missiles, lasers, artillery. I want to make sure that for each of these things, it works as I'd expect. And this is just for one buff. I'm going to need the same thing for something like Life Leech. So these are the combinations, like Life Leech, damage dealt, damage taken, and then weapons are like lasers, artillery, missiles. So how would I do this? There could be something like run weaponry tests, and I guess there'd be some callback function maybe, or maybe there's something like a pre-test function, mid-test function, and then post-test function. So here's what I'm thinking of. Let me turn this into JavaScript code and comment these things out. So here's how I've written this test. If I wanted to write this in a generic way, how would I do this? So here's what I'm thinking of, is I call into run weaponry test with 3 functions. So we're going to say function number 1 is going to do set laser damage to 1,000. So we would do this. We change this, set laser damage to 1,000, and set the buff amount. So we do this. Okay, so that stuff is now accounted for. And I guess we could put this up here to laser code. No, this would be in the weaponry test function. So we'd have something like laser code. Then, and the bots would show up here too. And this would be different for which weaponry test we're in. Then we force update the bot, and this will fire a laser. So now when we assert this, we need to, I could say, to do get laser damage from the weapon itself. What do sensors do? So sensors, your bot by default can see up to 5 tiles away. By activating your sensors, you'll be able to see up to 7 tiles away for, I think, 3 turns or something like that. So right now, this bot can see here, 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 here. So 5. So it's basically like, I'm not going to draw all this out, but this, I'll just draw the first like half of it. So I can see all of these tiles, and then the top half of those too. With increased sensor range, you'll also be able to see 2 extra in every direction. So I'd be able to see all the way out to here. Now, the reason that's useful is because artillery has a maximum range of 7 tiles. And also, maybe you just can't see any bots because you're way over here. So increasing your sensor range would let you say, oh, yeah, there's Adam13531 right there. Well, he's cloaked, so you wouldn't be able to see that. But, yeah, Adam, you are winning. Well, that's probably because of artillery's not really balanced right now. And, yeah. Nice heart drawing. Is that what I ended up drawing? Yes, it is, actually. That's cool. Oh, yeah, you saw this bot down here just shot a bot 7 tiles away up here. And yeah, so this is why we're going to be rebalancing artillery, I think. So right now it does a lot of high single target damage and then a minor amount of splash damage. Probably going to change it so that it does low single target damage and moderate splash damage. Now, one of the things I want to look into, did I get a buff auto chosen for me? Or did everyone get it, or what? What happened here? So this match started 10 minutes ago, which will put it at 9:58. So at the 58-minute mark. So we were like here. Okay. Forcibly choosing buff. Yeah. Okay. This is... Huh. So I was not presented with a buff option at the beginning. There is a problem here. This is definitely a problem. I'm going to take a look at what's happening in this next match. Balance is overrated. Place to complain about overpowered summon bottom. Too late. I'm going to go squat on the domain. Yeah, so, and by the way, one of the other things is, like, you can see, so Atomics has some landmine bots. Knowing that I'm never over here, what Atomics can do is change the strategy to just include this simple code. Could say if X is greater than 8, to just move left. Or, well, if X is greater than 8 and can move left, then move left. And now there won't be any landmines over here where I never end up stepping anyway. So it's things like this where I think once the game is out, there are certainly things that you can do. For example, you could also cloak your bot, get them over here, and then lay landmines over here, and then like cloak and run away. What's the heart part of the new game art? It's lovely. Artillery fire rate is a bit too high, in my opinion. Yeah, artillery is definitely going to need to be balanced. I'm not going to do any like balance patches for a while. So they might work their way into other changes. But for example, I'm not going to be tweaking, missile damage needs to go up by 25 or something like that. If I if I happen to decide on the fly that that's got to happen, then fine. But yeah, this game is very far from complete. So here's what we do. We get laser damage from the weapon itself. So we say const laser damage equals foo. And then we do another function. So after we fired the first round of shots, now let's grant a buff. And then we'll update this again. So here's what we do at first. We call pretest function is setting these values. So we're going to call these at first. We're going to say pretest function. In fact, I guess you could call these yourself. But whatever. All right, let's do that. Then mid test function comes over here. So we say mid test function. Then we fire another laser. And we assert that the entity life is... Well, now we can't do this. We can't assert anything about this. We need to get the target. Oh, man. All right, so then here's what we'd have to do. We'd have to say post test function, and we'd have to pass in the laser bot, the target bot, and yeah, maybe that's it. Totally ready for launch. Haven't you learned from other game companies a broken product is a perfect product? Okay, so check this out. The game's about to end. And this just proves that artillery is overpowered. I should take a picture of this. Alright, so we should see a buff show up. Okay, I do. Was that only because I happened to be looking at this page at the time? Oh, I think I know what's happening. If you don't choose a buff in the first minute, I think this dialogue goes away. So I need to wait 40 seconds to see if that's what's going on. Because if that's happening, now I at least know the bug. I can just go in and try to fix it. In fact, but while this is counting down, let's go take a look at client main. I think I call reset buff choices when you start a new game or when a game just ended. So what is start a new game? Started new game. This is when we entered the pregame phase. No, so this doesn't disappear, does it? Monster says, hey Adam, I tried to make a game in HTML5 and my JS code got a lot bigger than I expected. Can I split him in another 2 to 3 files without having any problems, or is it another way to make the files? Monster, let's say your code was just this, like a equals 5 over here, and then b equals a plus 5. Or let's say you had this code. You can't just, if you put this in another file, you will have a problem because a won't exist. So you can't just arbitrarily split files, but you could put functions from one file into another. You can, well, this is a problem that for me to explain the entirety of it would probably take too long. So I'd say look online for how you would end up splitting up files for JavaScript. I remember when I first ran into this sort of problem and I thought, oh, I should just be able to put code wherever I want. I didn't understand the problem, and I remember in trying to figure it out, it would have taken me more than 2 minutes to understand it. So I can't really spend too much time explaining it. I don't understand why this happened then. So this is definitely a problem. It doesn't always seem to happen. It doesn't seem to be based on changing from pre-game to in-game without having chosen a buff. You won't have a problem in case if he just uses good old script tags in the correct order. Well, actually, that's not true with the var declarations, is it? Maybe it is. I don't know. Either way, I think it's something that is not, it's not something I just tell you, oh yeah, here's the solution. I think you need to look it up. So what else do we have here? We have post test function, and now this function is going to take in a source bot and a target bot. Well, I should say source entity and target entity. And now we need to verify certain things about life leech or whatever else. So we'll have updated the bot up here. Good. So this needs to be gone. Now we would do something like this. And then this is what pretty much every test is going to turn into, something along these lines. This is not too bad. I think this is a good generic way of doing things. Yeah. I can see this working. So then run weaponry tests is going to need to do this for everything. We're going to basically say, run lasers test with pre-test, mid-test, and post-test. And now this would be the lasers test function. Run lasers test. Pre, mid, post. Yeah. And we'll have call run artillery test. etc. Okay. I think this can work. And this will give us a test framework that'll let us say, for % damage dealt buff, yep, just run this stuff. For should steal life with the, what's it called? Buff constants. Global life steal. So let's see how this works. We say laser damage is 100. Well, oh man, we can't just say laser damage. Oh, this won't work. Well, all right, let me try to figure this out. Yeah, we'll add one of these and then we'll add one of the hardware types. We'll try this out. So we have laser damage here. We say global lifesteal is 50%. Sure. So we set that value for global lifesteal. Set laser damage. Grant buff to player. Global lifesteal. Great. Now we check to see how much damage you should have stolen. Our life stolen equals laser damage times global lifesteal. And then we assert, oh, this won't work, not unless we start the bots at like 500 life. Assert entity health. So that's something we need to do in the pretest function, I guess. We need to take in source entity and target entity. We need to say source entity dot set life 500. What is that? That's weird. Playing Risky says, when you code, do you strive for any particle standard? Maybe particular standards? Like to do, say, nothing over X lines of code or file size, or do you go for mass file then refactor? I think for me it's about where should code be organized. So the arena test is still very long. Some of this stuff I do feel can be refactored. Some of these tests, I don't think they can be shrunk that much. Like, this should clear all entities when you wipe out the arena. We wipe out the entities and we make sure that they were wiped out. Like, I don't know how you can simplify this test at all. And since it's an arena test, that means that these 7 lines of code need to be here. So I guess you could always make subcategories and split them out that way too. Anyway, I'm not usually too concerned. I'm more concerned with, like, I want to make a great product. I want the code to be as good as possible, but it's the product I want to be great first. No wonder I won't give you PSTs. I think I'll show off the art at maybe like 11 o'clock. So another 50 minutes or so. Hey, that's my strategy. All right. Okay, so yeah, how else is this going to work? We set life to 500 and we say this way lifesteal can actually work. And that means that when we call the pretest function, we need to call it with the, oh man, how do we do this? Maybe there's like a, no, pretest shouldn't even be there. Pretest should be like, it should be here. Laser bot, target bot. We need to test for splash damage and everything too. So we probably need to pass in an array of target bots. Like this is gonna be tough to test. That's pretty much what I'm coming to the conclusion of. So we need to do this set buff values on our own. Right. So we need to do this stuff here. We'll get the source entity and target entity here. There would have been commas for this stuff. So we get source entity, target entity. We put this stuff up here. Great. Then yeah, here this is right before you actually call any code. Then we grant a buff, and then we check to see did we steal life from there. So let's say source life equals 500. So we set this. We say source life plus life stolen. All right, great. Now the question becomes, that was run lasers test. How do we write something like run missiles test and have this stuff work? And I'm purposely picking missiles, which are a relatively easy thing to do. So we say missile code is just fire missiles. We have the missile bot and the target bot. Good. So this will fire a missile. Then we assert that its life is minus missile damage. Mid-test function, post-test function. So for all single target tests, which there aren't really that many anyway, but for a single target test, this shouldn't be too bad. Basically, our setup is set up whatever bots we need. So really, we should have made this run artillery test. Let's try this out. And then I think we'll have enough to go off of here. So we say artillery bot. We need to give it artillery code. And so we say fire artillery. We need to set these up at the correct position. So we say something like that. That's fine. This is something the test would do anyway. Run the pretest function. Now, here is where things would get a little bit more challenging. We need to say target bot. We need to say like splash bot. And that would be at 60, so it takes splash damage. And now all of a sudden we need to pass in an array here. Target bot and splash bot. And then same thing over here every time we do this. So we run some asserts, sure, there's artillery damage, and we say artillery damage equals foo. So to do, get this from the weapon itself, con splash damage equals foo. So we assert that the target bot is at that, and this bot is at that. Mid-test function, and then force update bot. And the mid-test function, we might as well pass all these things in too. I don't see why not. So source entity, and then there'd be a bunch of target entities, and we need some some way of knowing which one's which. So now here's where things get tough. The percent damage buff, we'll get like target entities here. We don't necessarily care about laser damage. I don't know. This is really challenging. So in here, let's see. How would we account for all different kinds of weapons in here? Well, here's one thing we could do. We could say when we call the post test, here's what we could do. We could keep track of how much damage was dealt to each of these bots. So what we could do is something like post test function, artillery bot, and then we pass in something like this. Target bot, well, target bot, damage, we can say like amount, life change maybe, is the old bot's life, so I guess it'd be constants dot default bot max life minus target bot dot get life. So there's that, and then we do the same thing for really all of these. Then we get the splash bot as well. And we could also say a damage source in here. This could be either the best thing that I do or the worst thing that I do when I'm coming up with this stuff. So we say that the target bot took a damage source from artillery shell, and then this one took damage source was artillery splash. So when we pass this back, now it's not target entities, it's more like target info. And this is not even proper syntax for this stuff. Now we iterate over target info and ensure that everything works how we expected. The part I'm not sure about is that we don't know where we're getting this called from. Like, one of these might be an artillery test, one might be a lasers test. I should still sit up as I'm thinking about this stuff. And so what this is making me think is maybe there aren't tests for every single combination of thing in the game. Like it'd be pretty hard to set up a generic test case for that. It's also possibly not necessary. Well, it all depends on how I expect things to revert or regress. If later it turns out that the damage dealt buff is totally not working, but only with artillery splash damage, and then someone reports this months down the line, I could always add a test for it then. But I should know whenever I modify code whether there's going to be a problem. But I also shouldn't spend a week on writing this test stuff. So iterate over target info and ensure that everything works how we expected. I'm not totally sure how we do this. I guess we'd say something like this. We'd say const info equals target info. So now there's a target. There's what else? Life change, info.life change, and then damage source. Now when we're testing a percent damage dealt buff, we don't really care about the damage source. We just want to ensure, so we want to do something like this. Assert.equal life change, the amount of damage that was dealt, and this needs to, we needed to have gotten the old amount of life and the new amount of life. This is not correct. What we should have said here is mid test function force update bot. So we need to say life before this. Const old target life equals target bot dot get life. These aren't even things I can say, but old splash life equals splash bot dot get life. So we do this. We'd say, we'd put this in here. And now you'll know the life change. So we want to make sure that it would be equal to the original life change times a certain value. Like, how would we get this? how would we know? Maybe we pass back a lot more information than what I'm passing now. So here's what I want to say here. I want to say that, wait, some buffs will be impossible to test with this framework if I do this. So, yeah, what I could do is I could say that this is equal to, like, damage dealt. No, there's no first damage dealt times damage buff amount. Like, this is how I could think to do this, and I need to say first damage dealt here. Nope, fire damage dealt first. Okay. Oh man, I don't know about this. I need to keep track of how much damage was dealt at first. So const target first damage dealt equals yeah, it'd be this. Artillery damage and splash damage. So we'd say first damage dealt, artillery damage, and then here it's splash damage. So this would allow me to reason based on this stuff, but does it work for everything? So now how does it end up feeding into here? How many functions do I have written just to accommodate all these permutations? And is this generic enough to account for future buffs? Like, what if I add in a buff that says, when you shoot a target with lasers twice in a row, the second one's going to do more damage? Or no, let's say the third one will do more damage. This only does 2 shots. So for me to test a buff like that, I need to either extend this or I need to write a specific test. Writing a specific test sounds like is what I do, but then what happens if there's, artillery, missiles, lasers, flamethrower, whatever else? Zen says, I'm curious, why use Sublime and not an IDE? I haven't found a JavaScript IDE that I really like, and I think I'm relatively efficient with Sublime. So I end up using this, and my look on this is, if I could be more efficient, I'd like to be. And there's one caveat, I'd like to be more efficient without having to spend money. But like I said, I think I'm relatively efficient with this right now. Okay, so let's write some notes about this. So pros to the system below. When it does a good job of testing basic buff/hardware combinations. And so cons are, if I ever have a buff like the third projectile you fire will do plus X% damage, I would need to write a custom test. There is a trade-off here. And I think this is just the nature of the beast. I have a disparate amount, like a very disparate set of buffs. Some just add damage. Some add life leech. I mean, right now I have only 10. But if I eventually want, yeah, here we go. So here are the 10 that I have. Life steal, splash damage. Your whole team does more damage. Like even testing something like this, there's a lot of weird test cases that I'm needing to write specifically, but probably not for every kind of buff. Percent global cooldown. Yeah, maybe I just test the basics. Percent damage dealt, missile range. See, something like missile range is easy to write a test for because it only affects missiles. So we just see, can you shoot a missile from one tile farther than you could before? Totally fine. That's easy, straightforward. Landmine, same thing. It's these more generic ones, global lifesteal, team percent damage dealt, global cooldown, that are going to need more tests. I think I'm going to do this. I think I'm going to use this system, and I'm going to get it into shape. We keep making him use Visual Studio Code. Oh, thank you, Partial Data. Oh, by the way, I'm going to give you guys a follow-up. If you've been following me for the last, 2 months, then you know about a certain problem I ran into. So, here's what happened. 2 months ago, or so, something around those lines, I don't remember exactly when, we moved to a new apartment. And in the process of the move, the movers broke my Hue bulbs, which are what you see behind me, which is what lets me do things like this, where I change all this stuff to, red or something like that. So they broke those, and I told them, hey, that's not okay. Can you order them, or can you reimburse me? So there were 2 people involved here. I'm just going to give them fake names here. But Jack is the owner of the company, and Bob is the employee. So Jack and Bob were both over, and they helped me move. And Bob said, I broke the light bulbs. So Jack says to Bob, can you go deliver the new ones to him? Bob later says to Jack, okay, I delivered them. I never knew about any of this. I was not involved. I never got light bulbs. Bob never talked to me. Long story short, finally, a month and a half later, after me trying to confront them, and Jack had blocked my calls and my emails, I finally said, look, I still haven't gotten these things yet. Jack said, why should I trust you over Bob? He's been my employee. And I said, you don't need to. Can I just talk to Bob? And he said, okay, here's what I'll do. I'll call you back later today. I'll put you on speakerphone. It'll be the 3 of us on the call, and we'll figure out what's going on. Well, later that day, I never got a call. I got a text instead. Jack texted me saying Bob admitted that he lied to me. His kids broke the light bulbs, which I don't believe at all. I believe that Bob sold them on eBay, because how would you, look at this. For a kid to break 3 light bulbs means they needed to unlock or unwrap all of these things, take them out of the box, and then smash them or something. And then do it another 2 times, like I said, because there were 3 of these things. So after Jack said that I'm sorry, Bob was lying, so Jack finally came over last night and hand delivered the new bulbs. So I have them now, and we can finally have light in our other rooms in our apartment. Anyway, that's that. I got my light bulbs back. I'm happy. Things are good. Zan says, was going to suggest WebStorm, but then remembered that costs money. If you're fairly efficient with Sublime, then that's fine to use. Yeah, and like I said, if you think there's any way I can be more efficient, definitely let me know. And even if it's something in Sublime, hey, you should use this plugin. This particular plugin, PlaneTask, is not something I was using until about 2 weeks ago when Void Dreamer suggested that I try it out. Now I'm using it. I'm happy with it. And now I think I'm more efficient with my to-do list. And hey, Rug. Oh, Jack fired Bob. That was the end of the story. Sorry, I forgot to include that. Yeah, Bob lied. And then, so like I said, Jack came over last night, and I said, hey, whatever happened to Bob? And he said I had to let him go. And he said there was another woman who had I don't remember exactly the story. Jack kind of has a thick accent, and so it was a little hard to understand him. And that's why you can tell that his name is not Jack, probably. But Jack said something along the lines of we were helping someone else move, and there was a problem with a blanket went missing, and Bob got in a fight with the husband, and he didn't say fist fight or just verbal fight, and then Jack's like, you don't do that to customers, and I thought, yeah, you don't, and I got my light bulbs back. Okay, so yeah, are we gonna do this? That's a big question, and so we do run artillery test, pre-test function, mid-test, post-test, and etc. A woman rose. It's not Titanic. I don't think there was a Bob in Titanic, was there? Okay, so we run the weaponry test. We iterate over everything. We should have enough information here, and whatever we don't have, we can add. All right, so then the big question becomes, where do I put these things? So here's what our new to-do list is becoming. It is, so this framework for the buff test. Here's what I do. Check in what I have now so that there's at least the foundation for buff tests. Then work toward the more generic system that I'm talking about. I first need to figure out where these functions are going to go. So that's something I'm not totally sure about yet, but checking what I have, that's what I'm going to do right now. Also, we're going to rerun the tests that I have. Monadic Bind says, hey Adam, how do you skip the next thing that Control D would highlight in Sublime? So I have remapped this shortcut, but I can later find out what it is. So you have foo, 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 and you only want to select like 2 and 5. So I hit Control E. I've remapped D to E. And then it is Control K, Control E to skip one. So I could select whichever particular ones I want and then delete those or something. And to tell you what that is called, let me look at my bindings here. Control K, Control E. It's called find under expand skip. So that is what you want to figure out. It's probably Control K, Control D. That's probably what it's set to by default. But I don't know. I can't say for sure. Actually, I could say for sure if I just opened up the default key bindings file, but I'm not going to say for sure. So the test is passing. We're going to check this in. We have the arena test, which was ever so slightly modified. Great. We have test main, which I'm not going to check in. We have the test simulation server, which I am going to check in, and I'm actually going to comment on some of these things. So just like how we can set arbitrary hardware data, we need to be able to change buff data on the fly. This function lets you do that. So the constant, no, it's buff constants.ids. Then this is a, well, it's a star. The value property of the buff, and is major defaults to true. And it's pretty obvious what that is. It's whether it's a major buff or not. Well, I guess I'll write it anyway. Whether it's a major buff or not. Great. All right. So then this same thing is, this is a wrapper around grant buff to player that works based on the buff ID as opposed to a buff object. So the player is a player. The buff ID is a buff constants.ids. Is majors a Boolean. Returns nothing. Good. Okay. So those things are commented. I am going to get closer to checking this in. Buff test is now new. This is, yeah. So added a single buff test. I am probably going to write a more generic framework for this, but I wanted to have some foundational code to return to later if I decide to reject that idea, the framework idea. I'm sorry, I'm laughing at what Zans just said. Okay. Well, thank you, Zans. And that's why I say I don't use an IDE necessarily. There's so many key bindings. Sublime is looking more and more like an MMORPG. Yeah, I do. And that's why I have this mouse, which I know a lot of you have seen already. Like, these thumb buttons are all for me interacting with Sublime. So when my hand is not on the keyboard, it's still kind of on the keyboard. And if you ever see me move around a file without seemingly touching the keyboard, that's what I'm doing here. So anyway, let's go back to our to-do list. This check-in is now done, and I need to turn this into real code. So where do I put these functions? And that's what I'd written over here. I first need to figure out where these functions are going to go. So they could go into the test simulation server. I think this would become very bulky. Run lasers test, but they do kind of belong there. Yeah, I'm gonna put them there. We're gonna try this out. That was the main reason I got hooked to this stream. Adam is the best keyboard ninja I've ever seen. Well, thank you very much. I will hope to keep up that legacy that I have set for myself. I think this is, I think it belongs in the test simulation server. Certainly in some class, that way I don't run into the global function chaos that I had before. Alright, let's try that there. Also, I'm gonna advertise this throughout the day, but thanks to getting 1,000 followers, you can now all play Botland for much cheaper. And by cheaper, I mean loyalty points. So basically, if you watch me for 1 hour over the course of today, or even in the next week, you'll be able to play Botland, make an account, sign in, try it out. The game, for those of you who don't know, Botland is an online strategy game. It is multiplayer, and the way that it works is you make bots picking what different pieces of hardware you want. So I will make a quick and easy bot using lasers and shield, and let's put regen in there too. So great, I've got my bot, and I can only have 7 levels of stuff. So I can't just throw on teleport level 3, for example. Then you see this little warning icon appear saying you've got too much stuff. So I get rid of that, great, we're set. Now I write automation for the bot. And I could do this in code if I want, but I'll use the visual language for now called Blockly. This is an open source library provided by Google. And you can see if lasers will hit in any direction, then fire lasers. Then let's move closer to an enemy if we can. Then I'll try shielding myself, and then we'll just move around randomly. So I'm going to deploy a couple of these bots, and you'll see because they can't find enemies, they shielded themselves, and now they're just moving around in search of enemies. Now I'm going to do one other little thing here. We're going to put this in. If can activate sensors, then activate sensors. This will let us find enemies better. So now I'm going to deploy Atom V2 bots, and we're going to put 3 of those down. Although no one's playing right now. There are 3 other people logged in, Weedly, Presto Cookie, and Atomics, but they are all idle. Zan says, I thought I was fairly efficient using WebStorm or IntelliJ, but if he calls this fairly, I don't know what my level is. Anyway, so here's what it would eventually look like. I will just refresh the local page, so you'll see the AI fighting against each other. You try to get as many kills as you can, so you'll see these leaderboards and the red team score and the blue team score, and yeah, we'll eventually see them. All right, here I'll add in. Actually, yeah, there we go. So these 2 are zapping each other to death. Oh, Timo won that. Oh, it died. Yeah, okay, I'll deploy my own bots here. Let's put melee bots down. Melee thrusters, there. So there's my army of bots advancing toward the left, meleeing everything down that they can find. Oh, the enemies aren't actually doing too poorly. Huh. They killed 3 of the 5 that I put down. Neat. Yeah. So that's Botland for you. Oh, Weedly says made some bots for you. Yeah. Oh, cool. Oh, my shield went away right when he shot artillery at me. That was unfortunate. I need to make shields last a little bit longer, I think. Anyway, so I can make this a little bit better by saying move right, since I know I'm on the left side to begin with. So let me deploy some of these. So there we go. Now, I know Weedly has artillery, and I have lasers. And, man, my bots are idiots. Okay. Which really means I'm the idiot, because I made the bots. Yeah, I think they need to use shield as soon as they can. I'm not sure. But I'm not doing very well. Andrew says, I don't know why, but loading bot scripts doesn't work for me. Okay, so yeah, this is a bug that I've known about and I just haven't fixed because these buttons won't be here eventually. But the way that it works is this. I'll show you. When you connect and you press the load button, you need to close and then reopen this, and then everything will be there just like how it was before. And that is definitely a bug. I know about it. But the problem is that these save and load won't be here in the future. And so I just added them so that you guys had some way of saving a script without having to copy paste in JavaScript every time. But yeah, I know they're buggy. Okay, so these tests are going to go into the test simulation server. Let's just start. Run weaponry test. So here we go. We have a pre-test function, post-test function. We're just going to start with the lasers test. We're going to build this up as simply as we can and hopefully get this working. So we have laser code, and now we change all of these to this is good. Laser bot, we create a bot for player 1 with laser code, good. Target bot, good. So pre-test function. I think we need to pass in all of the different target bots, or what their role is, or what they'll eventually get hit by. Or maybe not. Maybe we do this as we need it. Yeah, let's do that. So let's pass in an array of target bot. Next, we fire the laser. So, and then we get laser damage from the weapon itself. This is something I've done before. I just don't remember exactly how I did it. I think I can say get, well, okay, let's just look in the rest of the code. Yeah, where do I do this? I'm pretty sure, no, I didn't do that. Damage equals get hardware tier information. Where did I do any of this? Hardware tier data. Here we go. This is where I did it. And I don't like this idea of having to get this, but I think it's necessary. So fine, here we go. Let's get the laser damage. So we're going to say laser hardware is get lasers. Is that what it is? Hardware constants. Like, yeah, that's what it is. So laser hardware, and then we need to get the damage from that hardware. So this is going to be, I think, just dot damage. Yeah, there it is. Dot damage. So laser damage equals laser hardware dot damage. Then we assert that the target bot is at max life minus laser damage. That's not entirely true. We need to get its starting life, because your pretest function might have modified that. So let's say const target bot life equals, now we have a way to do this. This dot arena dot, do we actually have a way to do this? Get life? I don't think I did write this down. Oh, but there's an assert. So let's write a get life of entity. Get life of entity. We'll get the health component from them, and then we'll say return health component dot life. Otherwise, well, let's just assert here. Assert util.exists health component. Attempting get life of entity on an entity without a health component. Good. Otherwise, we just return it. Good. And we comment this function. Whoops. Gets the life of an entity. So this is an entity, and this is a number. Gets the current life of an entity, I guess. And then let's also split this line up to this. Okay. So now I have a get life of entity. Let's do this now. We'll say get life of entity target bot. Next, target bot life, instead of assuming that it was a max life, we do this. And that way we can know how much their life has changed. And mid test function doesn't take in anything, I guess. Or maybe it should. Target bot splash bot. Why did I even write this here? Mid test function. It could take it in. It doesn't really matter. So let's not do it for right now, since it doesn't seem to matter. Then we update the bot again, and now post-test function, this is where things need to be very particular. We need to say something like this. We need to make an array of objects that keep track of what was done in this update. So we're going to say here, target is target bot. What else did I want in this? Life change, yes. So life change amount is going to be, so this is we first damage dealt. That's not how we want to do this. We want to say something like original life is going to be target bot life. Good. Then life at mid test is going to be this const life at mid test. Excuse me, target bot life minus laser damage. Good. And then life at man. Sorry. I'm dying. Life at end of test is going to be, let's do original target bot life. So then life at end of test is going to be over here. So const target bot life at end equals this dot arena dot get life of entity target bot. So let's put this here. So now we have target, original life, life at end of test, and then we need damage source. Damage source is going to be constants dot damage sources. Oh, let me fix that. Dot lasers, right? Damage sources. Yeah, lasers. There we go. Adam live. Oh, the coughing. Oh, nice. We actually got some bots in the arena now. Let's do lifesteal on my bots. Let's see. Yeah, good. They're taking Weedley's life. Mwahaha. Hey, you with the gun. Live, you beast. Okay, I think this is all the information we need. Maybe we'd want this on the source bot as well. We might, because if we had regen, we'd want to know how many turns there were. I'm not sure. I think this might be fine for now. Weedley says Adam hates me. How many deaths do you have, Weedley? 70. Yeah, I'm doing pretty horribly. Let's load in my code that was apparently overpowered. No, wait, no. Oh, no. Oh, it's gone. Gone forever. All right, let's try to make the new code that is going to be overpowered. We'll put artillery, cloaking, and what was the last one? Missiles. And I think I rearranged how some of this worked. I've already forgotten the code that I had. Activate sensors, cloak. Let's do that here. Let's say move right. All right, let's see if I can up my KDR at all in the last little bit. So we've got 1 minute and my KDR is 0.59. So 0.59. I'll come back at the end of the minute and we'll see what that's at. So post-test function, this is fine. Next we need in our actual test. So here we go. We need a test that looks like this. We are going to do, so laser damage we don't actually set here, or at least we shouldn't set. That's something that the test should set for us. So let's take that, run lasers test. Right, because we don't know what it is we want as laser damage. Yeah, or maybe we do, I don't know. Maybe there should be some globals where we keep track of how much laser damage everything is doing at any given time. That might be better. Also, did my KDR go up? It went up ever so slightly. 1/100th of a point. Alright, well, whatever. Red team definitely wins. Rug, late to the party. Also stationary. Okay, so it should deal more damage. Let's put this into set buff value. See, that we can't do, but this we can do up here. So let's put this over here. We'll say damage source. So we don't know how much this was attempting to do. We can say this here though. Good. Then in buff test, that's fine. So we have no function for the beginning. Then in the middle of it, we grant a buff. And then at the end of it, yeah, so all target info. Okay. So here's where we get things. We say info equals all target info I. We get the target, we get, now these things are totally different. They're now these. So let's take a look. We have the target. We have original life, life at mid test, and life at end of test. We can delete all those. So now what we want to assert here is just, was the life at the end of the test, so const life change equals life at end of test minus life at mid test. This number is how much a buffed laser did. So that life change needs to be the laser damage times we don't have laser damage here. We could figure it out. We could say const orig life change equals life at mid test minus original life, which we could just pass in here. We don't need to figure that out. So we could say, no, well, let's do this here. So the original life change times 1 plus damage amount. Good. Okay. So we no longer need that. All right. I think this is pretty good. Let's try running this test. Hope it works, because that took forever to come to that conclusion that this is how things should be designed. And if this does work, hopefully it only takes another couple hours to finish through the test. I am probably going to show off the concept art relatively soon. I'm pretty excited about it. Also, what is going on right now? See, this buff problem happened again. I did not get a buff choice, but I don't know why. Anyway, let's add in my bots. Concept art hype, yeah. Okay, error. Unexpected token at 6:23 in the test simulation server. That means that I just had a syntax error. Yeah, I did. I was missing a comma. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. Yeah, maybe. Okay, here's some things that could make this better. Make a form target info function. It could take in the life amounts and automatically compute their deltas. I don't know if I want to do that. I feel like it'd be a good idea to do something like it, at least. I'm not sure. Oh man, this is crazy. Okay. Error. Duplicate declaration laser damage. That must be coming from this function. Yeah, there it is. So we don't need to get the laser hardware now. I'm going to just comment this out. Okay, great. Yeah. Also, wait, is red team? Yeah. So, by the way, Monster, Rug, I don't know if you guys have played the game before, but you should watch this video for a general idea of how to play. Rug, it looks like your bots aren't doing anything. And to fix that, make sure that you have hardware over here. It's also possible, I suggest just using Blockly right off the bat. You can try one of the pre-made scripts if you want. So you can try this, Ultra Killer bot, deploy something like this, and try to follow at least this guideline for now. Put, missiles 3, cloaking 2, landmines 1, reflect 1 if you want. You can tweak this as much as you want. You can move around the order of how things are happening in the code. If you know JavaScript, you could hit edit here and then go tweak the JavaScript code. So yeah, but make sure you do have hardware on. And if you want to kill your own bots, just type /kill in chat. Okay, here we go. Run weaponry tests is not defined. That's impossible. TSS.that. Yeah, so that is actually very possible. And this is screwed up again too. So there. All right, let's try that. Yeah, so concept art. I think I will do this now. I know there aren't like a ton of people watching, but that's fine. Like I said, I'll highlight this. Let me start by setting your expectations correctly, and also by getting what uptime I'm at in the video so I know how to highlight this later. All right, so 2 hours, 8 minutes. Okay, I will start this in just a sec. Okay. Well, hello if you're watching the highlight, and hi to everyone who's watching this live on stream. I am going to finally talk about the first round of concept art for the game, and I want to make sure that you are aware that this is just concept art. It's not something that you'll see in the real game yet. All of the art that I've been using in Botland so far, and all of the UI, none of it's final. The art especially, you will probably not see any of these graphics, and it's not like these were fancy graphics to begin with the square projectiles. But these were made by another artist for the prototype of the game. I really like the artwork, but yeah, we'll be moving forward. So remember, this concept art I'm about to show you is not supposed to replace these images. It's just supposed to inform the tone, the decisions about art for whatever does replace these images. So I will show you this, and let's start off. So it's not currently on screen yet. I'm trying to navigate to the right point in this document. Okay. So here we go. So here are some example bots. We told someone that there's a story we have to Botland, and I haven't shared a lot of that. Hang on a second. I haven't shared a lot about this story. but I'll try to give you relevant details without telling you too much for right now. So in Botland, people from around the world make bots, and so you'll see a lot of different styles of bots in here. Here's the machine that might print the bots, but you'll see that there's different things from let's see, there's like a tea kettle here and a fan and some computer parts, and there's a rice cooker, and so there's a lot of homemade bots in Botland. And I'll talk more about that later, I think. So then here are some more detailed sketches that we have, or at least bigger, I guess. These are all just pen sketches. Remember that you might eventually see a bot that looks like this in the game, but it won't look exactly like this. It'll be colored, it'll maybe be shaded, it'll be a little more detailed than this. So yeah, we see some different ideas here. And I like a lot of this. I definitely think the artists all did a great job. What you'll be looking at as I go through this document is art from 4 different artists. So there we go. And now here is one of the other artists who did this. This is an example of a bot that you might find in the arena. It's a cute little bot. You can see its circuitry inside. It's got a giant fist. Maybe that's what it uses for melee. We still have to work out some of these details. Then here is a dragon bot. One of the things that we've talked about in Botland, and you'll see this concept come up a little bit later, maybe in the second round of concept art, is that you as a player of the game will get to customize your bots. What that means is you'll probably have a head piece, so you can see this dotted line here, you'll have a body piece, and you'll have a legs piece. And you've probably seen this concept in other games. There are a lot of games that have done something like this. But this way, if you want fearsome dragon head, but maybe knight armor on your torso and maybe hover legs, you could do something like that. And here we've got a couple of examples of this, and we've also got different ideas for lasers. And this was something where what we said is we'll definitely have different levels of lasers, and we may want them to look visually distinct. So here's an idea of that. And remember that this is all concept art. We want to just see what sticks, what doesn't stick, what looks good. So here we've got that same idea applied to another kind of weapon, but this time it was a variation. So now these might all be the same level, but there might be an acid cannon versus a freeze cannon versus a magic cannon, something like that. So here's how they might look different while still maintaining the same shape that you have. Remember, all these weaponry, they're facing to the left. They might shoot out of the left side, I think. Maybe out of the right side, actually. I always pictured it out of the left side. But now that I look at it, no, I think it's out of the right side. This, I don't want to talk about too much, but since I've already shown it on screen now, I guess I'll talk about it a little bit. Our working name for the company inside Botland that produces Botland is Omega Corp. And we're probably going to need to change that because I looked this up and it turns out there's a real life, at least a couple of companies that are called Omega Corp. And it'd be kind of weird if we came up with a company name like, Google that already exists and it just happens to be in our game too. So anyway, Omega Corp makes Botland, and that's all you need to know for right now. So here is an Omega Corp representative. This is someone who you might find in Botland when you go to play the game. And I like the little notes on the side here. You can read those. Here is what Omega Corp itself might look like. It's a floating city in the sky, which I think is pretty awesome. You can see some helicopters, although we don't know how close they are exactly, so maybe this is incredibly large, maybe it's not, but then you can actually see buildings on top of here. Now remember, this is concept art, won't show up in the game, but maybe you catch a glimpse of Omega Corp sometime in the game. Maybe you get to go to their headquarters to build new bots. Not totally sure how we want to go with this yet, but this was just the first round of concept art. So then down here, we have more ideas for robots. This was, you can see missiles firing out of here, and it's kind of a lunchbox shape. Here we have another couple of ideas for bots. And here you see a battle taking place. And this is the first part in Botland, the first concept art you've probably seen that'll give you a bit of an idea of scale here. I know it's funny to say that when there's a banana, given all the Reddit memes about this, but you can see some people in the background, and again, you don't know exactly how close they are, but these are not very large bots. And that's something that we consciously wanted. We don't want the idea of, look, these bots have missiles and lasers and things you typically associate with war. We don't want any sort of fear in the game around, wait, why haven't these bots just turned on humans yet? Essentially, if you imagine an ESRB rating for this game, I wouldn't want it to be higher than T. If you had bots with saws and knives and anyway. So let's see what we got here. This is, I think these were just some sketch ideas, not with any particular direction. There were some bot parts. There are some pieces of hardware here, and so now we have some full bots. And I like some of the ideas that are. Oh, whoops! I really should have turned off my. Sorry, I don't know how much of the screen you can't see, so hopefully I'm showing this. Okay, now I've got an idea of where my face is on the screen. So yeah, you've got some different bot ideas here. Ninja Spider Magna bot. And you may or may not see some things influenced by these concept art, like a cat bot. I'm sure we'll have some sort of cat themed bot in the game. So now here is this artist's take on the different kinds of lasers. And you might not see all these lasers in the game either. Like melting laser, I don't know if that's going to exist. Vampiric laser probably will. Magna laser, who knows. But you can see what these different kinds look like while all kind of having the same shape. And I like a lot of the ideas that are presented here. Like this overpowered laser, you can definitely see all the different batteries off the back of it, and it looks fearsome. But then you have something like bling laser. Does this give you money in the game? Maybe. Does it exist? Who knows? So yeah, we've got those. Now here is, I've talked about Omega Corp a little bit. Whoops. I was afraid that would happen. This is the problem with this, using this kind of PDF thing. But I'll just pan around this as I show you. So you can see there's an Omega Corp truck. It has delivered something, and you can see that there are some enthusiastic people watching their bots fight each other. And there's a billboard in the background saying, "Tomorrow's greener pastures today" for Omega Corp. Here's a potential logo for it, where there's a hot air balloon in the middle of the Omega symbol. Yeah. Finally, here's, well, I think this is the last bit. Here is a set of schematics. This is such unwieldy software. I should have just loaded this in Chrome. Here's a set of schematics for how a bot might be assembled. And I like that there's this little infinity core here, and you can see the tank treads. And it came with some instructions. We can see a unit, a head attachment, torso, armaments, mobility parts. And there are some notes written here. And I like, well, yeah, I'm not going to talk, like I said, too much about the storyline. So that's it. That's the concept art, the first round of it. I went through all of this. I know it looks like there's twice as much, but it's because all of this was duplicated. So I've shown you all of this stuff. Like I said, I'll probably do a recap video of this, or a highlight video. And eventually you'll see this work its way into game art. And then what we're really hoping for, I told you guys about how there will be customization. We want to make a small app where we give you maybe 3 head parts, 3 torso parts, 3 leg parts, and maybe they don't appear in the game yet, but you guys will be able to customize it and show off what you think is cool. And yeah, so if it hasn't been made clear already, there is tons of work to do for Botland, and we're getting there. We are getting there. So I think that's good. I think I'll need to highlight this video later, and I'll try to tweet about it later. 2 minutes. Tweet about it. So what do you guys think? Do you like the art style? Do you have any questions? TSS is not defined in run lasers tests. That's coming from here. TSS of course is not defined. It's this. All right, well, people are pretty quiet about the art. Take my money. So to give you an idea for how we have planned monetization in the game, and I'll hint at this instead of really prescribing it and laying it out. But you saw how there will be customizations. Those are things that you will find randomly, and if you wanted to, you could purchase something that'll get you closer to that, basically. Really cool, but only one company will make the games. Would be interesting if it would be 2 companies. So Monster, I haven't talked about why this one company is making the game, what they're doing exactly, and so this is just a little teaser as far as the story goes. No op code needs to be in here, which actually I'm gonna write down. Put no op code in TSS exclusively. Actually, let me just do this now. No op code. Yeah, so we're gonna say this. This is really just a constant. Okay, so now in here, anytime we have no opcode, we need to say tss.noopcode. Good. And then same thing in here, no opcode doesn't need to exist. And now we update this one place. Okay. Oscar says, oh, I'm sorry, I missed the art. Yeah, there will be a highlight video later where I can show you it again. And I'll try to, you know what I'll do? I'll say, put this on Monday. Put something like concept art in. Wheatley says, really nice art style. However, I have one concern. If you make different sprites for a weapon's level, you'll be able to know their strategy right away. So, Wheatley, I totally agree with you. And there are a couple of things to think about. One is that eventually you won't be able to customize your bots on the fly anymore. You'll have done it before you even enter the match. And two is it's technically possible for you to figure out exactly what hardware someone's using as soon as they've done anything already. So it would just be harder. And here's what I mean by that. When I see that artillery landed, I know who fired it and how much damage it does. That alone is enough for me to go to this chart and say, okay, yep, damage 300. Oh, damage here is not spelled correctly. I'll have to fix that. But anyway, you'll be able to correlate exactly what they're using. So yeah, I'm definitely aware of that, and we've talked about it a lot. We think that it's a very minor amount of information that you're giving away, but I think we'll need to see, is that true? What my thoughts are here. The Matt Henry says, will you be doing Ludum Dare next weekend? No. So I will probably never participate in those because of how much time it takes. And also because I'm working on Botland, I don't want to spend any time deviating from Botland at all. Boy Dreamer says, please don't tell me I missed concept art. Yes, you did, but you'll be able to see it on Monday. I'll make the highlight video. In fact, actually, is there any way for you to see it now? I guess no. If this were YouTube gaming, I guess you'd be able to. Okay, so yeah, test. Let's see. Target bot life is not defined, and that's because I forgot to capitalize this correctly. So target bot life. Let's take a look at here. Target bot life. It should have been original target bot life. Lots of problems. And by the way, I think Ludum Dare is a really cool idea. I don't think it's for me. I think I'd screw up my sleep schedule and I'd end up making a game that I'm not happy with, and I'd be like, well, now I need to make it a good game, and then I'd never get to that point, and yeah. Weep silently in the corner. It's not silent if we know about it. All right, I'm really hoping these tests start to pass. I want to finish up what I'm doing here. There we go. It passed. Okay. So we have run lasers test. Now what we should have is run artillery test. We should have something like, let's say, create target info. And we create this based on a target, a damage source, and then let's say start life, mid life, end life. Yeah, good. I like that. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to return something, return an object that has target, damage source, start life, mid life, end life. Yeah, okay, let's just put all these things in here then, huh? Yeah. Why is delete not working on my mouse? What? So stupid. Okay, but there's more than this actually. We're gonna say const. We'll say, I guess, mid delta life equals mid life minus start life, and we'll say const end delta life equals end life minus mid life. And then we'll put these things in here too. Mid and end delta life. Don't think this is a bug, but if you hold B down, it will lag and eventually crash. Oh wow, you're right. That's it's actually pretty interesting. Huh. Wow. All right, I will actually write that down. And thank you for reporting that. I'll grant you. I just never would have thought of that. All right, let's put this in the bugs list. So if you hold, actually that's probably true of JavaScript as well. Well, it might be. If you hold J or B down, it will lag and eventually crash. Thanks, Wheatley. I should make it so that this only works on key down, not on whatever it is right now. I don't know what it is right now. Oh, here's a video of the concept art. I didn't know you could do this. Thanks, Frugal. Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna give you points too. Points give Frugal. Alright, let's see. Does this work? No, I only have that. Oh, neat. Yeah, so I can see, did I screw up the, did I like cover any of this by, well, I covered some of it, I guess. Okay, well, yeah, cool. Thank you, Frugal. I appreciate that. I'm gonna put this, I'm gonna put this here for right now. All right, so yeah, now we have all of this information. So this is really good, but we need to make use of it. So let's first call create. So we're gonna say this.create target info, say target bot, the damage source, and then we're gonna say, let's try to use consistent. We'll say start target bot life. We'll say mid target bot life. And we'll say end target bot life. Okay, good. So yeah, we pass in what, 5 things? Target, source, start, mid, end. So target, source, start, mid, end. Good. Now this can be deleted. And this needs to be taken back into buff test. We need to make use of this. So we have target, that's the same. Damage source, that's the same. But now it's start life, mid life, end life. And we actually don't need any of this. We don't care about any of that stuff. We only care about mid delta and end delta. There, perfect. Now this test got a lot simpler. Okay, cool. So that part's fine. Now we run the test, and then we also want to make sure that artillery will fit into this framework. That's pretty important. Also, what's going on? I am on the blue team, or else I could also deploy bots. But yes, Wheatley has discovered the strategy of be ahead in the game and then kill all your bots. We are trying to figure out how to stop that from happening without making it frustrating for the player. And all of our solutions come down to, well, you pretty much just have to have bots in the arena. So we're going to like force auto deploy on you if you haven't used it in a long enough time. So like Wheatley in this case, who's not deploying, would be forced into deploying whatever bots that they'd last deployed. Wheatley says, I'm making a new bot. Okay. Oscar says, probably a stupid question, but from a noob, how do you do the to-do list in Sublime? This is something called Plain Tasks. Plain Tasks. It's a plugin. So if you haven't installed plugins before, let me know. I can help you get set up with that. But as far as this thing, you pretty much just, once you have it installed, you say new task document. So I do new document, and now I have a to-do list here. So I can hit Control Enter and make like buy stuff, and then I say like sell stuff. and I could say that this was created here and it started now, and then I mark it as done, and you can see it lasted less than a day, and I can cancel this one, and I can archive everything. And so yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do there. What is harvest? Harvest is essentially nothing right now. So harvest is what's used to get rid of the resources in the arena, but it just doesn't do anything yet. So yeah, I want to make landmines. Landmines. Thrusters, regen. Lay mine. And then move. Right. Darn it, I don't have much time left. Alright, let's do this. If can move right, otherwise move. There. Let's deploy this. What about if you don't have at least 3 bots in a team, get 3 AI bots there? Yeah, I think that's actually a decent way of handling it, to base it on teams. We talked about AI bots. The problem is AI bots can't take up like slots, I guess. Also, man, landmines are maybe a little too powerful right now. Maybe just a little bit. Yeah. Okay, let me write this down. Okay. Sir suggests that if your entire team doesn't have a certain number of bots to auto deploy something, AI bots or otherwise. Dude, that's kind of broken, man. No, I know. Again, like, I'm not so concerned about balance, but think about it this way. It's not broken in the sense that you seeing that I'm using this strategy could just not move. I know that sounds stupid, but there's actually a second case, which is that you have an API that I've just never really talked about called Reveal Mines. Reveal Mines. So if I type this in, there's no error in the code. Reveal Mines is really wonky right now. It works, it's tested, it does what we wanted it to, but then we changed what we wanted it to do. So it's not the way that it should work yet. But anyway, in the final game, Mines won't be such an issue. But yeah, right now it might be overpowered. That's just the fun of buffs. If you spawn on a landmine, it won't explode. Yeah, I know about that. The bug is that you can spawn on a landmine. It's not that it doesn't explode when you do spawn on it. It was intentional that it doesn't explode when you spawn on it, but it was unintentional that you can spawn on it. But actually, you can see it. Like I said, this looks overpowered, but if you actually look at my kills, I haven't gotten really any. I got 2 with landmines, so it's not really that bad. But then again, my strategy is not great either. Okay, so did this... No. End delta life is not defined. And where's that coming from? Buff test. End delta life. Oh, yeah, of course. Oh, man. Okay, fine. The reason is that it's only one enemy. If it were full, there'd be op. Yeah, and I guess I should... I'm probably going to end up repeating myself a lot over the next like several weeks, but balance is not final. Okay, so let's work on run artillery tests. And this is what's going to make this function very interesting. So we have run artillery test. So we set artillery damage. Let's do set artillery damage. Good, the test passed, that's good. Now we set it to that, great. Now we get artillery code equals fire artillery. And we have an artillery bot, so let's put this here, artillery bot. And we have target bot, and we have splash bot. And these, like I said, going to be there and there. Next, we run the pretest function with all of the bots that we have. Done. Now, we need to get the life of all of these things. So we say const start splash bot life equals this dot arena dot get life of entity splash bot. Okay, we update the artillery bot. This will fire artillery. And now here we need to do something a little bit extra. There is the artillery shell system, and here it is. So we need to do this. This will make the artillery shell land and do damage. Now we get mid target bot life equals start minus artillery damage. And we need to set splash damage as well. Do we have a way to do that? This dot set artillery, no. So set artillery damage. We'll say damage and splash damage. So we set damage and we say hardware constants, artillery. There is, yep, splash damage. There we go. Splash damage. Okay. Next up, we do this. Artillery damage and artillery splash damage. So splash damage, let's set to 50. Good. There we go. Next up, we make sure that the splash bot took start splash bot life minus splash damage. Good. Then we assert that we are at those mid ranges. And we can make this function a little bit neater by doing that. All right, good. So we assert that same thing here. We say that target bot is at mid target life and mid splash life for this. Okay, then we update to fire another shell, and we update this system again so that the shell lands. Good. And now we do end target and splash. Okay, good. So yeah, let's add in one more target information in here. So now we have splash bot, and then all of these things change into splash. Great. And now this one is artillery shell, and this one is artillery splash. I believe that's what I called these. Yep, shell and splash. Perfect. So yeah, now we should automatically be testing artillery by doing this. In fact, let's just put a console.log in here. Testing artillery, and then we also say testing lasers. Do we have a way to look at the wiki page? Yes, you do. You go to wiki.bot.land. I haven't, man, there's so much I want to do with this stuff. I haven't added it to the bot.land page yet. I haven't put in, there's a lot of stuff I need to do. And let me update this really quickly. I'll edit this just so that this says how much damage you can do. This. There. And then there was something else I think that wasn't, oh yeah, it was teleporting. So cooldown 400%, 300%, and then 250%. Yeah, let's just say that. Updated some values and some typos. Oh, I can't do this. I can't ever make an edit to any of these pages, because then my IP address would be public, right? I gotta make an account. Oh, see you, Swift Blue. Create account. Let me take this over here for a sec. Enter your username. Adam13531. Enter your password. I don't want to make a password right now. Email address. Real name. I guess I'll put it in. Alright, create account. Does that work? Well, my IP address is probably already showing. Whatever, it's not the end of the world. Alright. So I've updated this. Now I can apparently make a change to a page if I want. Let's try this out. Okay, yeah, that was what I wanted to do. This is a minor edit? What is that? Wikipedia minor edits. Signifies that only superficial differences exist between the current and previous versions. Typographical corrections, formatting, but yep, that's it. It's a minor edit. Okay. Corrected a typo and yeah, updated formatting. Okay, I don't want to watch any pages. So save change. Great. And thankfully I got the account name Adam13531 instead of someone else getting that first. That would have been bad. Alright. Now, what do we have here? Run artillery test is not defined. Yeah, that's stupid of me. This should have just said this. Now, if this works, we'll be well on our way to just defining the rest of the tests here. And then what we really should do at some point is update the other test to the same sort of thing. But I don't know exactly. Maybe we don't. Maybe we say the arena tests are fine right now. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some water. All right, what do we have? Laser code is not defined. Yeah, that was just a typo. All right, so we go over to here. We have what? Laser code. Yeah, that should have been artillery code. Artillery. There. Drotton says password. The goal here is to make good AI. Yes, that's pretty much the case. And there's a little bit more to it than that, I would say. So part of Botland is making good AI, but I don't care if eventually the way that the game is played is you say, I'm gonna hang on a second. I'm gonna act like I just didn't do any of that. Hang on. Okay. I don't care if eventually when you play this game, you're like, I don't want to write AI. Let me just copy paste something in, and you do that. That's totally fine. And we want this game to be accessible to people who don't know how to code. So you don't have to write JavaScript if you don't want. You don't even need to drag these sorts of things over if you don't want and say, I really want to change the order of this down to here. You don't even need to do that. You can just copy paste in strategies if you want. But it probably won't make you the best at the game because you'll still need to pick what kind of hardware you want. You'll need to, every game there are buffs that you can choose from. You'll need to pick what these are and then how they modify your strategies. So there's a lot to consider in Botland. All right, we're getting there. What do we have here? 281 in the test simulation server. That is here, but where's this coming from? Run artillery test 671. So target bot should have been at this. Start target minus artillery damage. Oh, that's weird. We expected 900, but we were at 100 life. That means that artillery never did any damage. Fire artillery. Artillery bot's owned by player 1. It fires it at player 2. Huh. Start target bot life minus artillery damage. This thing never took damage. Okay, let's take a look at arena test. Let's go to any fire artillery test that we have. I think we have very few. Fire artillery. Yeah, there are 2. So let's see. Should have artillery deal damage to shields first. We have, no, that's fine. We have a bot at 5-0 that fires it at 1-0 or 0-0. We set artillery damage here. Oh, which we need to also set what splash damage is by default. Yeah, let's say set artillery damage. I didn't think about this. Let's say splash damage equals 30. That way there's just something there. Yeah, and let's say 1E9, 1E9. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so still, but then here what we did is we updated the artillery bot, then we updated the artillery system, and then the artillery should have hit. So why is that not working here? Huh. Or, no, I don't think that's the case. Okay, so we set artillery damage. Maybe this part didn't work. Maybe... Alright, how about this? How about we get how much life this thing actually has? Oh no, we know that. And we know it's 1,000. Do we know that? Okay, let's take a look at artillery shell system. When we update, we say artillery shell landed. So we go into serve arena, artillery shell landed. Yeah, so let's take a look at this. Alright, so console.log did damage to real ID. It is very worthwhile to have buff tests. It's just not very fun to write them. But this is unnecessary evil. It's not even evil. It's just not fun. And the other thing that's not really helping this case of it being fun is that it takes so long to transpile the code that the tests don't run for a long amount of time. What do we have here? So apparently this never did damage. Did this shell even land? Let's do this. Let's say checking JSON.stringify tile. Hey Adam, I won't be here long, I think. Just saying hi and seeing how the game is coming. Hey Panda, things are going pretty well. I don't know when the last time you saw the game was, but buffs are in the game now. I got 1,000 followers on the stream, so the game is very cheap for everybody to play. It's only 21 points. And what else? I think buffs were pretty much what I worked on this week. So now we're just working on testing it. If by the excuse me, if by the end of today I got the buff tests finished, I'd be happy. I expect that I'll get more than that finished by the end of today. Whoa, what is going on here? This means artillery is never even landing. What does that imply? What does that imply? Oh, man. We have artillery code that says fire artillery. We update the artillery bot. This should have created a shell. Okay, then here let's put more. So fire artillery. Whoops, fire artillery. That's what I meant to do. Okay. Oh, you need no. We don't need a target entity here. We need to check. All right, fine. Let's do this. Console.log creating artillery shell. Maybe there's no shell that's even in the air, or maybe the shell update system is not working. At this point, I'm not totally sure, and the way to go about fixing this is ideally to debug it, but unfortunately, I don't think I have a good. This is what caused Nightmare Day from like 3 weeks ago. I don't think I can debug this without upgrading Node, and we all know where that went. That led me down the worst path ever for that day. So let's see. What we're just testing now is the artillery shell getting created? If no, then we need to figure out, is the code correct? If yes, then we need to figure out why it's not landing. Or rather, where did it get created? Where is it firing toward? Alright, here we go. So creating artillery shell. Oh, what? This checking didn't show before. That's weird. So creating an artillery shell, then checking 60. Real ID is not defined. Gotta be kidding me. target real ID is what I meant to say. And damage doesn't exist either. Weird. Very weird. And part of this... Huh. Why didn't this even print the first time? Did I forget to save or something? I suppose that could have been a problem. Anyway, it's checking tiles, so that means the artillery shell is landing. We know that much, and just for some reason, it's not doing damage. So this will let us know what's going on exactly. Panda says, I just had the thought they should make a Git for the entire computer. Then I realized it's called making a backup, and I haven't done that in like a year. It's sort of called making a backup. The difference is you'd have a history of how every file has changed, I guess. Yeah, now nothing printed out. So this is only... yeah, this is only firing shells some of the time. What does run do? Run.cmd runs gulp test. Let's open up the gulp file here and look at the test function. So what if I just, yeah, I can pipe this into Mocha. So we gulp source main into Mocha. And I think, yeah, we don't have any other way to do this. No way to just run the test even though we just transpiled it. Alright, so yeah, why isn't this working? It's not checking any tiles apparently. I don't understand that. Force update bot, artillery bot. So we fire something, then it finally lands. Maybe some of the time it's not landing. I don't know how that would ever happen. Where does this get updated? Probably from this update function. Yes. And then this gets called from game server update the arena, yes. And then that update gets called from server main. Yep, there it is. And we never call this update function because we have no reason to in the test framework. So, yeah, right, there should be no updates here. Yeah, the only updates are on systems that we manually enact. I'm not sure what's going on then. Well, we need to get to the bottom of this. What am I seeing happen? I guess what's going on is that we probably don't need it anymore, but still, bug with artillery test. So shells appear to be firing, but not land. No. Shells appear to not fire sometimes. There's no randomness involved here. There's no. That's strange. Create a bot for player 1 and player 2. Strange. The bot exists, otherwise we couldn't verify its life. But this doesn't fire at it. Okay, well then the problem we need to solve is coming from here. Creating artillery shell never gets called, but fire artillery should always get called. So when we say console.log fire, and let's just put a bunch of these. This is like the worst way to do this. Has hardware. How else do we do this stuff? Here. Did not find target. Here we said target out of range. Here we say is simulating. And then we finally have create artillery shell. So one of those things should happen. Sorry, usually this stream, it's always about coding, but usually the code that I'm working on is at least a little more interesting than test code. And test code that doesn't run very quickly anyway. I wonder how much I can impact this. Yeah, I should really look into a way to fix this or make this faster somehow. So here we go. Fire artillery called. And then that's it? What? We never return, but we never get to the console log where we create a shell? Does that mean this is throwing an exception? That can't be the case. Otherwise, we would see that it would break here. Fire artillery called, and that's all we're seeing. Oh, it could be one of these. Throw target out of range, and then we can say throw did not find target. It could be one of these things. In fact, let's start running that while I look for other instances where we do this. We search for ran terminator. There's that, and finally that one. Yeah, so I think this is the problem. It's one of these things that's happening, and neither would make sense to me, but at least we can debug why this is happening. So one is that it wouldn't find a target entity. We're trying to find foes that we can sense. Maybe, okay, here's a really stupid thought. Maybe it thinks that they're allies. We should have a before each here, though, that sets them. No, these make sure that they're enemies. Unless we change it, which we're not going to do. So fine, that's one way, though. It could think that they were allies. They're not cloaked because they have no code to cloak them. So then the other thing is here, if the distance is too far. Min range and max range. Min range should be 5, though. Unless... no. Okay, here we go. Did not find target. That's what's happening. How is that possible? Yeah, I'll do this. Console.log. Found enemy at distance. It's not finding an enemy. Find bots that are considered to be foes of this thing. Did I add these to the wrong player somehow? Artillery test. Player 1, player 2, player 2. Do these somehow correspond to... no, they're different players. Okay. Yeah, this is baffling. I have them exactly 5 tiles apart. Hardware constants. Artillery requires that the minimum range be 5, the maximum range be 12. If did not find target. It didn't even find those entities in range. Get all entities in range. I could have said this, console.log found enemy entities with distance.length entities to iterate over. It's finding none. I already know that this is 0 because otherwise this would have printed out. So it was pointless for me to run the code, but now at least we can reason about this a little bit further. So we know that this is returning 0. Why would that be the case? We search for entity type of bot. Okay, fine. We pass in a reference of that, and then we have some flags. So where is this failing? It's either can sense or foe. So we eventually search for this. So there's isBot, console.log, entity is not a bot. We have entity is not a foe. It's got to be one of these things. And then there's can sense up here. And then entity cannot be sensed. So we should see a 0 here. Yep, found 0 entities. But now we'll have a little bit more information as to why this is failing. Fosker says, you work standing up? I do some of the time. Also, I've been getting like really dizzy lately. This never happened to me before in my life. And then all of a sudden, like 2 or 3 days ago, I woke up out of bed and I like just spun around. And now if I tilt my head in a certain direction, it feels like, I don't know. Anyway, it's weird. I don't know what's causing that. Does the bot need sensors to sense? I guess technically yes, but it has them by default, and its sensor range is 5, and this entity is 5 tiles away. So there, yeah, I'm not. What is this? Unexpected token? Did I seriously just? Where is this coming from? 663. Oops. Yeah, that was stupid. How could this happen? And why did the arena test not fail when this happened? Because I test to see if artillery will fire. The other thing, though, is even just thinking about this, I can't reason about why one of these would fail. The target entity has to be a bot. I only ever make bots. There are also resources, I guess, but that shouldn't be an issue. Or maybe... Oh, I think I know what could be happening. Okay, this is something that's weird. I'm not cleaning up in between these tests. Yeah, so... Yeah, okay, I know what happened. At least I think I do. I need to wipe out the entities in between the test. Found 0 entities to iterate over. Yeah. I know what happened. Yep, okay, this makes perfect sense now. Found the bug. And this is why some of the time this worked. Here's what happens. I run the lasers test, and I create a bot at 0, 0. Bot at 0, 0. And then when the laser test is finished, I don't ever clean up that test. So now I run the artillery test, and I try to create a bot at 0, 0. Well, guess what? This isn't failing, because when this happens in the actual game, we say, well, you tried to deploy at 0, 0, so let's come up with a random new tile to deploy at. And given the way that the arena is set up, the only way that the test would just randomly work is if it happened to be one of the 9 tiles. So I have a bot at what? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here, I cannot be deployed on this white X. So I needed to be on either this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, it was 10 tiles. Okay. If I was randomly deployed to any of these, the test would work. Actually, that's not even true, is it? Yeah, in some of these tiles, I'd hit the target that was here, and then everything would have screwed up, but I would have seen a life value, those splash damage there. Oh, boy. Okay, yeah. This is exactly why I should have done this. And watch this. If I do this dot assert entity coordinates, and I say artillery bot 0, 0, this would have failed. This would fail 100% of the time. So here's what I need to do. In between this stuff, I need to say this dot before each test. I need to run this between everything. I really should just do it everywhere. Cannot believe this. By the way, this might not fail because I don't know if this is going to take what I just saved here or if it's going to take what I had coded already. So if this passes, then it passes. We know it works. But that was a very... I don't even know what to say. I either really overdo the asserts, and then when something fails, I know for sure, oh, that's where it failed. Excuse me. Yeah, what's happening here? So now it says assertion error 850 is not equal to 900. Oh, now this is an even more interesting problem. So the buff from the last test is being applied to this test too. So before every single test that I run, I need to wipe out the buffs on every player. Wow. This dot player depot, oh my goodness. So shared player depot, we have a reset all player buff data. We put this into here. Whoops, we put the period there, and now we run this and it should work. And we can get rid of those extra, how do I want to do this? I want to get rid of all the logging that I added in that is now pointless. Can't believe this. Okay, and then here too, console log. Yes, okay, delete that. Here, we actually need to keep the function up there, so let's just take this text block for here. So now we have this function that we want to keep. This arena test and everything else, that's fine. Okay, so now the test should be totally good. If something fails here, it should be at least an error that we're like, oh, I understand why that happened, but I expect this to pass. Can't believe this. Alright, good. It worked. Testing lasers, testing artillery. Yep, everything's fine. Okay, so let's clean some of this stuff up. So delete that, and we probably don't need that anymore. That's fine, that bug is fixed. Now when we call before each test manually here, I'm going to say make sure to wipe out existing entities and buffs, or else these tests will not work at all. Okay, good. So now we have lasers and artillery being tested. And these I don't think there's a better way to do this. So here's what's nice. Okay, let's do this. Here, I'm going to approach it from this angle. I think this is actually a really good idea. So I just tested should deal more damage with the percent damage dealt buff. Now I'm going to test the lifesteal buff. And we have some of this written down here. Yeah, global lifesteal. So let's try this out. Here we go. We put this here. So we set lifesteal equals 0.5. And then there's one other place where this needs to change. And that is, well, actually, it's pretty much everywhere. Okay, great. So, good. Here's how this is going to work. We're going to shoot either a laser or artillery or a missile or whatever. We're going to do some amount of damage. Then, we're going to add in the life leech buff. And then we're going to shoot another one of those things. And we're going to make sure that this steals life. Now, this is actually going to fail for artillery because artillery was not coded to work with life leech. So we can make it not fail for now, but let's do this. We're going to say source life equals 500 because we need some life missing so that we can steal life. And then here we put this here. And we say this way lifesteal can actually work. Looks good. Next we grant buff. Then we say life stolen. So we need to get the total amount of life stolen. So we'll say let life stolen equals 0. We iterate over all of our targets and we check end delta life. So if, well, let's just say life stolen plus end delta life. Okay, now we can be a little bit clever about this if we want. We could say if damage source, I'm going to hard code this for now. Let's look at this. We're going to say if damage source equals constants dot damage sources dot artillery shell, or it equals splash, then let's just continue. So for now, ignore lifesteal from artillery because it doesn't work with lifesteal. And eventually we're going to want to ignore it with landmines too. So let's ignore it there and landmines. Ignore lifesteal from hardware that wasn't coded to work with lifesteal. Alright, this should be almost done. We just need to do this. So this should have been plus equal. Life stolen. Now we assert that the life of this entity, so we were given the source entity, so we can say const current source life equals tss.arena.getLife of entity. Oh wait, we can change this if we want. Yeah, no, this is not how we do things. We say tss.assert entity health. Source entity is source life plus life stolen. And the only way that this differs a little bit is that it has to be capped at the maximum amount of life. So let's set this to 100 life, I guess, and we'll say const expected life equals math.min constants dot max life. Where's max life? What do I call this? Life. Well, it's 1,000, so let's just search for 1,000. Default max spotlight, yes. Let's put this here. So it's that, or it's source life plus life stolen. So now we can say that the expected life is really what the expected life is. Great. Let's run the test. Now, if this works, that means that we've got a framework that lets us add in new buffs without needing to worry at all about what the nitty-gritty of how hardware works is. Which is great. Like that's a good system. This is the only part where it's like, oh, Life Leech doesn't work on landmines. Which, by the way, Life Leech will probably never work on landmines. But the fact that it doesn't work on artillery right now, that actually is a bug, and I have a to-do item to fix that. But okay, so one test failed. Undefined is not a function. That's coming from 66 here. Source entity dot. Oh right, there's no set life function. Let's write it. Let's write a set life function. So let's just say set life of entity life. Get component, health component. Yep, good. Let's just copy paste this assert up to here. An entity needs a health component for you to set its life. Good. And then we say health component dot life equals life. Now, is there a way to do this a little bit better? There's modify life. No, I don't think so. So I think, whoops, that's not going to work. We say tss dot set source entity source life. Yep. So its life is going to be 100. And then we grant the lifesteal buff. And now we should have lifesteal. Yeah. Okay. So then it's just a matter of adding in the other pieces of hardware and the other buffs. And then yeah, I think we're good. And I wanted to originally get this done by noon. It is currently 4 minutes past noon. So my new goal is 1 o'clock. Then I would take a break for lunch. What do we have here? Should deal more damage with it. That's not even correct. Hang on. Should steal life with the global lifesteal buff. Okay, great. But what do we have? This is coming from line 91. Assert that the source entities have the expected life. So we expected them to be at 0 life? What is life stolen? Life stolen might be a negative number. Let's take a look. So end delta life. Yeah, that is going to be negative. Also, this was wrong to begin with. So first of all, this should be negative end delta life times global lifesteal. That's what this should have read. Do you back up your code often? Yeah, I've got a Git repository, and the Git repository is not on this computer. So what's really important, and this is probably common sense to a lot of people, but what's really important is that when you back up anything in life, that you're not backing it up in the same like grounds essentially. So like, let's say you had really important documents and your house burned. Well, I guess you could have a fireproof safe. Okay, never mind. Let's just talk about computers. So yeah, I have a Git repository, and it's not running on my own computer. There's just a copy of it there, and it's not running on my own server either, because I'm afraid that that'll go down too. End delta life is not defined. Okay, that's a really, really simple problem to fix. Info end delta life. We go to here. We say end life minus mid life. We have create target info. Wait, what? How is this not defined then? And delta life. And where is it saying that it's not defined? It's probably on 90. Whoa, wait, what? Here? Oh, no, that is. This is wrong. We don't want this. That was just copy pasted code from before. 3-2-1 rule. 3 backups, 2 formats, 1 offsite. 3 backups. Interesting. I've never heard of that before. But I am planning on, at some point, putting some Botland code on my external hard drive. Oh, perfect. Finally. Yes. Okay, let's get rid of these testing lasers, testing artillery. Or do I want to keep those? Maybe I do want to keep those. Yeah, I think that's fine. We'll keep those in there. Okay, good. So now we need to add in other hardware. So this is done. This is done. This is done. Now I think it's check in what I have. Then it's add the rest of the hardware. Add the rest of the buffs. Now, EmperorX says, the beautiful thing about having your code version controlled, Weedly, is that you can assume you're happy with something and you've tested it and such locally, but it might not work as you intended, then you can just roll back. Also view history with relevant text to change sets that you or others have done. Yeah, there are a whole lot of benefits. But yeah, those are the big ones. I think the biggest one is having history of what happened. And then the other big ones are like being able to do things based on that history. So diffing, for example. Being able to create branches and stuff is really kind of a consequence of having history. So checking what I have. First I want to see, do I like this system? Do I think it'll work with all of the new buff constants? So we know pretty well that it's going to work with global lifesteal and it's going to work with percent damage dealt. So percent damage taken, I think would work pretty much the same way. We just apply it to different players. It's going to be interesting. Landmine, time to live, missile range, these are individual buffs, regen even. Okay. I think this will work. You can roll back with zipped backups. The magic is the history. So later when you decide you did want it the way you did, you can roll back and not waste a day. Yeah. Okay. So let's check in what I've got right now. So that's fine. This is just a simple function. I don't think it needs any other review. Here we made no opcode into its own. Oh wait, did we change something else here? It looked like some other code changed. No. Yeah, so no opcode was made into the test simulation server. Here we now have run weaponry tests. So this is where I want to make sure that things are absolutely clear. And I have not commented this. So set life of entity, I also haven't commented that. Set life of entity sets the life of an entity to the given amount. Entity number. So create target info, I haven't. When running an individual weaponry test, the callback functions are provided target info so that all variations of buffs can compute what they need. This will contain, yeah. Okay, so this is an entity. This is a damage source. This is a number, and a number. And this returns an object. So the object, this will contain some extra properties. See below. So let's say this is a number and this is a number. All right, that's fine. Now run weaponry test. Here's what I'm going to say. This simply runs each individual weaponry test. See run lasers test for more information. And I'm going to say that these are all functions. And it returns nothing. So pretest function, the function to run, when do we run this? After creating the bots, but before running any code on them. The mid test function is the function to run after updating the source bot, well, I'll say updating once. And the post test function is the function to run, it's at the end of the test, right? Yeah. At the end of the test, when all updates have been performed. And then I should really say what these contain, but I think that'll be obvious by looking at the rest of the code. So now here's where I'm going to write the real comments here. We're going to say for parameter information, C run weaponry test. And I need to comment this somewhere. I don't think here is the place, so maybe I get rid of this comment. For more information, see run weaponry test. And I'm going to put this on all of this stuff because they'll all have the same setup. The reason the weaponry tests exist is because there are combinations of buffs and weaponry that would otherwise explode into much more code than I'd like to maintain. For example, the percent damage dealt buff should be checked with all different kinds of weapons. Missiles, lasers, artillery, etc. And the test code for that looks almost identical. Do I want to say anything else here? So by genericizing the test to use callback functions, we can accommodate many different buffs/setups without having to write combinatoric code. I don't know if that even makes sense, whatever I just wrote. But I also don't care enough to fix it because it makes sense to me. Okay. So good. I'm decently happy with how this ended up, because what this means is when I want to add a new piece of hardware, let's say. So, all right, here's something we talked about yesterday, which we've actually talked about before. I haven't mentioned this on stream yet, other than just saying the word earlier, but we will probably add in a flamethrower at some point. So when we finally add in flamethrower, we don't want to see, is it affected by the percent damage buff by writing in a whole new test. What we want to do, and then is it affected by life leech? Is it affected by percent damage taken? Is blah, 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 blah. What we want to do is write one test. We want to write it like run flamethrower test, which all it does is tries burning a unit or something like that. And there, now we're pretty much set. We don't need to do a whole lot of new code. We write one new function. So that's the beauty of this solution. Now, have I coded it the best? I don't know, because yes, what's annoying is that each one of these functions, we need to pass 3 callback functions, and they all take in their own custom information and they're used at different times. So, yeah. So what do we say for this? Made a generic system for testing buffs and hardware without having to write a test for, say, percent damage dealt plus lasers, percent damage dealt plus missiles, etc. Instead, we can write a lasers test and a percent damage dealt test, and callbacks from percent damage dealt from the percent damage dealt test can this is not a good commit message. So we can write lasers and missiles tests. Then our percent damage dealt test can provide callbacks to those. Yeah, that's good. How will it differ from melee? A damage over time effect? Yeah, it'll be a damage over time effect, and it'll also be an area of effect damage over time effect. So I will draw this out briefly. Here's what we talked about. I don't know if this is what we're gonna end up doing, but still, I'll tell you what we discussed. So flamethrower, let's say you are a monster. Flamethrower would hit this tile, this tile, this tile, and this tile. So it affects 4. And if you were, let's say if you were here, it'll affect this, 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 and this. So it's always 4 tiles, and you can shoot it diagonally. What it'll do is it'll decloak enemy bots. It'll apply a very small amount of damage at first, and then it will light them on fire. Now, fire is not a stackable debuff. So if you're on fire, then you're on fire. You can't be multiply on fire. That doesn't make any sense. So if you try burning a target that's already burning, you'll simply set its time that it's burning back to whatever the normal time is. So yeah, that's what we're planning for right now. I don't think I'm going to work on flamethrower anytime soon either. I feel like the next 2 months is let's steer as closely as possible toward what Botland's going to end up being, and then it's add in all this content, add in all the polish, everything else after that. What is this? Whoa. There's an app called Weedly. Wow. Okay, made a generic system for testing buffs. I like this. Now, the only other thing to do, so I have checked in, so add the rest of the hardware and add the rest of the buffs. Okay, what do I start with? Hardware or buffs? I guess hardware. Or maybe I do like 1 and 1. I don't know. Let's just add in hardware. So what have we done so far? We've done lasers, we've done artillery. So the remaining is missiles, zapper, melee, I guess technically reflect. What else can you do damage with? Landmines. What else is there? Lasers, missiles, artillery, melee, that's all done. Zapper, that's on the list. Reflect, yes, good. Landmines, yeah, that's it. Those are the things that can do damage in the game. So we have 5 more tests to write. And thankfully, the laser test is pretty much identical to the missiles test. So let's put run missiles test. Testing missiles. Laser, let's search for exactly this casing. Okay, good. So we'll say set missiles damage. Is that what it's called? Set missile? No, set missile damage. Of course. Fire missiles. What is that actually called? Fire missiles? Yeah, no, it is fire missiles. Okay, good. Now, laser damage, we change this into missiles. I don't know. Maybe I say missile damage. Fine. Missile damage, good. Laser code is going to be missiles code, missile code. Good. Laser bot turns into missiles, missile bot. Excuse me. So what else do we have here? Start target bot life, good. Update, so this will fire a missile. Do we have the word laser in here anymore? No. Oh, except for here, where we have the word laser. So let's get rid of the case sensitivity and then search for laser. Yeah, good. I think we're done there. So what do we have? Fire missiles, check that. Damage source missiles, great. Now we do the missiles test. So we duplicate this and we say run missiles test. There. And now just by running this, our 2 buff tests will be modified to work with missiles. So continuing along that line, we can finish coding the rest of the hardware pretty easily. And then the rest of the buffs, that actually won't be so easy because we can only use this system for anything that applies to everything. So we can't use it for something like landmine time to live, where it only affects landmines. Like, you just don't have anything else. And to be honest, I'm not even going to write a test for something like that, because if that's broken, I feel like it's going to be blatantly obvious for right now, and it might not be a buff that makes it into the final game. But here we go. We have testing missiles. That all worked. So I think we're fine there. I think we could further genericize that if we wanted to. I'm not going to do that. We're going to just take other things off this list. So zapper, for example. Let's do a run zapper test. And I don't think I put a comment there, did I? No, I did. Okay. So run zapper test. Testing zapper. Let's set zapper damage to 100. Let's take this here. Set zapper damage. So zap code is going to be zap. And I believe we need custom hardware for this. So let's take a look at where we apply zapper. We apply it to the zapper slot config. So we need to put this down here. There. Now we have a bot directly to our right. So we're going to say target bot. Let's say cardinal bot. Cardinal bot, and then there's also going to be a diagonal bot. Diagonal bot is going to be at 1-1. So it's only going to take half damage. And yeah, okay, let's do that. So now pretest function, we call that with the zapper bot and cardinal bot and diagonal bot. Good. Start target bot life. So now we need to change this to start cardinal bot life is get that. Great. Now we also do the same thing for diagonal. I'm going to modify this really fast. I don't think cardinal is exactly the opposite of diagonal, but I'm going to make it such that it kind of seems that way. Where is reverser? There it is. Good, and let's go to here, and let's change this. Cardinal and diagonal. There, so now when I want to modify both these, I can hit Alt-R and change that. So we have the starting for both these. This will zap and deal damage immediately. So next we have mid target bot life. That is not what we're going to call this. We're going to call this mid cardinal bot life, which is going to be the start minus damage, and then mid diagonal bot life is, Nick says, anyone use Bitbucket? I do. We're going to say times 0.5. Now that's not great to do because this, we say 50% damage, but that's just a hard-coded thing, I guess. Well, all right, fine. We'll eventually need to pull this from somewhere else, but a test will fail when we do that, and we'll just update this. It'll be fine. Okay, good. So now we have this. So assert that these things are at the life that we expect them to be at. So now here we change this to diagonal in both places. Run the mid test function, update again. This actually will just continue to zap. This will deal damage again. So then we have end for both of these things. So end cardinal bot life is get the life of the cardinal bot, and same thing for the diagonal. So then finally, when we get to here, we have cardinal took damage from zapper, and I don't think we ever differentiate here with damage sources. Yeah, we just have zapper. We don't have zapper and like zapper diagonal. And so we have start, mid, end. This is wrong. End cardinal. Good. Next, we do the exact same thing, but we just change all of these instances to diagonal. Perfect. So now we run this. Run zapper test. Streaming. And we should see that there are now 2 more console logs here where zapper has run with our buffs. And it should have leached life correctly. It should have done damage correctly. It's possible this finds a real bug, by the way. And that's happened with pretty much every other set of tests that I've written so far, is that there was like some edge case I didn't think about, and then writing these tests found it. I kind of doubt it for the couple of buffs that I wrote because of how straightforward they are. Dealing damage should deal more damage, and stealing life should steal more life. So that worked. We now have melee, reflect, and landmines. So let's do this. Let's just write them all at once. Melee test, landmine, and reflect. Run landmine test, run reflect test. Good. And let's add these things in. So melee is another single target ability. So let's copy this one for this. We'll say run melee test. Good. We're going to say testing melee. We're going to say melee damage here. Good. Set melee damage. Perfect. Okay, so then melee code is going to be just melee. Good. There is a melee bot and a target bot, and these are set up correctly already. So now pre-test function, good. Good. This will attack. This will attack again. Mid target bot life, good, 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 good. I think this is already fine. We just need to change this to melee. Yeah. Okay, so melee is done. Next I'm gonna do landmines. So we're gonna say, and this is a bit harder to code. So run landmine test. The reason it's harder to code is because there's movement that needs to be done. So now we have something like landmine. Whoa, that's not right. Hang on. Landmine damage. Do we have a set landmine damage? Yes, we do. Okay, good. And yeah, so here we're gonna say landmine code. This, we got to think about this. So landmine code is gonna be if can lay mine, otherwise move right. So here's where things get a little bit trickier than the other tests that we'd had. So we're going to set this bot, we're going to say mine layer We're going to update all references to this actually. So melee bot changes. We're going to update this, and it's going to be at 1, 0. And so the target bot is actually going to be at 0, 1. And what we're going to say is this will lay a mine. So now this dot assert landmine presence at 1, 0. And then we move to the right. This will move right. And now this will lay another mine. Good. And then we move right one more time. This will move right, and then we assert that we are at this dot assert coordinates. The mine layer should be at 3, 0 now. All right, and the reason we have to do this is this. We are setting up a test right now where a bot is going to start right here, and this is going to be the mine layer bot. So we're here right now. We're going to move right and lay a mine. So there's going to be a mine here, there's going to be a mine here, and then we're going to move right again so that we end up over here. Now there's going to be an enemy bot that starts here, and it's going to move into a mine, blow up, move into a mine, blow up. So that's the scenario we're setting up. So this is now set. Now what we need to do is we need to make move code equals move right, and this is given the move code. Good, and that's target bot. So now what we do is we say this dot force update target bot. This will move right, blowing up a mine. So now what we say is there should be no landmine is present equals true. So we say that there's no landmine at this anymore, and that this thing took damage. So it should have taken 100. Call the mid test function. Now we move right, blowing up the mine again, blowing up the second mine. Good. We set this to 2. End target life. Get that. We say this took damage from constants landmines. 1K special. Yep. Starting and great. Okay. So there's one last function to write, and that is reflect. And reflect again has a little bit of code that can be a bit challenging here. How does this even, life leech doesn't even work. None of this stuff works with reflect, right? I don't even know what should happen with these buffs. I don't remember what I even coded for this. We'd need to go into adjust life modified. Oh, I guess. Wait, yeah, how does this work? So we only steal life if it's not. Okay, so here's how this is affected. Life steal doesn't work on reflect. And it's not even considered to be. Oh, this is actually gonna be pretty hard, I think. These would need to be separate tests, probably. Yeah, I don't think I write tests for this stuff. I think I do them separately. So make sure life leech doesn't work on reflect. Doesn't make sense if it did that. And make sure extra damage does work with reflect. I think those are their own sets of tests. So I think what we do here is we get rid of this. We say that we're done. Then we go over to here and run reflect test. Run reflect test. We just don't have. So when we try running this, yeah, let's test this out. Oh, hey guys. Pub Gun and Pizza Belly. You guys have been in here for an hour or two, and I never said hi, so welcome to the channel. By the way, anyone who's getting access to the game right now, that is totally great. I really suggest you watch this video. Why can't you whisper bang points to the botland bot? I don't know. I haven't coded it to do that, and it probably doesn't do that by default. But yeah, I suggest you watch that video so that you can learn how to play the game. I'm gonna just deploy my typical artillery bots. What team am I? Blue? Alright, we're gonna move right then. How do I get the answer from that and use it in new code? the answer for something like this. So you've clicked a button and you computed something, and now you want to use this computation somewhere else. You could, for example, you could save it into the class that you're in and then access it from another class. You could publish it somewhere, so you could tell another class about it directly, or you could have a callback function that was. There are a bunch of different ways. I think basically you're at some point going to want to store the value in a class, so you could store it in that class if you want, and then write an accessor function for it. Or what is this? Steal? No, I don't want any of that. I want this one. Okay, so 2 tests failed. What do we have here? So this is coming from run melee test. 834. Did this not do damage? We expected 900 life and it was actually at 1,000. Yeah, that's a problem. We update the melee bot and it should have done 100 damage. And it did not do that. Huh, weird. How did that happen? Maybe, let me check something. So let's do this. There. Now it's very clear that all these things are being set correctly. So then let's run some asserts. I'm going to put these in very generously wherever. Melee bot should be at 0, 0, and the target bot should be at 1, 0. That is worth testing. So yeah, the melee test is failing in both cases. I am not sure. Oh, melee doesn't exist on the bot. That's why. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we need the melee slot config. So this was doomed to fail there. So let's run this. I now hope the test passed. Let's see. While you could, does it update the game at the same time? What is that in response to, Codebreaker? While you could, does it update the game at the same time? I'm not sure about that. And Red Kazan, I don't think you can typically do that since you can't call into button click. Button click is something that the user would do by clicking a button. So you'd need to save this value somewhere. Or, like I said, trigger something else in that case. It's better to have that in a function instead of an event. Oh, while you code, does it update the game at the same time? No. Okay, what do we have here? Oh, man. That was stupid. Okay, I think I fixed the bug anyway, but by trying to add in some information here, I coded this wrong. So, Codebreaker, to explain this a little bit, when I type any code, so let's say I change this number 1 to the number 2, what I need to do after that is I need to wait for a build to finish here. So I have a build system running in the background. I'll actually show you this. Like, let's say I change, okay, the arena is now going to be of size 20. No, let's make it really obvious. Let's make it size 50. And I hit save. Watch what happens immediately over here. Control S. Now, it says main was changed, running tasks. What this is doing is it's transpiling this code from JavaScript 2015 into, well, JavaScript 6 into the JavaScript version that there is now, ECMAScript 5. So transpilation takes a long time because there's a lot of code. And when it finishes, now when I refresh this page, so like it's done now, but the arena still is not size 50. I need to refresh this page, and now we should see an arena of size 50. So there we go. And I just keep scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. So yeah. I'm actually kind of surprised that even just worked. Oh, because it's single player. Okay, yeah, that's why it worked. Okay. So yeah, let's set that back to what it used to be and go take a look at the test. The tests are all passing. Pretty happy with that. So now we could add in new buffs if we wanted to. Let us check in what I've done so far. Yeah, so do not check in that, whoops, don't check in the part I just changed in main for demonstration here. That would be really bad. Yeah, don't want to check that in. All right, but then here, yeah, we don't want to check that in either. And then here we have added in a lot of tests. Yeah, so added in the other weaponry tests. what were they? Missiles, landmines, melee, and zapper. There are still only 2 buff tests, but now they make use of 6 different direct damage hardware types. Yeah, great. Okay. All right. Great. Making progress. So there. Add the rest of the hardware is done. Add the rest of the buffs is what we need to do. So that should be at this level, I guess. And then we're pretty much done with this stuff. So I'm pretty happy about that. That's done. Make sure Life Leech doesn't work on Reflect. Make sure extra damage does work with Reflect. Make sure buffs only last for 1 match. Well, that's actually not a very easy test to write. Yeah, it's not an easy test to write at all. Because a match would have to finish. How would we make a match end? I guess we'd have to update. I'll just put this at the end of the list for now. I don't think this is something I want to work with right now. That's finished. Make sure damage modifiers work exactly as expected. There was a bug where artillery splash damage was treated as a percentage. Yeah, that's actually being tested right now. So let's go through the list of buffs that we have. We're going to go to here and here. We're going to close the rest of these things. And we're going to open up buff constants. Hey, Volk. So we have global lifesteal, artillery splash damage. I'm going to start writing these. How does your code still work after you add sentences to it? I think what you're talking about are... So first of all, this is not code. This is just my to-do list. But you might be talking about these things, like we use the test simulator. These are just comments. So comments are something that'll be used to describe what or why the code is doing something, and you can literally put them wherever you want. Actually, I don't know if you can do something like this. Test. So you should never do this because this makes no sense. But I also don't know if that would work. I've never tried that before. Let's find out. Console /star_hi.log hello. No, that doesn't work. Okay, yeah, because you can't put a comment in the middle of an identifier. Yeah. All right. It's one of the things that you never want to do anyway. Okay, so yeah, adding the rest of the buffs. So what we're going to start with here is artillery splash damage. Let's write a buff for this. So here we go. We're going to say should correctly add in artillery splash damage. You know what I'm thinking about? What if I, this could work. Let's try something. So let's say artillery splash damage equals 700. And now I say this is artillery splash damage. Correctly apply the artillery. Adam setting the new meta for commenting. Code not even compiling. Yeah, I think we can do this if we get really clever about how we do this. So if we say run artillery test, this could make our lives a lot easier. Let's just run the artillery test with... We're going to grant the artillery splash damage buff in the middle of it. And then, yeah, here's what we can do. We can say if damage source equals constants.damagesources.artillery splash, then we expect that the damage would go up by a lot. How do we do this? So they'd have taken... how do we do this? And delta life. No, we have more information than this. We can get target info. We have end life. How about this? How about we say that this is constants.max life, and now if the damage source is this, then assert life status is false. Target false. It's dead. Otherwise, assert that it's still alive. Okay. So here's what we're doing. Set the splash damage to instantly kill a target. And then down here, we check to see that we killed the target or not. And what's nice is we made use of the artillery test. We actually don't need all of this stuff. We don't need mid delta life and end delta life. We do need this other stuff. We can delete that space that I have everywhere. Yeah, delete that from all of this. And then any other things that I don't use here should be removed. Mid, end, no, those are used. Okay. Yeah, so now I think this is better. Let's see if this runs. And then we'll test the other buffs. Also, are people doing okay on the server? People even playing? Let's put some bots down. So I'll show you guys what Botland is in the process of doing this. To play Botland, you make bots that are automated, so you don't control them yourself after you've made them. So I'm going to make something that has missiles, and let's do cloaking, and let's put a small amount of shield in there too. And then I'm going to write some code. So I'm going to write, if will missiles hit, then fire missiles. That's definitely the first thing I want to do. Then I want to pursue an enemy, but if the enemy exists, I actually want to cloak first. So let's put the cloaking code in there first. Then if I can't find any enemies, I want to shield before I start moving around. So, and then let's put the move code here. So let's see what, I'm on the red team. We're going to say just move toward the left. Actually, let's just, I really should make a snippet for this, but if percent chance, let's say there's an 80%, no, a 50% chance to just move randomly. Otherwise, we'll move toward the left. Let's say an 80% chance to just move randomly. So we're steering ourselves a little bit toward the left, but not a lot. So I'm going to put this into the arena, and you can see there's my bot, and it put a shield on itself, and the shield is eventually going to wear off there. And now if it ever sees an enemy, it will cloak, and it'll start firing missiles. And I could have also done this in JavaScript. I can code any JavaScript that I want. And so if you want to see the game running, I'll just load up single player mode while I respond to the rest of chat. Folks says, what's the difference between double equals and triple equals? I know it's called strong equal to, but why would you use it? I've seen people say it knows the difference between 2 and 2.0. Is that true? So here's the difference. It's got to do with type coercion. In JavaScript, if you say if 1 equals 1 like this, well actually let's just look at this. This is true. And this 1 triple equals 1 is false. So what's happening here is it says, is 1 exactly the same thing as the string 1? And it says no, but you use double equals. So now let's try coercing one of the types into the other type. So I'm not sure which direction it works, but I think 1 gets turned into a string. And then it says, all right, is the string 1 equal to the string 1? Yes. Okay, then this is true. Here it says, is the number 1 exactly equal to the string 1? No, then I'm done. That's it. Not going to try type coercion. Severin Almighty says this game looks pretty dope and very educative. Yeah, and if you want to play, by the way, the game is now like very easy to get access to. Because I hit 1,000 followers, I'm running a little promotion right now where instead of it costing, let's say 50 loyalty points a day, it's only 21. So if you watch for 1 hour over the course of the next week, you'll be able to play the game. You can log in. Unfortunately, the only other person playing right now is Cyan, and Cyan is on my team. So you can't see them fighting each other right now. So Atomics or Orange Ray would have to deploy bots, and it's fine if they don't. Like I said, this is the game. I don't know. I wasn't watching it at all, but hopefully you got to see some stuff happening. You can see this is like the Zapper weapon. It's a close range AOE. You can see that there were bots cloaking. There's a damage shield which just absorbs damage, and then there's a reflect shield which can reflect projectiles. There's artillery. There's missiles. There's landmines. Actually, you can see one there. There's a landmine. Oh wait, no, my face was still covering it. Now it's gone. All right, well, whatever. Yeah, so yeah, you can get access to the game right now. You can start playing. Let's take a look at how we're doing on memory here. Getting close to the max. See, this is, I guess it's using new space. V8 has such strange memory options. My whole goal here was to make sure that this never exceeded 300 megabytes, but this is using, wait, where's the other node thing? How much is that using? Yeah, not as much. Also, this will be a good test of just, yeah, how many people can be on the server at once. you can see that the player IDs are actually getting up into the 30s now, which means that since I started the server, like 35 people have connected. Oh, nice. So yeah, this is the other part of Botland that I didn't really show off. At the 0 minute, 5 minute, and 10 minute mark, you get to pick a buff that will affect you for the rest of the game. And right now there are only 10 buffs in the game, and that's what we're testing. But you'll see that they're very clear what they do. Like your landmines last for 9 more turns, or increases all of your damage dealt, or your bots can act 3% sooner after any action. So this is haste, this is damage, this is landmine stuff, and I can pick what I think is best. So I'm gonna pick damage here. And what's nice about that particular buff, I didn't need to code anything. So now my bots are just doing more damage. But you might get a buff that'll say something like, when you're in an even column, you'll do double damage. Or when you've something, do something else. Oh man. We still only have red team members here. Yeah, I never added in the ability to change teams during a match, but at the end of the match, the teams will be scrambled again. And this is not how games will eventually work anyway. I am still very worried, to be honest, that I can't get this game done in the course of the next 15 months. I think it'll possibly take longer. In which case, I need to start looking at earning money. All right. So, did this test work? Damage buff amount is not defined. Well, damage buff amount should never have been used. So let's see where this is coming from. Test.runnable. Buff test 38. There we go. 38. Oh, that's not how it should have been. Set buff values to that. All right, let's try this out. Oh, wow. I think this is the most people that have ever been online. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, wow. Nice. And by the way, bonus points to anyone who ever breaks out of this environment. If you ever manage to call console.log from here, then yeah, you will be rewarded. Or a val. If you can ever call a val from here, there's yeah. This guy is smart and should easily be able to secure freelancing jobs. But okay, so I guess I should rephrase what I said. I'm sure I could get a freelancing job. The problem is everything I do that's not Botland takes away from Botland, and that is like my sole concern in life right now. That's not true, actually. I have other concerns, but it's mostly Botland. I would hire him to show me how to get a Node server up and running. I use PHP only. Getting Node up and running is super easy if you downloaded the right things. Like, check this out. Watch how fast I can do this. Make dir Scion X. I have Node and I have Express, so I can type Express. Then I can type npm install. And then I can type node./bin/www. So it's 3 commands, but the second command takes a long time. Emperor says, stupid question. I can't join the game and get the UI with choosing the bots. What's wrong? Can't join the game. So let me see. Do you have any failed login account attempts? Hang on. Let's see. Has pre-beta. AmperX. You do have an account. So, all right, what do you see when you try to join the game? Oh, wait, you're connected. Then you said get the UI with choosing the bots. So press B to get that UI, and then that should be it, because I see that you're connected right now. Right? Yeah, there you are. Yeah, you're on the blue team. Oh, yeah. Okay, so then here was the third part. I run node bin www, and it says port is already in use. So I already have a port open, but I'll just say 3090. And now check it out. Node server is running, and I can go to localhost 3090, and it says Express. Welcome to Express. And that was it. Like 3 simple steps. Run Express, run npm install, run Node. You're done. You got a Node server up and running. So if I wanted to change any of that stuff now, like if I went to desktop, Scion X, and I went into, let's say, the views for this, I could change this to say something like div see how easy ? And as soon as I refresh this page, see how easy shows up there. I can have this do anything I want now. And yeah, so look into Express.js and look into Node and install those things, and you could start working right away. And I can explain what views and routes are when you get to that point. Now I want to close this and delete it and never talk about this again. Scion X, delete. Well, recycle. It was B, thanks. Have not watched the tutorial video. Oh yeah. So that video is what tells you how to do that. Let's take lifesteal. Oh, nice. Rug, you are now doing stuff with your bots. That's really good to see. And don't forget, guys, there's this auto deploy checkbox. Like, remember, all this UI is going to change. So I know it looks really ugly and it's just kind of thrown together because it was thrown together. And it'll be different eventually. Still learning skills for the game. Well, hopefully you're having fun, and let me know if you have any questions, because for people who don't know how to code, and I'm not making any assumptions about whether you do or not, but for people who don't know how to code, that's where I expected them to use Blockly, and even less than that, I expected them to just use pre-made scripts. So you can put down a Mr. Zaps bot and read through it if you want, but you don't really even have to. Just put the stuff in the comment on your bot, and you're good to go. Okay, so did the test pass? No. Assert entity. Oh man, come on. This should have been TSS dot. Also, why does TSA? That's what it reminds me of. Every time I say this, I'm like, is there an acronym for that already? But yeah. Yeah, this is going to happen every once in a while. I think my CPU on the VM is pretty high right now. Oh, 9% actually isn't too bad. There's not that many bots in the arena. I've been pretty happy with the performance of things. I'm just not happy with the memory usage. I'm going to get that lower. You're getting that weird WebGL problem again. Oh, you didn't say the word weird. I put that there. Didn't change anything. It's so random. Skynet, can you take a look at your options again and make sure that WebGL is enabled? Folk says, of course, people who know how to code always have an advantage, kinda. Kinda, yes. So, Folk, here's one of the things I had mentioned earlier is that Botland is perhaps one of the only games where you can literally copy-paste the strategy of your opponent. In a game like Street Fighter, you can try to emulate a strategy of opponent, but that just means you're really good at the game. In Botland, you can copy it, so you have exactly what they have. And in that sense, at the start of a game, you can be as good as any other player. As the game progresses and buffs are chosen and there are more conditions placed on the game, yes, then if you know how to code, you will probably do a little bit better. But we wanted you to at least be at some base level of skill, base level of effectiveness, I should say. So if you're not a coder, maybe you're at like 90% on the scale, and being a coder pushes you up to the 100% skill level. This is a game you can just leave in the background for a while. So for right now, it seems like that. But eventually, in order to win matches, I would expect that you'd have to be present, picking buffs, changing strategies. Like, I can see that you've got missiles and cloaking. So eventually, I'll equip flamethrower and reflect, and I will counter your bots. And if you're in the background, I'm going to very much, like, I should be the winner of that match. I won on my own. Yeah, you won by 1 point. Actually, that 1 point, it's Nick's fault. He has one death. You see? Do you see? Nick, you brought our team down. Dishonor. Huh. Okay, so we coded artillery splash damage is done. Team percent damage dealt. This is going to be interesting. Percent global cooldown. What else do we have here? Let's just copy all these. So we're going to put these here. Let's do this. Delete these things. Good. Percent damage taken. So what have we not done? Percent damage dealt is pretty much done, I think. So then it's just these. Man, these tests have still taken much longer than I expected them to. GL everyone on the next match. Actually, yeah, how about this? I will actually pay attention to this match. And here's the problem. I don't have buff choices. This is a bug. I don't know what's causing this bug, but if I refresh the page, I should see them. So let's try it. Yeah, now I'm given them for some reason. It's so weird. So here's what I'll do. I'll take this speed buff, and I'll deploy melee bots. And what team am I on? I'm on, yeah, let's go right. And I'll put melee, cloaking, and thrusters. There we go. And now we just gotta wait 17 seconds. So yeah, got a lot of people in the game right now. I don't know who's gonna actually be playing. Rekrug says I'm on your team. Decatech says, I'm still wondering how you do those to-do files. It's a plugin in Sublime called Plain Tasks. Are the buff pop-ups drawn in WebGL or HTML elements? They're HTML. So there we go. Here are my melee bots. They're moving to the right. There's Rug. Look at this. We've got a crazy good team. We've killed 100% of the bots we've come across so far. There he is, Mr. Gascat. Get him. Get him. Oh. Yeah, so you can see my bots probably won't be too effective. And actually, Mr. Gascat is outrunning me right now. Yeah, okay. And it's pretty close. 10 to 11, 10 to 12. My bots are probably not doing us a favor on this team. I got what? I got Life Leech, I think, right? No, I didn't. I got Speed. That's what I got. Interesting. I'm going to kill that Weedly bot. Okay, good. Yeah, so what's my KDR? 1.25. Mr. Gascat's also doing really well. 1.33. Fulk says, can't log in, pressing the connect button, but is still not responding. Did you read the EULA? There's a checkbox that you need to do. Also, let me see. Did I get anything about you trying to connect? Added Fulk. Okay, yeah, you got added in the pre-beta. So you should be able to connect. Alright, yeah, my bots are stupidly stuck over here. Mr. Gascat seems to have applied the opposite strategy of me. Oh, there we go. Okay. So yeah, one of the things I didn't talk about in the pre-beta video is that if you check this auto deploy, when one of your bots dies, it'll just be replaced immediately with the same bot. Is my username Fulk? Yes, it is. And wait, you hit connect and then nothing happens? Because I don't even see a login attempt over here. The connect button is not responding. That is weird. Let me see. So you go to play.bot.land, you type in your username, Fulk33, and then you check this box, and then is connect even enabled? Or you click it and just nothing happens? The only other way I'd be able to help here, I think, is if you showed me anything that's in your console for JavaScript. Same as Fulk. Okay, yeah. So what browsers are you guys in? Are there any errors in your consoles? Also, Ancient Silence says, if I may be so bold, I think just from the looks that the game is too chaotic at the moment. Like way too much is happening. Either turns should be way slower or far less elements should be around. A player can't think about strategy or tactic with all that stuff going on at all. No, so all feedback is good feedback. There are a couple things to consider. One is that these games are just whoever enters can start playing. Eventually, they'll probably be capped at something like a 3 versus 3. That's one part. The second part is that right now you're allowed to have 5 bots. You'll eventually only be allowed to have 3. So given that there will be 3 players and 3 bots, that means that there will only ever be 9 bots for each team at any given time. That alone will cut down on a lot of the chaos. The other thing is that we could slow down the game a bit, but I feel like after getting used to it and everything, I feel like the pace will be pretty good. We might slow it down. I'm just not sure. Okay, so it is enabled. I click connect and nothing happens. Chrome. This browser does not support WebGL. Yeah, okay. So you need to enable WebGL. Skynet, I know you had this problem before. I think Chrome probably undoes this. Enable WebGL. I think you need to go into Chrome flags and then turn it on and then restart Chrome. Command line argument. No, there's a flag for this, I think. Chrome flags. WebGL. Yeah, so no, that's not how you do this. Skynet says it works. Wait, what did you do to get it to work? Are you in the game now? Wait, what happened? It is enabled, but you still get something saying this doesn't support WebGL? What's this? Yeah, Zans, I have a standing desk. This is from like 2014. Something else is afoot here, methinks. Okay, that's not helpful. Huh, weird. I'm not sure about this. Let me see if there's any like Chrome WebGL is not supported. And let's search for things just in the past week, because this doesn't sound like it's a problem from recently. WebGL stopped working. Went to this site, get.webgl.org, and that works, but the game doesn't work. Your browser supports WebGL. Hey, Pedro player. Yeah, this is very weird, Skynet. Can you try another browser? Can you try something like Firefox? That way we can rule out whether this is your computer or something like Chrome. Very strange. WebGL stopped for me too, but I fixed it. How did you fix it, Pedro player? Also, there haven't been nearly enough people modifying my lights today. So here, run a couple of giveaways. Yeah, all right. I'll let you guys experimenting with about to modifying the pre-made one. That's really good, Rug. Works on IE, but it's really laggy. I don't know. Okay, well, it's definitely not your computer then. It sounds like it's Chrome. And the thing that makes me think it's Chrome even more is that it says the thing about WebGL. But for it to say that it's not supported when clearly a different site is working. All right, I'm gonna write this down. Folk and Skynet are both getting this. This is coming from Chrome latest version. WebGL is enabled as shown by this site. Desk bikes? I don't think I've ever seen those, but I've seen desk treadmills. And yeah, this one's adjustable too. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. You mean sometimes the game works and sometimes the game doesn't work? I'm still not sure why that's the case, Skynet. I think I would... Sometimes just refreshing the page you're saying. I don't know. If you end up making progress, you should let me know. I'll put this in here too. Skynet says sometimes it works just by refreshing the page. Nick says, does anyone know how to fix the problem when installing packages on Ubuntu when it says #sum mismatch and unable to handle the swap? I do not know how to help there. Wait, Pedro player, you do have enough points. It only costs 21 right now. I do agree a lot is going on in the game right now. Like, how many players are active? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if 5 players are active, that means that there's, what, 25 bots? Oh, that doesn't look good. Oh, wait, no, that was fine. My bot was just being stupid. Oh, because that bot was cloaked. Oh my god, that scared me. Okay. Skynet just connected. Okay, so... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say here. I don't know why this works or sometimes doesn't. It sounds like it's a WebGL thing with Chrome. But yeah, this is the most players we've ever had in Botland. Interesting. I'm going to take a picture. Look at all those players. I know. It's crazy. Apparently research says it's good for you. Yeah. I imagine any exercise, instead of just sitting there all day, is going to be good for you. So I need to tackle some of these tests. I also need to get lunch at some point. I think... Excuse me, let me clean up this to-do list and then do 2 of the tests, and then I'll go get lunch, I think. Now I connected and it only shows this. Yeah, so this is still the same problem. WebGL isn't working because all of the stuff that you're seeing here is not WebGL. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going wrong. What's that red circle around the bots? That is probably Zapper. Let's see. Did someone have it there, or is it? No, I'll just show you Zapper anyway. Here we go. I'll make Zapper and we'll say move left, and I'll just give it Zapper and thrusters. Okay, deploy a few of these. So yeah, check it out. These bots all have Zapper enabled. This is probably the red circle you were talking about. It's an electricity field that does damage to everything surrounding you. And we're about to change teleport. I don't know when exactly, but we're going to change it so that it's much more, it synergizes much better with Zapper. So you'll be able to teleport and just immediately start zapping bots. It's going to be really cool. Hey, Walter. What is this image Wouter just linked? It's a cute dog. Drivers are not up to date. Could be an issue. Interesting. I'll write that down too. Folks says drivers are not up to date. Yeah, so Zapper right now, the problem is that getting into melee range to hit someone is really hard because of how much stuff is going on. There's missiles and artillery and whatever else. So the way that teleport works now is you teleport and then you're kind of just frozen there for a little bit. And the reason why is because we need to balance the ability to teleport somehow, and we thought let's do it with a cooldown. Well, how we're going to change it is you can only teleport once every X turns. We're not sure what X is yet. But that way, you teleport, it's as though you just moved once. So your cooldown after teleporting is not super long. It's normal, which means that now melee, now Zapper, all this stuff is going to get a lot better. In fact, it might get too good. So we might need to make teleport take 3 slots. So you might have melee 3, teleport 3, but then you only have 1 slot left because you only have 7 slots. And I don't know what you'd put in that. Maybe a shield or something. Okay. Yeah, so I want to clean up this list. This is what I'm going to write down here. Clean up this list and then maybe finish one more test, then check in, then lunch, then the rest of the test. Yeah. You should also add when a bot dies, it explodes, can be weak. Yeah, so this is one of the things we actually talked about yesterday, and I really, really like this idea. I think this is awesome. I can't copy paste it because I don't know where it is, but I'll just describe it then. So buffs right now are these things. So here are all the buffs that we have right now. We have lifesteal, artillery splash damage, blah, blah, blah. These are every single one of them is pure upside, and there's no conditions. So lifesteal is just lifesteal. It works, and you don't need to code anything different. So those are like, I don't know what we'd call those. I guess we'd call those like straightforward buffs. So now they're going to be conditional buffs. This is something like when on an even column, do plus 40% damage or something like that. So now you actually should modify your code in order to take advantage of this buff. But then we were also thinking of on death buffs. Like when your bot dies, AoE heal the allies around it, whatever. You know, like there are plenty of things that can fit into this. When your bot dies, AoE damage the enemies around it. When your bot dies, we actually came up with a really interesting one. I don't know how this will work, and I'd be curious to hear your thoughts. When your bot dies, redeploy it where it died. So imagine if you had one bot and you were facing the entire enemy team in this block, and then you died and you got recreated right where you died. You'd just keep dying over and over and over again, and you'd be basically feeding the enemy team way better than you ever could in any other way. But now imagine a different scenario where there are only like 2 of those bots, and you weaken both of them, and now you respawn exactly where you died. You could pick those off and then go kill other bots. So it's interesting. I don't know if it'd be balanced. I don't know if it'd be something that you'd grief the enemy team with or whatever, but it's interesting. By the way, our team just won. Go team! Except for I can't see that we won because the new match started. All right, I'm going to go with landmines, and then I'm going to not pay attention to this anymore because I really need to get back to work on this. So we're going to go with this and regen. No, you know what? No. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to go with this and then 2 thrusters and then reflect. And here's what I'll do. I'll say lay a landmine, and then actually it's gonna take me too long to code this. What team am I on? I'm on blue. Yeah, so if x is less than 8 and can move to x plus 2y, then move to x plus 2y. All right, good. So CE equals find closest enemy bot. If exists CE, if can reflect. Otherwise, move randomly. Okay, let's try this out. All right, so I'm gonna move left and lay I'm gonna move right and lay mines until I get to a certain tile, and then I'm gonna start to move randomly. And I'll reflect when I see enemies, so that hopefully I reflect some projectiles back at them. So let's try this out. What is Office program? Alex Twitch Watcher asks. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Also, website is down. That is possible, I guess. No, it's unlikely though. Play.bot.land. Are you currently the only one working on this? Not the only one working on it, the only one coding it. No, the website is not down. Another thing, Chrome was not up to date. Oh, okay. Fulk, is it working for you now? Are you in the game? Now it works. Oh, perfect. Okay, here's what I'll say. Fulk says Chrome was not up to date. So Skynet, are you having... Can you update Chrome and see if that works? Your drivers and Chrome? So Fulk updated both and it worked. Because that would be really good to know. Also, who's doing that with my lights? Pizza Belly. Okay. I hope you're having fun, Pizza Belly. We were once allies and are now enemies, forced to tear each other's bots apart. Alright. Neat. My bots are getting... Oh, they're actually getting some kills. Nice. Oh man. Alright, let's clean this up. So make sure life leech doesn't work on reflect. Make sure extra damage doesn't work on reflect. So these are reflect plus buff tests. So make sure life leech doesn't work and make sure, yeah, good. All should be written in, yep, done. What should happen with buffs and reflected? Yeah. Damage dealt should not affect reflected projectiles. Wait, I said this? Apparently I did. Instead, there should be a separate buff for... Oh. So this is make sure extra damage dealt is reflected back to you, but make sure extra damage dealt does not affect your reflected projectiles. There we go. Yeah. And ensure that landmines are buffed by plus damage. Ensure that artillery is buffed by... That's already done. For the do more damage when on an uneven tile, make sure this affects landmine. Nope. Wait, make sure post teleport and post everything cooldowns can be combined. So, yeah, that goes up here. Make sure buffs only last for one match. That's, I guess we'll leave that here. What do we have here? How do you export text from Sublime into your browser? Captain, I'm not sure I understand what you mean there. So how do I write code that eventually gets to my browser? You might have to be more specific. Also, wow, there's a melee going on in here, huh? Mr. Gascat has like hundreds of kills. Oh, because of EverX is not doing anything. We're tearing you guys apart. Alright, I'll kill my bots. You guys have enough chaos in this arena already. I'm not going to make it harder for you guys. There. How to execute. So, Captain, I think... I think what you're asking is, yeah, how do I execute code from Sublime in my browser? And the short story... Don't laugh. I'm sorry. I just looked at your kill or your deaths and they were at like 228. In short, you'd make a web page and you'd make it include files from your hard drive, and then when you modify files on your hard drive, then this web page would pull the files from it. That's in short. To actually tell you more specifics, I'd probably have to spend more time, and I don't want to do that right now. Accidentally pressed my home page button. I want to write my own bot, but it's not working. Let me know how it's not working. So whenever, and you should keep this in mind for the future, it's not just for Botland, but for any sort of software that you use, if you come across a bug, the person who wrote the software is going to want to know, what did you do to get into that situation? So what are the steps? So in this case, it might be, I opened up JavaScript and I typed some code and I pressed deploy. Okay, great. Those are the steps. Then what did you expect to happen? Okay, I expected to be able to deploy a bot, and then what actually happened? Well, I didn't see a bot get deployed. So that is enough detail. And then you also want to include something like what browser are you in, what operating system are you on. But that's enough detail for me to be able to reproduce this myself and then go figure out what the problem was. And sometimes what it comes down to is something like this. The steps are, I clicked my bot. And what you expected is a dialog popped up. And what actually happens is nothing. And I say, well, that's not a bug, but it is good to know that this is what you expected to happen, because now I can use that to modify the game, make players happier. And thanks, Trump, for explaining how to play the game in the game. That's pretty good. And I'll paste this again. Anyone who wants to play the game and doesn't have it, or anyone who is playing the game and doesn't realize how you're supposed to play it, watch that video. It'll teach you how to interact with the game in a basic way. So I want to finish one more test. Let's do missile range, because missile range is really easy. So we're going to do this. We're going to say missile range. So we're going to apply the missile range buff to player 1. And we're going to write a test like this. Wait, where's the missiles? Yeah, missile test. Here we go. So I want code that's pretty similar to this. We're going to say, yeah, we're going to do this. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say, give missile code to player 1, make a bot at 0. Oh, whoops. We're going to need to... how do we do this? So... yeah, for me to do this, I need to go to before each. I need to set the missile range on everyone's I need to set the missile range to a certain number. We'll just do this here. We'll say missile range is going to be set to 4. So yeah, all missiles now shoot 4 tiles away. So we're going to put a bot that's 5 tiles away, and we're going to say update the missile bot. This will not fire a missile because the bot is too far away. So what we do now is we say assert health. We can say assert full. Oh, we don't have that. TSS dot. Okay, fine. Full life. And we're going to say the target bot is at full life. Then we're going to grant the buff to the player. And now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to shoot a missile. Now the range will be 5, and we should be able to hit them with our missiles. So we update the bot, and then we say TSS.assert that we took damage. There it is, took damage. So we say this about the target bot. And we don't need the rest of this. Perfect. All right, let's run this. I'm going to get rid of this thing, and let's just close that tab entirely, and I will run this test. All right, I got it to work with Firefox. I had to go to About Config and enable WebGL. That was disabled by default. Okay, Skynet. Rug says maybe add a built-in bug tracker, which also gathers PC info. Gathering PC info from JavaScript, I don't think is possible. But a built-in bug tracker, I'm not going to end up doing, because the bugs right now are tracked in GitHub, and since you play the game in a browser right now, it's easy enough for you to just open a new tab and go to the GitHub page. Which is here. Which, by the way, if you ever need that page, just type bang bugs into chat and you'll get the page. Amper says, Searwater. Amper says, I forgot to add the blocks on the right side. Kind of hard for my bot to fire lasers if they don't have it. And then said, I'm confused. Geez, what are you confused about? Is it the stuff that's happening in the game right now? Because I recognize that there is a lot going on. And wow, the leaderboards, look at this. Look how many people there are. I'm going to take a picture of this. We're going to save this as the new most players in Botland picture. Also, man, the scores are very skewed. So in 5 seconds, you'll get your last buff of the game. And here it is. So I'm not even in the game. So I'm just going to pick this one, I guess, Regen Life. All right, did the test pass? Undefined is not a function at line 37. This dot get debug code. That should have been this. This should have been all this. Yeah, okay. I screwed that up. And then this should be this, and we delete this line and rerun. No, man, it's due to the fact that I did not watch the tutorial video. Don't worry, I'm enjoying this concept very much. Just tired. It's Friday and tired. No, that's all cool. And by the way, and like, first of all, I'm always super excited whenever anyone says that, like, oh, the game is fun, I really like it, because that is what I am in the business of doing right now, is making a fun game. And eventually, I'll be in the business of making this game profitable. But for right now, it's making the game fun. And eventually, the game will have a tutorial, and it'll teach you, hey, here's what's happening in a very basic way. It'll maybe put one enemy bot down that's moving in a square, and you're tasked with putting down a missiles bot. And then as soon as you do that, it kills the enemy bot. And you say, okay, great. Now I understand how to customize my bots and do whatever else. So yeah, Zan says, still amazed at your Sublime efficiency. Well, thank you. Zanz is the person who earlier asked, hey, why are you not using an IDE? And my answer was, I think I'm good at Sublime. So Entity did not take damage. This is not good. This is not good at all. We applied the buff to player 1 for missile range. And then we updated the missile bot, and we still didn't... Oh, I know what's happening. This is a very tricky thing that's happening right now. And thankfully, I'm at least enough in my senses to realize what's happening. But what's happening is that I need to set this before I run this. And the only reason this isn't working right now is because it happens to be the first test. If this were the second test, it would have worked just fine. All right, now I expect the test to pass. Are you able to swap hardware during a match? Not eventually, but for right now you can. But eventually it'll be that any hardware configurations you have are going to be set before you even join the match. For right now though, if you want to change them, then just trash whatever you have, put something new on, and then deploy a new bot. All right, the match is about to end. Actually, red team's done a pretty good job of redeeming themselves. Yeah, nice. Frugal says, can I get my health amount? You can. In Blockly, click built-in variables and take life. And in JavaScript, just type the word life. So you can say if life is less than 500, then do something. Zan says, you go so fast most of the times I can't even follow it. Making a clone of this game, planet-based. Oh, neat. Looks pretty cool. Even though I only looked at the pictures, I know that's a very superficial means of describing a game as cool. But all right, there we go. So we coded one of these. I'm fine with that. Now I'm going to go check in, and then I'm going to get lunch because it's been quite some time. So buff test. We have added in a test for artillery splash damage and missile range. So added tests for, and the other one, this one. Good. All right. What else? So that part's done. Next, test main. We still don't want to check in. Although here's what I'm going to try. I'm going to revert this, and I'm going to rerun the test, and we're going to see did everything work correctly. So actually, that's all we did. All right. I'm not feeling great about the progress. I feel like I could be going much faster with this stuff, but I'm not giving enough attention to this. So I've not pushed. And yeah, Frugal, let me know if you have any other questions. There are some documents online that could help with this. Oh, darn it, I missed the final score. There's some documents online that can help, but they're not finalized. So here, I'm going to pick this. What happened to, oh, did I delete my code? I did delete my code. Oh, man. All right, my bot is gone. Whatever, I'm just going to make a sucky bot that does this. Move. There. I guess let's add in reflect as well. CV equals find closest enemy bot if exists CB and, whoops, CB and can reflect, then reflect, otherwise move. Yeah, let's do that. I'll put some regen on the bot too. There we go. All right, so my bots are solely concerned with laying landmines. All right, so check in. I believe we have done that. Yep, we have. So that's done. And now lunch is on the list. And good, all 317 tests are passing. That is good news. So, all right, what was my roadmap for this week? Let me make sure. Code about 9 and 12 different buffs. That's done. Buff choosing UI, that's done. Then the buff summary UI, I would sure like to do that. So maybe we'll put off the tests for a little bit and do that. Hey Mason. Mason says, how's it been? It's been going pretty well. I don't think today was as productive as it could be so far, but I'm going to go get lunch. That'll let me take a little break and get back to work on this stuff. Which, by the way, guys, if you haven't seen, so I just demoed this earlier today. I'm going to link this in. That link I just pasted was the concept art portion of this stream. So you'll be able to see what the concept art for Botland looks like. Remember, all this has been placeholder art so far. The landmines, the bots, the tiles themselves in the arena, and eventually it'll be very different. So if you watch this video, you'll be able to see me talk about this stuff. Wow. Twitch taking forever to load. Yeah, so you'll be able to take a look here. And there's a lot of cool stuff. I really like what the artists have done. I'm going to write this down. Change Botland wiki password. Okay, yeah, I gotta get lunch. I'm very hungry, and this is the only way I'll end up being productive later today. So BRB lunch, 45 minutes. I have to take 45 minutes because of what I'm going to be cooking today, and it takes a little longer than it normally does. So, yeah. But thank you guys for watching so far, and I hope you come back afterward. I'll be gone for about 45 minutes, but then I'll be back for about 3 hours. So there's still 3 hours left in the day. If you want to play Botland, you want to see what's going on, then totally join and check it out. So yeah, I'll be gone for lunch. Oh, and Binu says, do you use something like fluid stance for standing so long? I don't, actually. I'm assuming that's a pad you put on the floor. Also, yeah, Mr. Gascat, I know about that. I just haven't figured out exactly what's causing that. And I think it's a Blockly thing, but thank you for reporting it. Okay, yeah, I'm going away for lunch. So hopefully see you guys later. If not, then maybe next week. Okay, see ya. I'm back. I'm going to read chat. But first, I'm going to connect to the server. Wow, people are going nuts. I'm at the bottom of the charts. Time to fix it. Go artillery bots. Okay, now let's read chat. Okay, thankfully I didn't miss too much. Wait. I think we need a healing bot. Imagine the bot teleporting other allies and healing them. Yeah, a healing bot's probably going to be in there at some point. The cooldown after teleporting is pretty crippling. I get it, teleport is strong, but with how long it is, and even being able to teleport half the artillery distance is pretty punishing. Yeah. Okay, so, Red Kazan, I don't know if you're still here, but I'm going to say this anyway. Teleporting will be changed at some point. There are plans to make it so that there's no post-teleport cooldown, and instead you can only teleport once every X turns. G-Star Gaming says, hey Adam, are you going to do the design /UI/UX by yourself? No. So the company that I founded is founded by two people, myself and one other person, and the first person we hired was the guy who's going to handle like the entire look and feel of the game basically. And so one of the things that I showed earlier, wait, I want to check my KDR, 1.18. All right, pretty good. I helped my team. One of the things I showed earlier today is the concept art that came out of our first round of concept art. And that is one of the things that our like UX lead handled. So he hired 4 artists and they made that art. So there are 4 different artists' work that's shown when you click that link. Because if I were to rate myself on a scale of 1 to 10 at how good of a UI and user experience I could design, I don't think I'd be a 1, but I don't think it'd be any higher than like a 7. I'd probably rate myself at a 5 or a 6. Like, I could design something, and don't take this as like how I designed it. This was all just let's get something thrown together as fast as possible. If I actually took the time and thought about it and thought how will people interact with this, I think I can come up with something decent. But that's it, decent. It wouldn't be like great, and we want something great. Okay, so let's increase damage dealt, and I'm gonna I'm gonna deploy this bot, and then I'm gonna stop paying attention because there's lots to do. Lots to do. And I will remind everyone about this little tidbit, which is that you can spend just 21 points and you can get access to the game right now, so that in 30 seconds when the game starts, you'll be able to play it. Now we have more tests to work on. So the framework is done. Lunch is done. It's these things that need to be done. And you know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to push the history UI until next week. And I think after this is done, I think post buffs is going to be like bots from 5 to 3, fix teleporting ? And I'll just write etc. So changes along those lines. All right, there we go. Go blue team. Oh man. So right now, the default bot names or whatever your username is, you could always customize these if you wanted to. In the actual game, actually, you know what? Do bot names even make sense? Maybe they don't make sense. I don't know. I'm going to write this down. Maybe we should... No, I think bot names should be a thing. I think it'd be funny. Hey, Programmer D. But yeah, Red Kazan, I definitely know what you mean, and I see you're trying out teleporting strategies. There is one way to abuse teleport right now if you want to do this. So the way that teleport works is that there's a post-teleport cooldown of something that's ridiculous. So either 400%, 300%, or 250%. So what you can do is you can cloak first, then teleport, and for the entirety of this time, you will be cloaked. Because during this time, your cloaking is not running out. It only runs out on your own turn. And since you're not getting your turn, you can kind of abuse it that way. This will eventually be changed, like I said, so teleport will be completely different, and then you won't be able to abuse it anymore. Alright, so I believe we left off with no outstanding code. Whoops, I did not mean to press that. Yep, no outstanding code. So let's go into test main. We're gonna... Oh, whoops. I never tested everything all at once. That's why... I thought about this. It says 317 tests, and I thought about it, and I'm like, wait a second, didn't I just write more? And I did. I just never ran them. Well, I ran them at one point, just not all together. I was zapping pre-teleport, but the game is so defense heavy that you still get pretty beat up. So Zapper probably does not work how you expect it to with teleport. I closed that tab. Anyway, the way that it works is this. Let's say you zap and then you teleport. You will do damage when you teleport, but then not until your turn shows up again. So basically, this lets you do a very small amount of damage, zapping and then teleporting. It'd be like 150 damage. And so your next turn would be an extra like 3 seconds. After those 3 seconds and your turn hits again, then you'll zap for the second time. So I know it seems a little bit weird, but this is a game design decision we made. If you walk into an enemy zapper field, you don't take damage. It's only when they like activate it that it takes damage or they move into you. How is the command to give points to others? It's !gift. So it's gift person amount. So like gift, and amount has to be greater than 10. So you do something like that. All right. Yeah, I'll kill my bots. Sorry. And like I said, I really shouldn't be paying attention to this at all right now. So you guys can play. What was my KDR? 1.33. Okay, great. We'll leave it at that. In fact, you know what? I'll also close out of the server. That way I don't get placed onto a random team. Okay. Oh yeah, the other thing, bots from 5 to 3. I fixed it. Okay, got it. So let's start with the test. So we got missile range done. All right, so team percent damage dealt. This is going to be interesting. Hey, Kalyan. Let's do this. Should correctly apply the team percent damage dealt buff. Here's what we're going to do. How does this work? If we go to game server and we go to grant buff to player, that won't work because we need to do grant buff to team. We don't have... I think we test this API, but I think we only do it once. So I think here's what we do. We go into arena test, and where do we have like a set team? Yeah, we do. Okay, great. So here's what we're going to try. We're going to say set team ID 0, 1. Then we're going to ignore this stuff. I guess we're going to just put missiles on. That's pretty easy. And then we're going to grant buff to an entire team. Now, in order to do this, we need to say TSS dot grant buff to team. We say the team ID of 0, and then we say a buff. So we need to say TSS dot buff depot dot get specific buff. Get specific buff. So the buff ID, team percent damage dealt, which is really buff constants dot IDs dot team percent damage dealt, and then is major, is true. So get the major team percent damage dealt buff. Apply it to the team. So we say const team damage buff equals that. We apply it to the team, and then, well, we don't do this yet actually. Here's what we do first. We put this thing at like 1. We set the missiles damage to, so const missile damage equals 100. TSS dot set missile damage. So test simulation server set missile damage. What? Sorry, I'm typing the wrong thing. I had some pain in my hand for a second and just stopped thinking about what I was typing. That was weird though. Also, is my camera even on? Yeah, it is. Okay. I won't say anything about your melted keyboard this time. Okay. Also, I don't know, GStar Gaming, are you still there? Because you were just given points, presumably so that you could play the game. And actually, let me look at it this way. Yeah, see, memory keeps climbing up. And if I were to garbage collect right now, it would go farther down. But why is it that... I don't expect this to happen. I would have expected this max old space size to kind of cover this. Maybe it's the new space size that's doing this. I don't know. But yeah, once this hits 494, that's it. Server goes kaput. And I could garbage collect, but I think it's going to just... Unexpected token illegal. Uh-oh. Did I just crash the server? Oh, darn it. Alright. Let me see. I might have just crashed everything. No, I didn't, thankfully. GC... Why is... I can't even type here anymore. Hey, Miguel. How's your game going? Oh, wow. This entire thing just stopped. What is going on? Screen-R... Okay. Let's close that session. And let's hope that that doesn't happen again. That was really weird. I don't know why that happened. Screen-RD. Oh, the garbage collection actually worked. Strange. Well, anyway, now we can see memory went down to 380 megabytes. Alright, well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened there. Just bought parts for a new $3,000 computer I'm building. I gotta admit, I'm kind of jealous. I would like a $3,000 computer. Oh, man. It's not like my computer's bad. I haven't upgraded it in a while. So, yeah, you'll see that my CPU and memory usage is always greater than 50% now. Okay, so yeah, we have missile code, we set the missile damage, we need to make the bots for this, and then we update this, and then we assert health of the target bot is going to be constants.max minus missile damage. Okay, great, right? So this part's, oh no, this won't work. This needs to be on player 3. So now here's what we do. We grant buff to the entire team, and then we update the missile bot again. And now we should do... This won't work. The only way for this to work is if we do something like this. Yeah, so we need to say bonus. So damage percent equals, let's say, 0.5. Let's set the team percent damage buff to that, so that when we update this, now we check the life of the bot, and the target bot should have this minus missile damage, const buffed missile damage equals missile damage times 1 plus damage percent. Alright, there. So it's that minus buffed missile damage. Okay, good. Let's try that out. Oh, wait. Tests have been failing. Ooh, that's not good. Yeah, and this is all the string addition tests. Ooh, interesting. Spent like $8,500 in total on my setup? What? What did you buy? Are you, like... What? Well, you said setups. So I guess it could be any number of computers, and then I wouldn't be surprised if it was something like, 8 computers. But how did you spend $8,500? I'm thinking about trading my sister for a new laptop. I don't think it works that way. Okay, so 104 tests failed. That's pretty significant. And let's go to just the start of this and take a look at why they're failing. Entity did not take damage. This is coming from... Oh, well... Oh, I named this wrong. This is not an arena integration test. These are buff tests. But anyway, the buff tests are passing. So the ones that aren't passing are these. So let's take a look. We have assert entity took damage. Assert entity took damage. This is probably working. Yeah, that's working. Okay. So then, yeah, what's breaking here? Arena test 55. Assert entity took damage. Enemy bot. And there is no assert message. So assert message. We can say this here. Plus assert message. Fulk says, wow, I just looked at the artwork. I'm very impressed. I like the concept of Botland being like an entire world where people fight their bots and stuff a lot. The artwork looks very interesting. Yeah, good. I'm glad you liked it. And yeah, I already kind of talked about everything back then, so I don't think I don't have anything else to add. Colleen says, I currently have one Mac and one pretty beefed up computer, and they have 4 screens each, so the money kind of... You have 8 monitors? Oh, man, I think it'd be really cool to have 4 monitors. I've never been on a computer like that. The most I've ever had is 3, but they were arranged in a line, and when you have them in a line, you need to really like crane your neck to see from one end of the line to the next. But if I had them in a square of four monitors, that'd be pretty nice. And then I'd have like Twitch chat and maybe my video over here. I could have a preview of my stream or something, and then I could have 2 coding windows at the very least. Man, just crazy. Okay, so yeah, why is this test failing? We are coming from line 55, which means that is this test should not have artillery deal splash damage to owned or allied bots. Oh, that's strange. This came from here. Assert that enemy bot took damage. I think I know what's doing this. But I also think this is pretty weird. Because I have an after each test. This should just be before each. I don't know why I did this. Like we don't want this at all. This is just not going to do anything. We'll put this here. Is this enough to fix everything? Like, can I do this dot set artillery? You know what? I'm just going to do this in the test. If a test needs something, it should be modifying it. So let's try this out. I'll say TSS dot set artillery damage to 100 and let's say 30 splash damage. Let's try running that. How do I see concept art? Oh yeah, good. Thanks, Folk. How big is your workplace? It's on 2 desks. Yeah. Hey, Technical Freak. 2 corner desks. That's crazy. Sounds like a good setup. All right, so I'd like to say that I actually did test this. That's fine. Yeah, and thanks for the follow, McBrainiac. You will get a link in a little while that'll let you control my lights. So it'll look like spam. It's not spam. Do you really hate Alt-Tab? Do I just not use it a lot? Is that what you see me doing? I really like, so in Windows, Windows key 1 is going to be Chrome, Windows key 2 is going to be Explorer, Windows key 3 is this. So my shortcut for Conemu is always Windows key Alt-X. And then my shortcut for Sublime is always Windows key 3 because it's the third thing. So I like going directly to whatever window I want to go to. Alt-Tab is sometimes unreliable in that you have to remember more state. And I don't seem to do that well, so... This is very strange. Entity did not take damage. Enemy bot. So... Enemy bots on team 3. Or with player 3. The team is 2. So they are 2 different teams. Why did this not take damage? Did artillery even land? Did artillery even get fired? Are there other problems here? Such as, needing artillery in the first place. Where does artillery come from? It comes from the default slot config. Nope. Alright, I don't understand. I don't know what's going on. Does that mean splash damage will be a good buff? Splash damage is going to change a bit too. There's a lot of stuff that's going to change. I almost want to make a command where every time someone talks about balance, I just say like, a lot is not set in stone. That was directed at the... Oh, I see. Oh, never mind, Red Kazan. I missed that. Oh, well, either way, now you know more about my workflow. Okay. Yeah, weird. So why this is failing is anyone's guess. Let's go into code execution system and fire artillery and see, is this even working? I'm just going to make this really simple. We're going to put this here, because I don't know what's going on. I don't know where this is breaking. I don't have access to a debugger this way right now. So this will let us know what's happening at the very least. There. Let's run that. I'm regenning but didn't pick regen. Do you have the hardware regen? Because this could be a problem. Let me take a look at what was picked. Alright, so red Kazan. Oh, you have lifesteal. That's why you're regenerating. Yeah, you picked lifesteal last time. You picked, the last thing you picked was post-teleport cooldown, but you picked lifesteal before that, so that's what regen looks like. But that's what it seems like is regen. It's not regen. Oh, see you, Miguel. Okay, let's see. Let's see what happened here. Oh, there's some... Whoa. Not more than I thought. Oh no, you got teleport cooldown. If you take a look at my screen right now, the thing you picked at the 26-minute mark. Wait, no, 52-minute mark. The thing you picked. Oh man, I'm confused. How is this timestamp? 22:26. Yeah, so 4 minutes ago you picked Global Lifesteal, and then at... No, I'm confused. That was the first buff. It was a new round. Maybe there was a problem. Yeah, that is strange. Wait, where did it say that a new game started? There should be something about started new game. No, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, Red Kazan. I'm not sure what happened. Severn Almighty says, what is, in your opinion, the best way to learn how to code? I think it's a combination of things, and I really think that this is kind of how you learn almost anything in life. Is part of it is trying, part of it is watching other people do it, part of it is some education. Someone tries to teach you how to do things, and yeah, I think it's a combination of practice and theory. That's really, like, everything in life comes down to that. All right, let's take a look up here at what happened in this test. I gotta figure out where this test even started. Here it is. So I should see... Should not have artillery deal splash damage. It didn't even work. Yeah, what? What's going on here? Okay, let's go into test main and get rid of everything that is not this. And I just want to see what's going wrong with this test. You have fire artillery. Every bot has artillery code. I guess that's not necessary. We could say tss.noop code here. But that doesn't matter. It's this part. We update the artillery bot. And it doesn't do anything. It doesn't even print anything though. No, this is very weird. All right, let's take a different test that's not artillery, because this is not just happening there. Let's go into 562 of the test simulation server. This is assert is string value. How did this fail? How is any of this going wrong? Oh man. Sorry about the bad grammar. No, don't worry about it. Test string edition. Yeah, this is something I haven't changed in a very long time. We get the first bot. We get a string from there. And I know this code is like almost not at all straightforward in how I'm doing certain things, but that's because I'm trying to get the code execution system within a code execution system. So users can write their own code in the game, of course, and I need to get properties on that. Okay, so all of the... Okay, this is very useful information. All of the tests pass when I run them without running these two tests first. Very weird. Very, very weird. Maybe it's because I'm making two different... Yeah, that's probably what's happening. But I think Babel has license to organize these however it wants. I'm pretty sure. And so I think that buff test is running before arena test, and that's screwing everything up. How else would this make sense? Unless, if there's a failure here, I guess it would make sense. So my hunch right now is test ordering is screwed up because I never delete the test initializer. That actually passed. So it's as soon as I put in these that things start to fail. Severn Almighty says, but how? Oh, so you want more practical means than that. Sorry, I thought you were talking about it in a general sense. I would start by learning learning Python, and I'd start with Codecademy. So if you go to Codecademy Python, this is where I think you should start. And you've got to keep in mind, if you don't know any code, I don't know, I'm gonna explain this as though you don't know any code. You've got to keep in mind that you don't learn how to program over the course of like a day. So by the end of today, while you will be writing programs, you won't be doing something like making Botland or even, I don't know, a weather app or something like that. It'll be more like you learn how programs are set up and how you might eventually use them. Oh wow, we have like the most active players in this game that we've ever had. Actually, I'm not even going to deploy bots. I don't want to screw up the team. Yeah, so this is what's weird. I want to see the order that these things are running in. We have... Whoops. The buff tests are running after the arena test. How is this happening? The arena tests only fail when buff tests are included? Yeah, that's it. So why is this happening then? What do we export from here? Really nothing. We just describe things and then we're done. I just don't know why this would happen. The arena tests still run first. It has to be something with importing here, which means it's something at the top level. Something that's not allowed to happen. Maybe this. It actually may be this. Let me try something out. So before all the tests, let's get rid of these let statements, and then let's change all of these to null. And then let's do the same thing in the arena test. This is really strange. So we put these here. Get rid of the lets. Oops. There we go. And then here we change these into nulls. Let's try running that. Sent you a PM, read after stream if you want. Yeah, I saw that I got a PM, I just didn't know from whom. And now I do. So I will read it after the stream. Would start with x86. Yeah, it actually is a really close match. Increases damage dealt by entire team by 3%. So if no one's chosen that, I'm going to pick that, and now the blue team is gonna crush everybody. This 3% damage will catapult us into victory. 7 KDR? Who has a 7 KDR? No, no one does. We might have had it. It might have been Frugal who had it. Frugal's actually got a crazy KDR. What is Frugal doing? Oh, interesting. It looks like Frugal's moving left, shooting artillery, then moving... Oh, no, I don't... Yeah, I'm not sure. Frugal's apparently got a really good strategy, though. Okay, it looks like all the tests are passing now. Perfect. So that was how I would fix this. Hey, William. By the rules of Twitch, I will now delete my account. What was the last Reed giveaway? I'm not doing giveaways for Botland right now because it's so cheap to get it. It's the 1,000 follower reward that's currently going on right now. And the last Lights giveaway was I don't know when. So let's run one of those, I guess. Oh, wow. Frugal wins. I'm pretty sure Frugal won earlier, too. I catapulted Red into victory by killing my bots. Red Kazan. Oh, whoa. Yeah, you had a really bad KDR. Orange Ray and I are sitting pretty at 0. 0 everything. We're offsetting both teams. Huh. So yeah, eventually, don't forget, eventually these resources will mean something. But for right now, they don't. Okay, so I fixed this. Actually, let's do it this way. Yeah, here's how I'm going to put these things in here. So for some reason, why would this screw up though? I'm not sure. It is a little bit weird. So this is what I want for this. Yeah, let me change this. So all the tests are passing right now, which is really good because they were passing before I started working on all this, so they'd better be passing now. And they are, and we fix this, and we move on to the next test. Have you created another game before this? Yes, I have. I've created a lot. I just haven't finished a lot of them. So the last thing, and I've linked this before, there was a game I made called Ophog. I made this with a friend of mine. You can actually play it through the site that I just linked. And if you want to play this game, like it maybe take you about 2 or 3 hours to beat. It's similar to Botland in that there is automation, but you don't write automation. So what you do is you place units, and then they go and act on their own. They'll follow paths on their own, and they'll randomly move different places, and they'll get into battles on their own too. Although there are no enemies here for some reason. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah. So they get into battles, they fight. You can play that if you want. Secret strategy paid off. This is pretty cool. I really like this. And yeah, red team definitely did a good job. Good job, red team. You get 50 smile points. Hey, Chief Mango, I'm doing well. By the way, if you do end up playing Ophog, just let me know what you think of it. I'm not going to make any changes to it. This is not. It's by the way, it's fully open source too, so you're welcome to go look at what I did and modify it. Botland will not be open source. Okay, so % global cooldown. There is a test I already wrote about this for cooldown. Should only put charge on cooldown when actually using charge. That's not it. That's not it. Should allow teleporting in range. Yes, here we go. Teleport code component. We assert that the cooldown is what I think it should be. Yep. We're going to do this. 50 smile points. You know, I took that from something, although it may not be an obvious reference. Kirby Superstar. There was a particular part of that game, Kirby Superstar RPG. I don't know if this will show up. Yeah, here we go. Where was it? Yeah, this one. Oh, there. No, it's called Happy Smile Points. Yeah. I loved this game. Such a good game. Kalyan says, I have perfect recall, so I remember every line of code you've shown on stream. That makes it open source. Am I sitting down? Yeah, I'm sitting down now. I had to be to hear that news from Kalyan. All right, we're going to go into this test, % global cooldown. We're going to write a quick test for this. So the way that we test this is by not copying this. We copy the other buff test because this is a global cooldown. So we want to know if it affected everything. We really want to know if it affected everything, not just the weaponry. But we're gonna test it with the weaponry. Should actually lower cooldown with the % global cooldown buff. All right, so I'm gonna write a note. Note: we only end up running the weaponry test here, but we should really try it with every single Terminator. It's the same code path, so I'm not too concerned. If all the weapons are working, then I think we're fine. So let's do this. Let's say % global cooldown is what, 0.5? Does that even make sense? How did we specify this? % global cooldown. Okay, good. And then the next part of it is, yeah, so we said it's 3%. We're just going to set it to 50%. Totally great. Don't care. Next we do this and this and this. And at the end of this, we verify that the cooldown of the source entity, so we say, where's that code that I pasted? This. So we take this, we put this here, we say code component equals get it from the source entity, and we check cooldown, good, and we make sure that the cooldown is this times the % global cooldown. In fact, let's make this a really weird number so that there's, oh, we can't make it a really weird number. This has to be, oh, we need to check, man, does Lodash have a function to check to see if two floating point numbers are roughly equal? It's not a hard function to write, but no, in range, no, I don't want that. Also, okay, good, yeah. Okay, well, let's write it in util. Right, we don't have some, yeah. Export function roughly equal. Floating point number 1, floating point number 2. And we say return math.abs floating point 1 minus floating point 2 is less than some epsilon value of like that. I don't know what you'd really expect this to be or not, but that seems pretty good. Chief Mango says, this is what I want to do with my life, write game code. I've tried to show this to all of my friends and no one really finds it interesting. I, however, really enjoy watching you code, even though I've never tried JavaScript. Well, first of all, this is what I wanted to do with my life too, so I'm with you on that, and I'm glad that I have the opportunity to do this. And don't get me wrong, like I certainly worked hard for some of this, and I also got lucky for other parts of this. So I was actually just thinking about this over lunch today. I don't know if you guys remember the first like week of the stream, but I was on Wi-Fi, and the stream would sometimes cut out and I wouldn't know why, and it was really frustrating for everybody. Well, when I moved into this new apartment, the Ethernet jack over here didn't work, and I had to call Comcast and they had to come over and fix it and whatever else, and I just thought like that was one very minor hurdle in the grand scheme of things, but still something I had to do, devote time to, wait for this guy to come over and fix it, and then like follow him around, and he had to go, I don't know, anyway. So there's a lot of hard work that goes into this stuff. As far as the appeal of watching people code, I think you need to have some interest in coding. I think there are a few people here who are more interested in the game or more interested in, they've said, my personality, I guess, but I think probably the majority of the people are here for a coding stream, and I think there are certain things you do to make that interesting. Returns true if two numbers are roughly equal. This is used for floating point comparisons, and we say this is a number, and Boolean. Okay, so let's do that. Now we have a roughly equal function. We are going to use this for the buff test that we just wrote. We're going to say assert that const values, well, let's say const expected cooldown equals arena.get tick time times % global cooldown. Okay, so now we're going to say that util dot roughly equal cooldown and expected cooldown. Cooldown was not as expected. Cooldown plus expected cooldown. Alright, we put this here. Actual and expected. Really hard work. Call Comcast and wait for it to fix it. Okay, I deviated a little bit from my original point by using the Comcast example, but yeah. Kalian says, I have your stream on one of my 8 monitors while I code myself. My goodness. Graga says, I think that when you have the game going in the background as you flip between code and talk to the chat, it really helps with the fun of your stream. Yeah, actually, I should do that as I'm... Oh, hey, Orange Ray is playing. I don't plan on joining this match. Also, Red Team has enough representatives right now. It's Orin versus everyone. And Chief Mango says, I feel on that. Before our summer vacation, we had to dig down the fiber cable ourselves to get fiber. 3 guys, 3 shovels. Ugh, that does not sound fun. All right, so cooldown is not as expected. Actual is 1,000 and we expected 500. That is definitely wrong. Huh. Yeah, this is landmine test. After laying a landmine, you don't have... Oh, this is wrong. I think. Code execution system. Update. Ran update. Yeah, where do I get this buff? global cooldown buff only shows in get cooldown. Oh no, this is called for everybody. But there's still a bug here somewhere. We evaluate the function, we get this, get cooldown. Cooldown is based on the global cooldown buff. Get buff from entity, active bot, get the % global cooldown. If it exists, then do cooldown multiplier times equal 1 minus cooldown buff value. Yes, and then multiply by that. Yeah, whoa, what's happening then? And that's the only test that's failing. And it passed with everything except for landmines. Landmines are the only thing that have this problem? Weird. Lay mine. Yeah, this code is no different from anything else. Oh, that is strange. Maybe... Oh, I know what happened. Never mind. The way that the test is set up is such that I can't actually verify this. Alright, so... I need to do this. No, the landmine test is... Wait a second. Yeah, why doesn't this work? There's a way we could probably get this to work. If we go into test simulation server and we say run landmine test, it's the source bot that gets returned, which is the mine layer. Here's the mine layer. The last thing that we do is we move right. Why does that not have the global cooldown applied? Oh, I know. No. Because of the order of how things happen here, we need to apply this at the very beginning. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's how we need to do this. We need to apply this buff sooner. Global. No. Here's what we do. We apply this here. And that's pre-test. So we call pre-test function. Yeah. Okay. And I got to write why I'm doing this. No, we have to apply this buff in the pre-test function because the source entity... Wait, we don't have to do that. We could just change how the test works. This is the smarter way of doing things here. We go into this and we run pre-test. And no, we can't do that. Yeah, okay. Back to this. We have to apply this buff in the pre-test function because the source entity... Because the landmines test works a little differently from the other tests. It lays mines from the source entity first, then so by the time we get to the mid-test function, we will not run an update again. Yes. Okay, let's try that. Alright. Folk says, gotta go, Adam. Really had fun playing today. Keep going. Yeah, I'm glad you had fun, and thanks for playing. And good, there's actually... Whoa, blue team is crushing. KDR of 3.42. That's insane. Worth it. I've been to your dulcet tones while writing I2C code to drive my old Teddy Ruxpin. I don't know what that even means. Is this a thing? Oh, Teddy Ruxpin is a toy. Ruxpin. Oh, I did not know what that was. Alright, let me read this over here actually. Yeah. I figured out how to make a crosshair. Oh, nice. Unity stuff. Cool. That looks good. Alright, what else do we have here? How can I buy hardware for my bot? So you don't buy hardware for your bot, Sixelo. And actually, this is something you should try to watch. Oh, yeah. How to play. Yeah. Okay, so you just put hardware onto your bot, and that's that. So whatever you see here, these are the choices that you have, and you can't unlock new ones right now. Colin says, what are you confused about? Remember, you can use my perfect recall to your advantage. Does the old buff remain in effect till you choose a new one? Buffs stack for the duration of the match, except there's one caveat there. So if you pick teleport cooldown, you choose that, and then the next time you're given an option, you pick landmines, you will teleport faster and your landmines will last longer. However, once the time goes down to 0 and a new game starts, then all the buffs you had before that are totally gone. Now, I said there's one caveat. The caveat is that there's one team-wide buff right now, and it is, where do we have it? It's this one. Team percent damage dealt. It increases your team damage by 3%. That should stack. So let's say 2 people on your team chose that. You should have 6% more damage across the whole team. That's the only one that doesn't stack right now. So you can only get it once. Will the same buff stack twice? So here's another caveat is that let's say you're offered these 3 choices at first. You'll never be offered those choices for the rest of the game now. So you can't, Global Lifesteal would stack, but there's no way to choose it twice in the same game because the game makes sure that you don't see the same buffs more than once. And the reason for that is because imagine if you got this artillery splash damage and it showed up all 3 times and you don't even have artillery. You'd say, well, that sucks. I was playing the game with the choice of only 6 total buffs instead of 9. So that's why we did this. And again, like a lot of this, there were conscious decisions behind almost everything here. Good. The test is passing, so we can mark that as done. Post teleport cooldown percent. Make sure post teleport and post everything cooldowns can be combined. Fine, I'll write this test. I don't want to write this test. But fine. No, this doesn't make sense. Teleport's going to change. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to cancel this. Teleport is going to be changed, so there's no point testing this buff. I was offered missiles plus range twice, I think. You can be offered it over the course of 2 different games. That's definitely possible. So it says the match is over. You know how I showed you that I had, artillery and landmines or something like that? If I see those show up again now, that's totally fine. That's okay. And by the way, eventually, the number of buffs that I have, expect this list to look something like this. Like, I've got to scroll through it just to find a particular buff that I want. I want that many in the game when it's finally out. We've got plans for something like 50 or 60 right now. I don't know the exact count, but 50 or 60 is much better than 10, which is what I have now. So yeah, you pick your first buff at the beginning of the game. I'm going to go with fast. Yeah, that's a bug. Okay, I didn't click anything. I fixed that bug yesterday, though. Did I not deploy? Oh, this is weird. Did I not deploy? Let me show log on this. Buff choices were hiding themselves due to a set interval call. I did fix that bug. So what just caused that to get... Okay, hang on. Debug main.debug store.get state. What are my buff choices? They're null. How did this happen? How did this happen? I should have fixed this. And it probably does not... Pattern not found, Adam. Okay, 13531. There we go. So artillery splash damage. And then what was this? It's 257 right now. So this was 9 minutes ago. This is... Yeah, apparently it chose this for me. Forcibly choosing a buff. What? How did this happen? Okay, well, that's the bug. I wrote this down at the very beginning of the day. I wasn't given buff choices. It turns out I was. It was just forcibly chosen for me. Conclusion, it is forcibly choosing buffs for me for some reason. Why? Why would that be the case? A case says, can you have more network interfaces than the number of NICs of your PC in Ubuntu? I don't know the answer to that. I'm not even devoting any thought to that right now because I got this bug to figure out. Orandrea says, can I see my current buffs? No. But that's the next UI piece that I want to work on, is you'll be able to see everybody's buffs. Red Kazan says, had that happen 3 to 4 times tonight. Oh man, and hey Quantum KO. Okay, let's figure out how this is happening. I'm going to take a quick break from the tests here, go take a look at game server. The only place where buffs are forcibly chosen is here. This is the only place in the entire game. And it works by saying if they have outstanding buff choices. So this must have been true, but this shouldn't have been possible. Because I also have started new game, which calls reset all players buff data. And if I look at that function, it's here. Go through each player by ID, get player by ID, reset all buff info. Okay, good. This is so far fine. Seen buff IDs equals nothing, and buffs equals nothing. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, there's the bug. I didn't reset buffs to choose from. And where do I even do that? Yeah, that's... Okay, well that explains that. So if you didn't, here's what's happening. Wait, how does this happen? Why did it even show me the buffs then? Well, anyway, I'm pretty sure this is the problem. I need to reason about this a little bit longer, but let's do this for now. This dot buffs to choose from equals this. Make sure they don't have an outstanding buff choice. This one is make sure they don't have any buffs applied, and then this one is make sure they don't have buffs marked as seen, or else they won't be choices in the new game, or else buffs will carry over between games, and this is or else they'll, well, I'm not sure about this. Rocker Vincent says, people are doing game development on Twitch now. Yeah, it's actually been going on for a decently long time. I started 4 days short of 3 months ago, so I haven't been on here for too long. But yeah, the section's been around for several months at least. I don't know exactly when, but I remember watching at least over the summer. But I'm pretty sure it's been around for a while. They didn't do anything to advertise it for a while. Now they have the creative section, and I think that links to the game development section. And yeah, who knows what else they're doing to advertise it. So this is one of the things, but the part that doesn't make sense to me here is, why did this get hit? So when we start a new game, this should have happened. It didn't. And then we generated buffs for all players, but we did that at the 0 minute mark. This wasn't done at the 0 minute mark. Let me take a look at this. Do we have anything about started a new game? No, where does that even get stated? Started new game. Started new. Logger.info, started a new game. And this doesn't print out at all. It must have been something relatively new. Started, yeah. I don't think it's there anymore. I think it should be here and it's not. That's too bad. Swag Kitty said it's been about a year. Okay. Rocker Vincent says, what game are you making? So I'm making Botland, and you can see the game playing as I describe it to you here. Botland is a strategy game where you write automation for bots. Also, I was just taking a look at what team I am. I'm on blue. So I can choose what kind of bot I want. I'm going to go with cloaking and missiles, and I'll put a little bit of a shield on here. And then I can write my automation. So I'm going to say fire missiles when I'm close enough. If I'm not close enough, I want to pursue the enemy. If I can see an enemy but I'm not close enough, I want to try cloaking first. Let me just choose one of these for now. And I want to try casting a shield on myself, and then let's just say move right after all of that. So I'll deploy a couple of these bots, and you can see there's one of my bots. It has shielded, it's firing missiles. I actually picked a buff that gives me more missile range, so I'm firing at a range of 5, whereas normally I'd only be able to fire at a range of 4. Oh, I'm surviving with like 1 life. There, I'm dead now. So that's that. If you want to, you can actually dive into the JavaScript code and start to modify that. And once you've deployed your bots, though, that's it. So you can see I only deployed them once. They're still in the arena. They've been redeploying, and they're firing missiles over at these bots, and you can see how many kills you're getting. The point of the game is to get the highest score, of course, by the time the timer runs out. Naruto says, "What's up? Some new features yet?" No, I've been working on the test framework for buffs. So if you saw buffs, then you've seen all the new features for this week. Rocker Vincent says, "After this game, you should make a first-person shooter." I don't know if I could provide something new to the first-person shooter genre. I feel like Botland is a new enough game. I know this concept has been done before where there's automation in games, but I think we're taking a different approach to it. For one, I don't think we're targeting coders, and the second thing is that there's a focus on strategy here as opposed to the automation itself. Time to die, Adam, is that what Orange just said? Yeah, I'm only barely helping my team. I've gained my team one more point than I've lost them, so I should probably just kill off all my pots. Okay, now what am I at? Oh wait, I wasn't even looking at the right player. Never mind. I've gained my team 4 points. So take that, Orange Ray. Okay, so I think that bug is fixed, but we're gonna check that in at a different time. What was I working on then? Landmine time to live. Okay, let's go code that. Yeah, should correctly apply the landmine TTL buff. So for this should be a pretty easy test. We'll say increase TTL equals 100. And we're going to say set buff values of landmine TTL to increased TTL. Wait, what is this? It's powerful. No, Adam, we want your presence. Oh, in the arena. Oh, yeah, okay. Or I do, since I'm solo. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. You probably would, but you're doing a pretty good job. You're winning right now. All right, fine. I'll put my bots back in. Yeah, okay. Just reading chat. All right, so we've got this. Next, we need lay mine code, or well, let's just say mine code. And the code here is just going to be, it's simply lay mine. That's it. Now, we don't care about that. We don't care about that. We do need to give the buff to the player, though. So let's do, oh, what's this called? Grant buff to player by ID. Here we go. So we're going to grant this the landmine TTL buff. Oh, cool. Quantum KO, I'll have to look at that after the stream. So we have landmine TTL. We have granted them the buff. So now when we lay mine layer, and this is just going to be called mine bot, sure, we update them. So now what we need to do is make sure mine has the right TTL. So let's get the landmine. How do we do that? Landmine entity. Here's how we do it. Okay, so we get entity on tile with component. Oh, we need the landmine tile then. Okay, good. So we put that here. It's at 0, 0. We get the landmine entity. We assert that it exists, and then we need to get a certain property about it. We need to get the time to live. Now, I don't think we've done this before. No, we haven't. So landmine assemblage, we have a time to live component here. So we need to get that. We need to go into component names, and we need to get the time to live one, which is just TTL. We need to go back into buff test and say get component, the TTL component from landmine entity. And then we check to make sure we say assert dot equal, no, let's do assert TTL component dot TTL is greater than 50. And we'll say TTL not as expected. TTL component dot TTL. The reason I'm saying is greater than 50, this is kind of a pseudoscience kind of test. In fact, let me just do it the right way, I guess. Let's set the time to live in the simulation server. So we have a before each test, and I believe, yeah, we haven't done anything to set the time to live. So we're going to do landmines, and we're going to say hardware constants, TTL. Yeah, so TTL is going to be set to just 5 by default. So that in this test, when we try to run this, we can say that the starting TTL, so start TTL equals 5, and then we set this to start TTL. There we go. So then next, we can verify that they're exactly equal. We delete all of this stuff, and we say assert.equal on this start TTL plus whatever we call the other thing, increased TTL. And this, TTL component.ttl. Great, let's try running it. Why don't you use constants, Adam? I'm just curious. What constants do you mean? Like, when you see a 5 or a 100, are you talking about those, or are you talking about something else? Did you disable my lamp privileges? No, you only get control over the lights in my room when you follow or when you win a giveaway. So yeah, you only get 45 seconds of time for that. And yeah, eventually I want to add in some Christmas light. What happened here? Oh, okay, that's fine. All right, so did this test pass? No, line 41. Oh, whoops. This was supposed to be TTS. All right, let's go into test main. Let's comment all these things out. Whoops, let's do it that way, the right way. There we go. Well, Pedro player, you could always win a giveaway. Yes, just in general, so you don't see numbers in the code. So I'm writing test code, and test code is, in my mind, like having a magic value in a test. So let me give you an example of this. Like increased TTL of 100. The reason why I think it's okay to do something like this is because this only matters for the duration of this function. And I set it to 100 just so that I know that there's a difference in the value. It doesn't matter if this were set to 100 or 1,000 or 10,000. So I think for tests, I'm okay with having that. And can I know that's not my system, which is why I don't think I'm ever going to fix that. Kalyan says, are you doing Ludum Dare next weekend? No, I am not. I will probably not do, oh man, I typed TTS instead of TSS. I will probably not do Ludum Dare for my lifetime. I can't say for sure, but the idea to me of coding a new project over the course of 2 days, like probably I'll lose sleep over it. And also I'll probably be distracting myself from a real project that I'm working on. I just, that doesn't sit well with me. It especially doesn't sit well with me now that I'm working on Botland, because imagine if I spent the Ludum Dare time working on Botland, like I'd get another feature done, or I'd get another set of tests or something like that. And this is eventually, hopefully, going to be my livelihood. I don't think it's, I don't know what I was about to say. So let's just ignore that I even started a sentence, but I don't think it's. All right, Regen, let's try this test. We're getting close to the end of these things, so we can actually do the other test faster, I think, of damage, less damage taken. So let's do this. No, wait, not that. Percent damage taken, yeah, here we go. Should deal less damage to targets with the buff constants percent damage taken, which is this. So we put this here. Let's say damage buff amount 0.5. Sure, this is fine. Now, here's what we need to do. We need to grant this to player 2. And this is where things get a little bit weird. We need to always assume that player 2. So player 2 is the owner of the target bots. So we grant the buff to them. Hey, Miguel. How was dinner? I can't ignore a bird recall. Kalyan in their eidetic memory. How are we doing on... Oh, wow. Oh, the match is about to start. All right, I'm going with an annoying landmine strategy. You ready? You haven't even begun to think about how annoying this strategy is going to be. We're going to edit JavaScript. We're going to say if can lay mine, then lay mine. Also, what team am I on? I am on the red team. So we're going to say if x is greater than 8, then move left. Otherwise, move. We're going to say here CB equals find closest enemy bot if exists CB and can reflect, then reflect. All right, here goes. I'm going to deploy 2 of these. Oh, look, they're reflecting missiles. I actually almost killed Red Kazan back there. Uh-oh. What? Who uses lasers? I just died to lasers. Hey, I'm actually... I've tied the game. All right, we need to deploy these bots a little bit better. We need to say and can move left, then move left. So let's kill off my bots and let's deploy the next couple. All right, there, except for, no, yeah, that works. All right. Okay, there's way too much of the blue team over here. Way too much of that. Get that out of my face. It was great. I had butter chicken. Well, good. Sounds good. All right. Nice. I like how this is working. All right, that's it. That's it for the strategy for now. Now let's take a look. Test is passing. Does this actually include the test I just wrote? No, of course not. So now what we got to make sure is this. We got to make sure that the targets took 1 minus this, right? So if you had 90% damage, yeah. So let's make this a weird number, 0.6. This is where we can't necessarily do assert. We need to assert like roughly equal. Maybe, oh wait, let me check something out. Maybe it already does this. If we do, let's go into the botland directory, say var assert equals require assert. And then if we say assert dot equal 1 and 1.000000001, does this work? No, it doesn't. So that's too bad. Yeah, that's too bad. Oh well. What is your IT function? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, it function. Oh, this. Oh, this is. Sorry, I was so confused there, and I'm like IT. Yeah. So it is a Mocha.js construct. It basically is equivalent to just run the test. The reason it's it is so that you get the cute little English sentence here of it should deal less damage, but it's really just run test. You could imagine that it just said run test. Check assert.equal for string and number. I'm curious. Oh, there's assert strict equal and assert like not strict equal. So it's probably gonna do that. Assert. Oh, whoops! I need assert. Var assert equals require assert. Assert dot equal. I bet this is gonna be true. Yeah, it is true. Okay, because see, there's a what's it called? Not strict equal, which is what the default is, and then there's strict equal, which would not work that way. Yeah. I still don't know how to get JavaScript. Can you help me? Miguel, you have JavaScript just in your browser by default. If you want to get it, so watch this. Open Chrome, press F12, you're done. That's it. Now you can just start typing JavaScript here if you want. Now I can say x equals 5 and console.log x, and it says 5. If you want it running on your own computer, you download something like Node, which is a JavaScript execution environment, and then you could do something like what I was doing here, where I typed Node, and I can do exactly the same thing now. X equals 5, console.log x, exact same output. So just open up Chrome. That's the easiest way. Got a KDR of 2 with my MLG bots. My MLG bots, I'm not... You're playing against one person who's not paying attention and who's just laying landmines. MLG. That's it. Let's watch you guys walk into my minefield. There. Watch this bot. Wait for it. Move right. Nope, you jerk. Move right. Alright, you've got code that never makes you move right, don't you? Or not past this column at least. Yeah. Oh. You're telling me that was really random, that just never moved right? Wow. All right, that was unexpected. All right, let's load up my old code that I had here. And let's deploy it. I'm going to redeem myself. Go red team. Okay, yeah, so did I test this? We have buff this, percent damage dealt, 0.6. Good. We go through every entity and we make sure. Yeah. I think this is going to work. Crushed by RNG. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. It really was just a random chance that thing was never moving right. But yeah, I basically stand no chance. Like, I'm getting absolutely annihilated by just these 6 or 7 bots over here. Look at the blue score shoot up. Oh wait, maybe I do stand a chance. What's going on with my KDR here? 0.76. If it gets closer and closer to 1, it's not. No, blue team is winning. Blue team is crushing me. I need cloaking higher up here. Let's do this. This'll make this slightly better. Here, I'll kill my bots. And now, okay, what's my KDR right now? 0.75. I'll deploy these. These are now cloaked. They'll probably do at least a little bit better. Yeah. All right. How did the test go? Negative 100 is not equal to negative 40. So we expected negative 40. Yes, that is definitely right that we expected that. Now we granted the buff to player 2. Did this work for anything? Should deal less damage to targets with a % damage taken buff. So where did this come from? % damage taken. Wait, what? I don't even see this written out here. Landmine, deal more damage, actually, should steal life. And then, oh, I guess this is failing. And it's a lasers test that's failing. So it comes from line 180 here. Yes, this, obviously, okay. And it's still doing 100 damage. It's very weird. Oh, darn it. Oops. This is supposed to be % damage taken. Oh. So, okay, I just buffed the enemies so they were doing more damage, and then, of course, they're not going to take less damage. I didn't give them that buff. Okay, yeah, that improved my KDR. Go cloaking. Oh, and I also, this would also probably improve my KDR if I switch things around this way. Let's try that too. Oh, and Atomics is now playing. Nice. Go red team. Is there a description somewhere of all the hardware? Yes, there is. And I will send it to you. It's on wiki.bot.land. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, and this has the numbers and everything. These are as up to date as they can be for right now, but I'm probably not going to be doing a whole lot to keep it up to date. The test is still failing. Negative 160 is not equal to negative 40. How did I screw this up? % damage taken, negative 160. It's still the lasers test that's failing. What is this? Oh, this should be negative, I think. Oh, whoops. Buff constants. No, maybe I'm totally wrong there. In fact, I probably am wrong. % damage taken. No, it is negative. Okay, so I was making it so that you take more damage. We're going to get there. Although this is the wrong computation, that means. Yeah, okay, so this is wrong. So it should be negative. So what do we do here? We say 1 plus damage buff amount. Because we'd added... Yeah, let's rerun this. Okay. And then assuming that works, there's one more test to write. So let's cross that out and look at regen... Oh, I guess there are technically 3 more. I'm not going to write these. Not right now. I'm sick of tests for today. We're going to write the regen test, and then we're going to call it quits and move on to the next thing. Probably this. Or this, or something. We've got a lot of things to work on. Man, I feel like I'm eventually going to get to the point with the game engine where it's done, and then every single day is going to turn into a day like today where, oh, just got to write 1,000,000 tests, or, oh, I've got to fix this feature that I'd already written but isn't perfect. But that's inherent to game development, and it is a beast. Okay, regen. So what does the test for regen even look like? I think it looks like this. Move around with 100 life. Add the buff. Make sure you're at 115 life. Oh, and then move around. Yeah, that's it. All right, let's run the test. This shouldn't be too bad. Let's try this. Okay, so we'll make this here. Should correctly apply the regen buff. So we set, I don't even care about that. We only want movement code. So we're going to say just move code. good. We're going to put this here. We don't even need another bot. We need to say regen bot here. We update the regen bot. We first set its life to 100, which I believe we've done down here. Yeah, source life. And this is used here. So let's put that here. We're going to set this of the regen bot to const starting life equals 100. So let's put this here, starting life, good. And let's verify that its life is actually that. Assert entity health regen bot starting life. Should totally work. Rat N says, Adam, are you a JavaScript developer? Yes, I am. And Protomer Boy says, hello. Hello. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm coding in ECMAScript 6 or 2015 or whatever it is it's called. I was saying ES6 this whole time, but I think they changed the name. I haven't been following whether that really happened or not. So our regen code starts like that. We update the bot. We make sure that it didn't actually regenerate us. So this is fine. We should actually update it multiple times. It should still be fine. Then all of a sudden we grant them a buff. We say give you the regen buff, and we only want to check to make sure. We should actually set the regen amount here. Fine. Okay, so let's say const regen amount equals 30. Let's set the regen buff to have the regen amount. And then we grant them the buff, we move them around again, and we assert that the entity life is this plus that times 1, and then this plus that times 2, and then this plus that times 3, and so on and so forth. And then we can delete all this code and run the test. Miguel says, I downloaded Node, now what do I do? Now you can just run Node from your command line, assuming it's in your path. So if you're on Windows, you can press the Windows key, then type CMD, hit enter, and then just type Node. If it's in your path, you will see a little caret prompt, like a greater than sign, and to make sure that you're there, you could just type like hi in quotation marks. And if it says hi back to you, then you're in business. And if not, then Node might not be in your path. You might not have installed Node correctly. There could be any number of things that could go wrong. The match just ended. Who won? Oh, we were 12 points off. My KDR was 0.97. I redeemed myself a little bit. Because remember, the beginning of that match was a 1 versus 3. What's the point of using constants over variables? Jhath, I think it shows the intention better than a variable does. So first of all, I'm using ES6. So instead of having something like var x equals 5, I would always make it let x equals 5 or const x equals 5. And the difference here is that variables in JavaScript will be hoisted to the top of their function, whereas let and const will not be. These are block scoped, const being constant and let just being a variable, of course. So I think the only difference for me in this case is that const shows intention. This is not going to change. Let does not. There is a transpile time check as well of making sure that you're not assigning to a const, but that's not done at runtime. Okay, regen is done. Let's check it in. So what do we modify? What is this? This is a bunch of console.logs, right? Yeah, let's revert that and then go over to here. And that's fine. That's a different thing. We fixed a bug here. So fixed a bug where I still don't totally understand how this works. Like, this is eventually going to force choose for me, isn't it? But how? Maybe I didn't fix a bug. Because I still don't understand. Like, I have 21 seconds left. I'm not clicking any of these buffs, but it'll somehow choose it for me. Yeah, I don't follow. By the way, anyone who's new to the stream, if you want to play Botland, it now only costs 21 loyalty points to get. That means watching for an hour and clicking the follow button, and then you can play. You can log right onto the server. There are a few people online. Sometimes they'll be playing, sometimes it won't be. I'm going to deploy some bots. What team am I on? I am on the blue team. So let's move right. Yeah, I'll deploy one bot. How about that? Emperor says, gotta get some sleep. Thanks for the stream today, Adam. See ya. Yeah, see ya. And thanks for playing. I hope you had fun. Okay, so let's go to test main. comment all these things back in, including that line, rerun this, and then, so yeah, this is what I don't understand entirely. This line of code was not here before. How did that screw this up? You had outstanding buffs when you generated new ones, though. That's the part I don't understand. You should always be able to reason about a bug, otherwise you can't be sure that you've fixed it. So when we said generate buffs for all players, we call into this function and we say if you have outstanding buff choices, then randomly pick one. Okay, there's one thing I could think of here. No, this is silly. Never mind. Okay, well, whatever. I think this was a bug fix. I don't know for sure. So it's probably still there. That's what we got to assume. Fixed a bug where if you had outstanding buff choices at the end of the match, they weren't reset, which meant you could carry a buff over into a new match. That's actually that definitely was a bug. I just don't know if it was the bug that I was seeing from earlier. But that's pretty significant. That's in fact very significant. And wait, what? Player.js is what changed? Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, good. All right. What's next? So here we go. Roughly equal. I've got that function now. Yeah, I fixed a bug where the arena test and the buff test could not work together because of how I declared module level variables. I think the test initializer was screwing something up. Now there's still kind of a problem here in that for each of these sets of tests I'm going to write this down as just a bug. After all of the arena tests and all of the buff tests, I need to dispose the test initializer so that I don't waste a bunch of RAM in the test. This would eventually crash stuff. I'm not too concerned about it for right now, but it's good to at least be keeping track of it. So I fixed that bug. I added in tests for many other buffs. Landmines, percent damage taken, regen, team, yeah, okay, we're just gonna copy this stuff over. Added more buff tests. This one, team percent damage taken, whoops. Regen, which I'll just type out instead of copy pasting, and percent damage taken, and percent global cooldown. Is that everything? Did I add anything else? No, that was it. Okay, yeah. Okay, test main, what are we doing here? That's good. And over here, that's also good. Okay, I like it. Check in. So we can finally kind of mark that as done. There are still some tests to be finished over here. I kind of want to archive this. So let's file this under remaining buff tasks. And we are going to tab this back and then this back. And now I think we'll archive this entire thing. Now what is this? Test buffs. Yes, that is mostly done. So now we'll archive this whole tree. Done. So let's mark this as done. That didn't work. Wait, did that work? Oh god. No, I don't think that worked. No, it didn't work because of this thing. I don't know. I don't know why this is happening. Hunches. Let's put... Oh, it was that one that didn't work. Okay, let's try this now. Can I just archive this? No, what's going on here? This thing, is it the colon that's screwing that up? Or the tabbing in? Alright, let's just do it this way. There, done. I don't care anymore. Alright, 1,000 followers, that stuff's done. For Node and JavaScript, what IDE am I using? I'm not using an IDE. I'm just using Sublime. Act Binary says, is that a to-do list in Sublime? Yes, it is a plugin called Plain Tasks. And I will type that in the chat for you. Plain Tasks. Alright, so yeah, these are the remaining buff tasks. I think I want to do this stuff for right now, though. Like, I'm going to say rest of today. Let's say this stuff. And yeah, whatever else I happen to come up with. So first thing is first. Let's do this. We're gonna go into constants, and this has been a long time coming. Right here, max bots per player we're setting to 3. So this is probably gonna break a bunch of tests, by the way. But yeah, I think it will break tests. No, we changed it. I changed it. So right now you can see that there are what, 2 players on the red team who are playing, but there are 10 bots on the red team. There are 2 players in the Well, there are actually technically 3. I guess I'm playing on the blue team as well. Which, how am I doing? Terribly. Just terribly. Alright, fine. Yeah, so we're going to cut it down from 5 bots per player to 3 bots per player. It'll cut out some of the chaos. It'll read better when you're playing, so you'll be able to tell what you're doing, and it'll be a little bit more personal in the arena. So yeah, let's wait for that to finish. This is going to be a very simple change because that's really all I have to do. Don't worry, Adam will carry you. Well, I'm not doing so badly. I've cost the team 1 point because I've got 1 more death than I have kills. In fact, now I finally understand why you guys wanted me to display score that way, of kills minus deaths. I'm an idiot. Miguel says, I did something the video said, but I still don't know what else to do. I don't even know what video you're talking about. So, what are you working on? Are you installing Node? Are you just trying to use Node? Also, the tests all passed. Good. So if I refresh this, if I go here, I refresh this, I should only be able to put down 3 bots. In fact, I shouldn't even need to test that out. I should just see only 6 blue bots over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Okay. Looks good. So if I deploy 3 bots, yep. Good. There we go. That works. Done. Simple balance change. Simple balance change. Players can now have 3 bots at a time instead of 5. Odegan says, nah, love to see people make games. Well, cool, and hopefully you love to play the games that they're making because you can get access to the game right now if you want. There are already some people playing online, and it's not really a close match this time. I can't say that. Blue team is doing very, very well. And I'm technically on the blue team, although I'm not really helping them. Yeah, 3 bots. This is what we've talked about. Climbing out of my KDR ditch. Red Kazan is at 0.6. Let's see if it goes up. No, it's hovering around 0.6. Okay. So that's done. Fixed teleporting. So this is, instead of a post-teleport cooldown, allow players only to teleport once every X turns. So what should X be? And then what does this actually involve? So it's update tests and change is really a whole bunch of code. There is a lot of code to change. One can shoot while cloaked since when? Since always. Cloaking is only undone by someone attempting to move into a cloaked bot or by it naturally just running out. So in the future, I just mentioned this today, we'll probably be adding in a flamethrower, and flamethrower will decloak whatever bots are hit by the fire. Well, check it out, my bot now has regen and is slowly regenerating life. Huh, nice. Miguel says, I got Node, but I'm at the... Miguel, I don't know what steps you're talking about. I don't... Are you reading a tutorial somewhere? Are you... I don't know what you're trying to accomplish. If you're just trying to learn JavaScript, I would say go to Codecademy and learn through here. Let's see. I'll paste this in the chat. If you click start, I think this will just have you use an interpreter right in the browser. Yeah. So I'll paste this to you. You can learn JavaScript through this. Alright, so fix teleporting. Instead of a post-teleport cooldown, allow players to teleport once every X turns. Oh yeah, and then lock teleport at, I'm going to say 3 slots for right now. Let me think of strategies. If it were 2 slots, you could say teleport 2, zapper 3, and then melee 2. I feel like that would be really overpowered. So if we do this, then you could have zapper 2 and melee 2. That'd still be, yeah, let's lock it at 3 slots. Miguel says, what do you do after you download Node? Oh, after you download Node. So Miguel, I'm going to 1, launch CMD, and 2, type node, 3, press enter, and 4, type hi. So Miguel, if you can do that, then you have Node on your machine. Everyone says, I was out of office for most of the day. Did we get concept art yet? Yes, you did, and I will link you the video. There you go. I'm going to highlight that later. I just haven't gotten to it yet. Okay, I'm still not helping out my team, am I? I'm essentially at -3 points. Or in an HSR, you are carrying the team, indeed. Go blue team. Alright, I do want to fix teleporting. So let's go into setup Blockly, and here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make it, oh, this is going to be hard actually. Make sure you can't hack in level 2 teleporting somehow. It doesn't exist. Okay, hardware constants, we go into teleport. We're going to change this completely. And at some point I need to write, like, update wiki. Go back to League of Legends. It says hi is not defined. Oh, perfect, then you have Node. So that's good, although you did not type hi exactly how I typed it out. What I was saying is type quotation mark, hi, quotation mark, and you probably typed hi, which would say it's not defined. But that means you have Node. So now, Miguel, you can start learning JavaScript. And I don't really suggest using Node. I honestly think it'd be much easier for you to just start typing it in your browser, but this will work. All right, so let's change teleport around. We're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna say tier 3, slot 3, range 5, and then what is the? We're gonna say cooldown of. This needs to be some number of turns, so that you can only teleport once every, let's say, 10. Now, I was talking to the designer about this, and we thought if you're using this to evade, you could always regen yourself back up to full life or use shields on yourself. So I guess let's just start this at 10 turns, right? 10, 2, teleport away, you shield yourself, that's 1 turn, you maybe manually move 2 turns away, maybe start lobbing artillery. Yeah, I think 10 turns makes sense. How do I get it to be the way you have it? Miguel, that's a very involved question. So for that, I would say you'll have to ask the rest of chat, and you'll probably have to look online at some tutorials. Going from not having Node at all to developing in this fashion, like, okay, I'll give you the shortest answer I can possibly give you. So if you save a file somewhere, let's say I save miguel.js on my desktop, and I say console.log hello. Now what I could do is I could go to my desktop and run miguel.js, and it says hello. So the steps to do this, and I'll paste them to you. 1, create a file with a .js extension. 2, navigate, run node on that file. So node path to file. Type this into your command prompt. And that's it. And that'll execute everything in that JavaScript file. So here are your new. Yeah. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to change how this works. Let's go to post teleport cooldown %. Let's change all of this. Post teleport cooldown %. This is now no longer a thing. We need to add in a component. Yeah, a lot of this is going to change. So cooldown multiplier, yep, not going to happen anymore. Just doesn't mean anything. So if the last Terminator run was teleport, then we get the cooldown. This is not here in get cooldown. That is not the place where this would happen. No, this doesn't happen here at all. We just get rid of this. There is no such thing as a teleport cooldown buff then either. Oh man. Well, there could be. Okay, no, there could be a teleport cooldown buff. That just needs to change. Okay, that's part of this then. Change teleport cooldown buff and write test for teleport cooldown buff. Everyone says, dude, the art looks super good. Really looking forward to seeing how you pull all the concepts together with Canvas or something for real-time customizations. Also really like the lore and stuff. Omega Core looks super good. Really impressed. Well, thank you. No, that's really good. And for anyone who doesn't know what everyone is talking about, it's the concept art video that I just talked about earlier today. So, yeah, so HSRU, you can click the link I just pasted in. And I'm happy with the concept art. Concept art, as I mentioned many times in the video, is not what's going to be in the game. So we have, that's like round 1 of concept art. We got from all 4 of the artists that stuff. Now round 2 is in progress. We've got a very small amount of that. I'm not going to be sharing that on the stream anytime soon, but this is, we're getting closer and closer from concept down into what shows in the game. And so what we've got now is, I like it. I don't think it's fully there yet, but it's looking good. And I can't wait to see what everything's going to look like when all this is done and all these systems are in place, and you guys will have been there the entire, every step of the way. I guess hardware affects a bot's appearance? No, we're not planning on that. So we just talked about the possibilities of it happening that way. I don't think it's going to be that way though. And part of the problem with that is I told you guys about customizable bot parts. So imagine if there's a head, a torso, and legs. If hardware modified how that looked, we might run into too many combinations and it's too hard to add new art. But yeah, it's not all settled yet, so we'll see how that works. So yeah, fixing teleporting is a big task. So let's just keep trucking through this. We're gonna fix this so there's 3. Good. We're gonna go into here, and we don't have this concept of a teleport cooldown. It just doesn't exist. So basically everywhere we have teleport in here is gonna need a change. We're gonna need a component that is called teleport cooldown. So let's put this here. We'll say teleport cooldown. We'll change this one to lowercase. We'll make a teleport cooldown component. So just like how we have a sensor cooldown component, we will save this as teleport cooldown component. Then we will rename sensor cooldown to teleport cooldown component. This now changes into teleport, if I could type that correctly. This is on entities that can call the teleport API. All right, good. We have, if ready, teleport. There's no need to serialize it, it only exists on the server. Watching Adam from day 1 skin. There'd be very few people who had that skin. In fact, on day 1, actually that's not true. At day 1 I don't know what my total viewer count was. I know the concurrent viewers, that was actually the highest it's ever been. And the second highest it's ever been was Wednesday of this week. So I had 67 people watching on Wednesday, and I'm still just consistently blown away by how many people watch the stream. So thank you all. You were the ones who were making the stream possible. HSRU was there at day 1. Okay, We have the teleport cooldown component. Next, we need to add this in. So in code execution system, where we get all of these other cooldown components, we're going to take this and we're going to make sure that this exists where it needs to. So set up extra components. We need to set up, if you have teleport, then you will now get a teleport cooldown. Good, perfect. Then when you update cooldowns, where do we do these? Update activated component. In will update we change this. Reflect cooldown. Okay, yeah. So we do this. Is sensing and undefined. Because we don't need to send anything out. Is sensing. There's no such thing that exists for that though. So there's no activated component. We basically just need to get the cooldown and update it. So let's do that. Let's go back to is sensing. Yeah, we're gonna do this. So update teleport cooldown. Update charge. We're gonna put this roughly where this is. Update teleport cooldown. We say get the cooldown component of component names dot teleport cooldown. And that's it. We modify the cooldown on it. Great. Okay, so now when you go to teleport, if your cooldown is not ready, then you can't use it. So we need to say get the cooldown component, and we need to do this. There's many parts that can teleport. Yeah, so we get that. Then we get the cooldown component is teleport cooldown. And if it, whoops, that's not right. Yeah, if it exists, it has to exist. So we need to say assert, no, wait. If you don't have the hardware, you can't have this. So we say assert util.exists. Bot has teleport hardware, but no teleport cooldown. All right. Then we check to see if we can activate it. So let const, what do I say? Can teleport, no, teleport off cooldown. Teleport is off cooldown. How about that? Equals cooldown component dot is ready. And we say if we're simulating that we just want to return that. That's not even true. If you're simulating and you can't, and not teleport is off cooldown, I'm going to change this to teleport is ready. Teleport is ready. So if you're simulating and it's not ready, then we return false. Rather, here's what we need to do. If not teleport is ready, if this dot simulating terminator, then return false. Otherwise, we mark it as though you ran a terminator and then return false, but that doesn't test your post teleport cooldown. So we do this. Oh, what am I doing? It's here. Yeah, so if you try to teleport and it's on cooldown, you'll waste your turn. Sniper Salty says, what kind of game am I making? I'm making Botland. It is a strategy game about automation. So you can see the game being played right now with real life people, and the way that it works is you'll make bots, and I'm going to go over this really quickly. You make bots, so I picked missiles and artillery and cloaking, and then you write automation for those bots. So I've got a strategy that uses all those pieces. So I'll cloak, I'll try to fire artillery, I'll try to shoot missiles. Then you deploy those bots into the arena. So actually, what team am I? I'm on the red team. So we're going to change this to left, and then I'm going to deploy these. Here we go. Okay, so now you can see my bots there, and they're firing artillery, and when they get close enough, they'll shoot missiles. I think they also try to cloak when they can. Yeah, there we go. So this bot cloaked in the nick of time. It's got 0 life left, and that it died. Okay. Real life people. HSRU says I don't have a life. Oh, nice. Let's do increases damage dealt by 15%. It's actually, I think it's better to take the decreased damage taken buff. I'm not sure what's better. Hey, Gliz. Lots been going on. Okay, so then part of the test that we need to do, update test. So make sure you can't teleport soon after teleporting. Buffs are coming along. Yeah. Node.js update simulator. Please don't do that, everyone. It'll ruin my day. Numerically speaking, decrease is greater than increase. Well, it does depend on strategies. So later, imagine if we added in berserk lasers, which when you were at low life would make you deal more damage, and you increase that even higher. But yeah, buffs have been pretty much finished. So at the beginning of the match, you'll be presented with 3 choices. You have increased... Oops. I have increased missile range here. These are randomized, so I don't get these every time. And then I get artillery splash damage or decreased damage taken. So I can choose one of these. Now remember, some of these might involve you changing your code. So increased missile range by 1 tile. I don't really need to change my code because my code is probably seeking out enemies and shooting missiles at them. But if I got something that said when you hit 3 enemies at once, you do triple damage. Now all of a sudden I really want to use AoE and I want to make sure that I'm getting really close to enemies before I fire. So yeah, you might end up changing your code. You might not have to. Positive KDR. How am I doing in this game? I do not have a good KDR. But then again, I'm also not really playing. So now teleport. Yeah, so when we're done with this, we need to add the cooldown component for teleport. So we do something like this in activate sensors. We have add component is sensing. No, here's where we do this. Okay, so we go back to teleport. We get the cooldown component, and we say at the end of this, if you try teleporting and it doesn't work, we need to set your cooldown. This is where I don't like this. Teleport hardware.cooldown. I need to do this pretty much everywhere. I guess, okay, here's what I can do. Yeah, this is a much better way of doing this. I can say if not this dot simulating terminator, then no matter what happens, whether or not the teleport will succeed, it will now be on cooldown. Close game. Oh wow, yeah, that is a super close game. 266 to 267. Oh, who's gonna win? Oh, it was a tie. I think this is the first tie game. I'm gonna take a picture of that. That's pretty crazy. Huh. Yeah, good game, everyone. First bot land tie game. Wow, I wasn't helping those numbers. If I had just not been in the game, it might not have been a tie. Nring says, what kind of game are you making? I actually just explained this, so I'll just do it very quickly now. It's a strategy game where you write automation to control the game. So there's no clicking your bots and moving them right and left. You write automation, and you do so either with a visual language or with JavaScript. So that's Botland in a very brief summary. Let's figure out the teleport stuff that I've been working on. So lock teleport at 3 slots. So setup Blockly needs to change. We had teleport hardware for like level 1 and 2. This is no longer a thing. It's only teleport level 3. So that part's done. Make sure you can't hack in level 2 at teleporting. I need to do that at some point. I actually think that the majority of what needs to be done for teleport is probably already finished. Let's try this out. HSRU says, I want to try a strategy of placing mines and teleporting to safety when danger arrives. Teleporting is going to get much better in about 30 minutes, so you might want to wait for that. Nring says, where did you learn how to code? It was a combination of hobby coding, formal education, just seeking things out, then having professional jobs. There was a lot of different things I did. I'm going to pick this, increase splash damage, because I think I have artillery bots, right? Yeah, this is my artillery bot. And I'm on the red team, so yeah, we're going to move left. And I'm going to get rid of missiles. I'm going to put regen here, and I'm going to only move left if, let's do this, if my X is greater than 8, then I'm going to, whoops, no, not 8. I want it to be 9. If my X is greater than, let's do 10. How about that? Then move left or down. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to be stationary once I get to that tile. And then I'm going to fire artillery, and my splash damage has been increased. Oh, except for, no, this isn't going to work. Atomics has a strategy of following allies, I believe. So, actually, Atomics just surrounded me. That is my buffer. Tried some goofy stuff and fed 200 deaths or so. Yeah, that's entirely possible. Okay, we gotta make teleporting work. And I want to do this by the end of today, definitely. Cannot read property slot cost of undefined. I know it's doing this. Tier number is probably set to 1. Let me refresh this page. Oh, this is not good, but I needed to get this at some point. So tier information doesn't exist. Or this dot tier information. Tier number is 3. Wait, yeah, what is going on here? Get tier information. Oh, this is an array, and the array is trying to access a certain member that's not even there. How am I going to fix this? I see, Dad. Okay, let's go into hardware data. There's get tier information. I don't think this can be stored as an array anymore, but this is constructed that way. Yep, that's it. That's all we've got. Okay, well, that's too bad. What do I do at this point? I guess I search for tier information. Hardware data get tier information, good. All that's fine, good encapsulation. Here we do, yep, that's fine too. Hardware data get tier information, good. That's okay, good. Yeah, all this is fine. So then we can change how this function works. This is the whole point of encapsulation in object-oriented programming. So instead of having this be a zero-indexed array, I need to have this be, I know how I need to do this. All right, yeah. Here's what I'm gonna do. So we're gonna say this dot tier information equals an object, and we're gonna say from now on that this is keys are gonna be numbers representing tier numbers, 0 indexed. That makes sense. 0 indexed returns a tier, a 1 indexed tier number. No. Then we're gonna say this is 1 indexed. Tier 1 equals, well, so 1 indexed. Tier 1 will have the key equals 1. Okay, that's what I'll say for that. Oh, see you, Miguel. And then we'll say values here are hardware tier data. Good. Okay. Now here's what we do. We iterate over this tier information, and we say tier info equals this, and then we say this dot tier information. So tier info is that its own class? I believe it is. Hardware tier data. It's got a tier number, and it's got a slot cost. Tier number equals tier info. Perfect. So now when we return this, we can say, actually we can have the same code. Yeah. Okay, this should work. Let's try this out. Also, I'm going to go grab some water while I'm waiting for this local world. Oh my god, I almost tripped. Okay, I did not spill water all over my keyboard. So, let's see what we got. Gonna go into Botland, refresh this page. And it broke. Slot cost. Tier information. Oh, this must be undefined. In fact, yep, it is. Tier info is undefined. That's okay. This is how did this work? Hardware data. This dot hardware data. Is this teleport? It is. Okay, so this might be fine. Get tier information, let's say 3, undefined, 2, undefined, 1, undefined, 0, undefined. What? What's tier number? Tier number is 3. Okay, what's tier information and how did I screw this up? It's an object of, what? How did this happen? This is very weird. Let's take a look at get tier information. What does this look like? Turn tier information. Tier information. One indexed minus one. Oh, this is no longer one indexed. Or rather, it's the tier number. We'll just change this to tier number. Yeah. So this is wrong. Digite. I'm sorry, I'm laughing at my pronunciation of your name. What are you writing your code in, Adam? I'm writing it in Sublime Text 2. All right, tier number. So we're saying tier numbers. This means tier number 1 will be stored in key 1. There's no concept of 0 indexing or 1 indexing. Yeah, okay, let's write that. Let's rerun this. Let's try out teleport. I hope this builds. Good, finally. Okay, now let's write some code for teleporting. So I'm going to say update equals function if can teleport x minus 5y, then teleport x minus... No, you know what we'll do? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come up with a way better Zapper script than what we have right now. We're going to say if can zap, then zap. We're going to say CB equals find closest enemy bot. If exists CB, so if can teleport CB and is zapping, then teleport CB. This should be pretty interesting. Otherwise, we'll just pursue CB. Otherwise, we'll move. All right, let's try this out. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to make a bot with that code. We're going to put in Zapper and no, we're not. All right, what's happening? There's an assertion here. What is A? Hardware teleport 1 is an unknown language block. I thought I removed that. Hardware teleport 1. Yeah, no, this is wrong. Pretty sure they haven't shot a missile this match. Guess my reflect wasn't doing much. Oh, I haven't even been paying attention at all. Am I even playing this game? I am. Oops, I really should have chosen what buff I just did more carefully. What did I pick? Global Lifesteal. Oh, that's not bad. Except for it doesn't synergize with artillery at all. Actually, red team's not doing bad. Good job, Atomics. Yeah, except for I picked the wrong buff. That was stupid. Oh well. Digite says, you got it right the second time. Do you have any advice for me? I'm 19, big into game development and coding, but struggling to find somewhere to learn without it being do this, do that. You think I should go to university or self-learn? This is a question that is actually asked a decent amount in my stream, and I honestly think it depends on how you are as a person. So you said struggling to find somewhere to learn without it being do this, do that. One of the benefits of teaching yourself is that you don't have that concept at all. If you go to university, you will be told, here's an exam that's coming up. If you don't succeed at this exam and a certain number of other exams, you'll be kicked out of college. I'm greatly simplifying things, obviously. What I'm getting at, though, is that as someone who's learning on your own, if you want to focus your entire effort on one language and one particular area of coding, you can do that. It's not necessarily the best because you'll need to learn at some point how you go from code to executing on a machine. The bare metal is what people say. It's CPU, RAM, how do things interact? How did your code get from your human readable code to machine language? And in that sense, I think going to college is great. But do you need it? No, not at all. You can learn all this on your own. Now, let us try this out. I've got my teleport code. And I've got, hopefully, teleport. Yes, good. Okay, so we got this. Now we're gonna put Zapper level 3 and thrusters. Let's try out this bot, Zap test. So now teleport has been changed so that it has, oh man, come on. This thing has to be within range of a target bot. Okay, it should teleport. Oh, it's breaking. It broke. Why did it break? Bot has teleport hardware, but no teleport cooldown. That shouldn't be possible. If they have teleport, we add a teleport cooldown. What does this do? Requisite hardware. If you have the teleport cooldown, the requisite hardware, we get the cooldown component name. If it exists, If it doesn't exist, we add it, we update this. Cooldown component class. Yeah, this should be totally fine. What's going on here? Alright, so here's what I gotta do. Debug main dot simulation server dot add bot cooldown equals 1e9. Then we go into the arena and we wipe out all entities. Then I put a breakpoint in code execution system. And set up extra components. Yes, good. All right, let's put a breakpoint here. And then I deploy my bot that I have with teleport. Deploy. That should get hit. Perfect. We step into this function and we take a look. This should exist. Good. And this should not exist. Good. So wait, what's happening here then? Reflect cooldown component. What? Oh, I know what happened. Oh, I'm a dummy. Look at this. Teleport cooldown component. Import it from reflect cooldown component. That's the problem. Well, that's why I debugged this. College gives you a learning curve. When Adipine says, hey, I think it's pretty hard to stay motivated while learning coding or anything hard for that matter. Going to university forces you to learn even if you don't want to. Okay. Yeah, so there's good conversation going on right now. I think here's what I'd say. If I were to sum this up in a way that doesn't make it sound like a hand-wavy answer. For the majority of people, going to university probably makes more sense. There is a handful of people out there, though, where self-learning is way better than anything they'd ever do in a university. And they give you different educations, really. Because, like I said, in one, you get to choose exactly what you focus on 100% of the time. And in the other one, you choose what you focus on for maybe 30% of the time. All right, let's try this teleport bot. I forgot to save this, so I got to rewrite the bot, which is not that hard. So we put that there. I put teleport and zapper and thrusters. I think with melee, this would be pretty interesting, and I want to test that out. So let's call this zap test. So I'm going to deploy 3 of these. Now, these should teleport into the enemy as soon as they find the enemy, which I should have also increased their sensor range. Okay, this one's going to get there. No, it froze again. What's happening? It's trying to teleport but can't. Okay, let's put a breakpoint in teleport. This should get called at some point. In fact, let's speed this up so that it definitely gets called. Whoops. It got called. Okay, so much for typing. Also, wow, hang on. I gotta catch up with chat here. What happened? Studying game design. I'm self-learning most of coding since university is focused on working on actual game projects with other people. It works great for me, but you might not get enough direct code teaching. There's no such thing as force you learning. If you're not focused, you will not learn. You are just getting information and executing it. I'm really into the coding. I struggle to focus on creating something in the sense of having a final goal. Once I have a goal, I'm dedicated. I programmed a couple small selection of software for tools in my current job, but that's it. So this is a general problem. I struggle to focus on something in the sense of having a final goal. That's like, that'll affect you in every realm of your life, I think. I don't mean that in a negative way. That sounded really like just as doom and gloom. What I mean is, whether you're trying to become the best clarinet player, you're trying to become a good coder, or you're anything like that, you need to be focused. They're very long goals, especially with programming. Programming is not something that I think you learn over the course of like 3 or 5 years. I think it does take 10, 15, 20, 30 years, and you're always learning new things. And if you're not learning new things, then guess what? Technology is changing to the point where you're just forced to do different things, even if it's not necessarily new. So the other subjects I have are much harder to learn. There is one to explore. Okay. Wait, what? What happened? Am I gonna 5? Oh, I missed it. I missed whatever happened in the last match. The cooldown after a match used to be 3 minutes. Now it's only 1 minute. All right, I'm not gonna deploy much. I'll just deploy. No, I won't deploy anything. But I'll pick regen because I like that buff. Okay, so teleport is still broken, but we are broken in, which is nice. So now let's try to figure some things out. Let's figure out where am I. I am at 7, 2, and I have picked TileX or entity. It is an entity. Let's get its target tile. Actually, let's not do that. Let's just debug this function. So we have teleport. Great. We have a cooldown component, which should be ready. It is. Good. So we get our X, and we get the target entity's X. Perfect. Which is at 3, 2. Great. We do that. We check to see if it's occupied. It is occupied. So we get a new target tile, which is going to be at 4, 2. Perfect. All that's working fine. What is this? Okay, good. Yep. Distance to that tile is not greater than the range. Good. Verify, move, and send. Wait, so what's failing here? Tile is occupied. No, no, no. Whoa, 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 whoa. What happened? Did we call bot moved? What's old tile X? Old tile X and new tile X. This should be 4, right? Yeah, it is. So then what? The bot moved, but then this didn't show it getting updated? I don't follow what's happening. Teleport is working in a very narrow situation. Gragas says, don't ask programmers about programming. You'll get a completely different answer from all of them. That's actually why you should ask programmers about programming. You'll find that it's a very diverse set of people who ended up getting into programming. And I've said this on stream before. I've known people who either did not have a college degree, had a degree in electrical engineering, had a degree in English, had a degree in computer science, software engineering, game design, game development. They're from, I wouldn't say all walks of life. They are still the majority from engineering fields, but you find people from all over. If I don't have a goal, I can't find motivation to do it. So let's say if I try to self-learn by creating a small game, I don't have the creative mindset to think of everything it needs. But tell me what it should have, and I can work through and try to build it. But I don't know anyone else who wants or likes programming / design at my level. Digite, that's actually perfect. So here's what you can do. You can recreate games that already exist so that all of the requirements, all the design is already planned out for you. And I think that's how a lot of people do end up learning how to code games. Take something like Tetris. Everybody knows Tetris. You know the rules like the back of your hand probably if you ever played the game because it's a relatively simple game. And what's nice about that is that you don't need to figure out, all right, how many block types should there be? Like what happens when you press the left arrow or something like that? It's all figured out for you. So for learning coding, something like that is a really good idea. Botland is an actual place. I can't read any of this page. Where's English Wikipedia? All right, here's English Wikipedia. Let's find out. Oh, it doesn't. Oh, it's this. I think. Yeah. This looks roughly like the page I was just looking at. Although the English one doesn't have as much information. Okay. So, yeah, teleport's not working. I don't know why. We need to figure out why, and we need to do so within the next 45 minutes. So, code execution system, teleport. All of this looked totally fine. You know what? Here's what we'll do. We'll say hardware constants. We'll make it so that there's basically no cooldown. That way it's always ready to teleport. Is there a way to check if a database exists? I don't want to create it. I just want to check if it already exists. I believe, well, it depends on what kind of database you're using, but in any sort of structured query language database, you can usually do like if exists on a table. All right, here we go. Teleport code. I'm going to make the simplest teleport bot instead of jumping into some complex thing. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to say find closest enemy bot. If it exists and we can teleport to them, then teleport to them. Otherwise, just move randomly. Yeah, great. Perfect. Okay, let's try this. So we put this here. We put teleport and thrusters, and we deploy. Actually, let's say move left. No, let's just move randomly. Fine. Teleport. Go, my teleport bots. Teleport into things. They're not. You can see them like pause. When they can see an enemy, they're trying to teleport, but they don't. What is going on and why are they broken? This will get hit. Great. Every part of this seemed to work. So... Wait, what? No, that was wrong. Wait, something was wrong here. What was that? Cooldown component. Cooldown component equals... Oh, whoops. Whoops. Okay, I screw this up big time. Like, big time, big time. What does teleport hardware even have? Oh, man. All right. That was stupid. All right, I know what's happening. Hattress? Oh, Hattress. Have you guys heard of tetanus on drugs? Tetanus on drugs. Actually, is that even what it was called? Hang on, let me search for this over here. This is probably going to return some weird things. Yeah, okay, no, it was called tetanus on drugs. Except for I'm still not going to show you these image searches. But anyway, it was this. It was Tetris, but it was played... See this like red and yellow background here? Imagine that like flipping through space as you're playing Tetris. So it was just a normal game of Tetris, except for it was like impossibly hard to see all this stuff, and it made you dizzy to play. Okay, so yeah, I screwed up a whole lot of things here, right? Post teleport cooldown percent. Here, this is the problem. Cooldown. So yeah, I don't need to even really write anything here. Let's just do that. Yeah, I really should have searched for this. Man, and then this stuff, none of this matters. These are tests. The tests are all broken right now. I already know that. So I fixed that, but I now need to fix one other aspect here. We need to say teleport is ready, needs to be done here. And then whether or not it'll succeed, it'll now be on cooldown. Perfect. All right. I think this is going to work. I think we'll finally have teleport working. And it's going to be, we're going to start it in the super overpowered version of it. So you can teleport whenever you want, which is ridiculous. Actually, that would probably be a really cool buff. Like, you can teleport at any point. It'd probably be very overpowered. In fact, there are things like this where, well, balance is going to be a nightmare at some point, but we'll get there. So let's just put teleport down. We'll call this teleport bot. And we'll also put down thrusters, and we'll auto-deploy these. These don't have any offensive capabilities, but we should see them teleport now. Perfect. All right, so these are idiots in that they will always just teleport to a target and then get killed by the target. So you can see them working, though. Like, they're trying to move away from it, but they're like moths to a flame. All right, good. Now we modify this and we put in the code that I wanted to have. So let's go into hardware. Actually, yeah, let's go into hardware constants, and we will change the cooldown to 10. Nice. Oh, cool. Man, this is gonna be so cool if people actually play this game. I'm gonna be so happy. All right, let's refresh this page. And I'm gonna put in the Zapper bots with the new updated strategy. Let's try this and Zapper and thrusters, and we will auto deploy this as telezaps. Let's just deploy one of them. Actually, no, let's deploy 3 of them, because otherwise we're gonna be waiting here. All right, so check it out. When they're zapping and they can teleport to an enemy, they will teleport to that enemy and they'll try to kill the enemy. All right, here I'm gonna fix this code a little bit more. Let's I can't close this. All right, let's do this. Move left. There. This is the code that I want. Folk says, where can I find a list of the JavaScript functions that are supported? Is there one? Yeah. Oh wow, nice. Thank you, Red Kazam, for listing that. Yeah, that's not the entire list, but it's a lot of it, and I need to update it at some point. And in fact, if you want, No, I'm not going to make people update this now. But yeah, I'll at some point hopefully go through that list. Okay, anyway, here's what we're going to do. We're going to turn auto deploy off. And no, you know what we'll do? Here's what I'll do. How do I want to do this? Yeah, let's just save this code for now. I'll just refresh. And we'll reload all that code that you see. So there we go. We'll auto deploy telezaps, and we'll see how this works. So now they'll at least move toward the enemy. And when they're zapping and they can teleport to something, they will teleport to that thing. And then maybe they should follow up with melee. But yeah, teleport is already something that's much scarier now. Whereas before it was like, nah, you teleport to something and then you're kind of just stuck there for a while. So let's see. Nice. It's cool to watch this. Yeah, okay, so zapping is still not a great strategy. You really get shredded by other enemies. I wonder if... Alright, here, I'm gonna start a straw poll. For the people who've played the game, this'll be much more relevant, but do you think teleport should... How about this? How many slots should teleport... Oh my god, I can't type. Take up of 7. Of the 7 that you have available. Okay, there we go. Wait, what happened? What? What happened to my poll? No. Okay, yeah, let's type that again, I guess. How many slots do you think teleport should take up of the 7 that you have available? 2 or 3. Create poll. Click. Oh, so if you click away from this thing, okay, fine. Wheatley says, I feel like all damage should be a bit lower, make bots a bit tankier. Well, good news for you. As of yesterday, we decided the same thing. So one of the things that I'm going to work toward at some point is we want metrics on how long bots live and what their median and average lifespans are after they've taken damage once. And we're pretty sure that they're dying too fast right now. So we're going to fix that. All right, let's see what you guys said about this. So here's, so that to give you kind a little bit of visual feedback. So if teleport takes up 3 slots, then you have 4 remaining. So you could have strategies like Zapper 2, Melee 2. But if teleport takes up 2 slots, then you could have something that's offensive at level 3 here. So it sounds like people want more utility with this, and that teleport should just be a 2. I'm fine with that. Glass cannons was fun. Yeah, the game will change a bit. Actually, people are kind of split on this. It's only 67%. Oh, the match is over. Ooh, Atomics. What were you doing? Okay, yeah, I'll make it 2 slots. So we go into hardware constants and we say these are both going to be 2, and then in setup blockly we say this hardware teleport 2. Okay, so now teleport is going to take up only 2 slots. Let's try that out. I'm going to try to come up with a strategy. Actually, you know what? Oh, darn it. I've already been placed on another team. But thankfully, I'm on the team with more people. So, yeah, let's refresh this. I'm going to try to come up with a strategy around zapping and melee. So, we're going to say if can melee, then melee. Is it will melee hit? Will melee hit? Then melee. Okay, good. Here's my strategy. Now we're going to go into here and notice that I screwed up some code. Tier number 3, that shouldn't have been a thing. Why did that happen? Because, yeah, that shouldn't have. Where's this coming from? Setup Blockly. Oh, I'm trying to add teleport 3 to someone. Interesting. Teleport and Zapper. Because we don't have that anymore. And this is coming from client constants. Teleport 3 is now going to be teleport 2. Okay. Yeah, Atomics, I know there's a bug. I just don't know if I fixed that bug yet or not. And if I did fix it, it wouldn't be fixed on the server because I haven't deployed yet. Okay, did that finish building? Good, it did. So let's try this out. And I don't know how this got to be in a new browser window. No console log. No, I know. I might have fixed it. Like I said, I need to verify that later. So we're gonna put teleport, which is now tier 2. We're gonna put zapper tier 3 and then melee tier 2. And this is probably gonna be like way overpowered. I don't know. Test op. Alright, so these teleport to an enemy and then melee them down after that. Yep. looks pretty powerful. Oh man. Alright. Yeah, but see, once their zapper turns off, they're very weak. I guess they could teleport defensively. So there are two different kinds of teleports that you're seeing. One is melee. Melee, when something is 2 tiles away from you, you can charge toward them. So you close the gap and you hit them at the same time. And then there's teleport. And so when you have both of these on at once, you've got a lot of mobility. Yeah, I don't really think this is overpowered. Yeah, I think I'll leave it at 2 slots then. So good job, chat. Bumping request for is red team or is blue team. The way we're probably going to do that is we're probably going to give you an API, because I talked about this yesterday too, which by the way, like everything you guys suggest, I will at least consider. It's not like I'm going to say all of your suggestions make it into the game, but I at least consider them, and then all the ones that I do agree with, I write down. Then within about 3 or 4 days, I'll have talked to the designer, we'll come up with something and added it to our gigantic to-do list of things. So it's not like you always see in real time these things get changed, but yeah, so here's what we're probably going to do. We're probably going to make an API like move to other side or move to my team's side, something like that. So you don't necessarily need to know which team you are, you'd just be able to move based on that. And actually, I think... Yeah, we also want a move to my side API for evading. Going to change a lot of strats. Even with 3, removing the cooldown will be a huge change. Yeah, no, I totally agree. And that's something we're going to keep a close eye on. Because we have one knob to tweak right now, and that is... Where is it? Here. There's a cooldown on how frequently you can teleport. At 10 may be way too soon. It may be that you get into a battle, you fight that bot for a little bit, and then you teleport to another one and go fight that bot, and it's too chaotic. And so maybe we have to up this to 15 or 20. In fact, let me just set it at 15 for now. That way, if you buff it, you can buff it down to like 7 or something. Technical Freak says, want to see the website I made? Sure, yeah, you can send it to me. And if you want me to not look at it on stream, let me know. If you want me to look at it on stream, let me know. I'll probably just do it after the stream. Red Kazan says, I'm probably going to do something like move toward X. Move toward X0, and then if I hit that, move toward X20 or whatever, and back and forth. I'm not sure I follow that. You just want to move left and right across the arena? Okay, so I think... Where's the teleport stuff? Yeah, rest of Friday. Here we go. So change teleport cooldown buff. No, wait, we haven't done that. Write test for it. Make sure you can't hack in level 2 somehow. Yeah, this. Let's look through the code. How does this stuff get validated? We have to go to connection manager, and we have a deploy bot, and we call deploy bot here, which calls in the game server. Get arena. And we call create bot. Create bot takes the serialized slot config, and we say deserialize it. So we go into hardware slot configuration and the deserialize function, and here's where we do things. We say deserialize a particular slot, so hardware slot deserialize. We get the tier number, and we make sure that the tier number, we make sure that it corresponds to valid tier information. So no, we do check this. Now, how to hack this anyway? If I were to hack this, I would need to be, all right, it's hacking time. Let's go into main, and where we try to deploy a bot, deploy button pressed here. So we serialize this right here. This code needs to change. So let's try this. We're going to go into, actually, no, we don't need to do this. Here's how we can do this. Watch this. Okay, yeah, we're going to make teleport, and we're going to put a breakpoint here. There. Now we hit the deploy button. Perfect. Next, we figure out where we are in the code here, and we take the serialize code. There we go. Perfect. Okay, so here's how we change this. We say, we're going to do this. We're going to say, our code is going to be update equals function. We don't have any code basically. And our object that we're going to have here is going to be hardware ID teleport. Tier number, let's try just using tier number 1. So if this works, this is very bad. Yeah, so the only way to check to see if this worked is to go into the server where we have create bot, and we put a breakpoint here, and we call this function. Cannot call create of undefined. Oh, whoops, we got to do debug main. Something's going wrong. Oh, no, we hit this. Perfect. Okay, so let's take a look at the serialized slot config. Do we have what I expect to have here? We have 2 objects. This is wrong. No, this is not my bot. No, make it stop hitting this. Okay, debug main dot simulation server dot arena dot wipe all entities. Man, okay, I gotta. This is annoying. Add bot cooldown equals 189. All right, there we go. Now we try adding this in. Perfect. Okay, now our serialized slot config should have 1 object, and it should be teleport tier 0. This should not be allowed. So let's try this out. When we get to the deserialization process, this should fail. If it doesn't, then we've got a big problem. Perfect. Problem solved. Okay. Wait, not an array. No, that's not solved. Hang on. We need to make this into an array. The provided slot configuration is not valid. Aha, teleport 1, marked as invalid. Perfect. Okay. Graga says, can you detect artillery and port away? No, you cannot. Red Kazan says, heading to dinner, hopefully my bots can handle themselves and don't get stuck in that corner. Oh, well, you guys have hit a stalemate here. So what team am I on? Red? Alright, I shall help my team. Let me make a melee bot. Melee, thrusters, level 1 cloaking, move right. Yeah. Do I have regen? Did I even pick a thing? Man, my bots are terrible. Okay, what was I even doing? I was testing teleport and making sure I couldn't hack in a better teleport. Okay, I can't. Good. Perfect. Okay, so now we just got to change the buff. Then we got to write tests for it, update the test, update the wiki. Let's change the buff. So instead of post teleport cooldown %, we're going to change this to post teleport cooldown. And we're going to say your bots can teleport. Oh, this is going to be really. Your bots can teleport after. See, if I said something like your bots can teleport after, or like 5 turns sooner than they would have been able to, you'd need to know what they would have been able to for you to know how much that's improving it by. Hey, Exo Gaming. Adam, I'm only here to say hello. I'm so tired. Yeah, go to sleep. Let's say this. Your bots can teleport after buff.value turns. Your bot's teleport cooldown is only that many turns. Yeah, so we're going to say the major buff brings you down to 5 turns, and the minor buff brings you to 10 turns. This is stupid. No, this can't work. Red Kazan says, amazing pro tip before I go. Don't trigger your cloak, shield, reflect until after you take damage. How you do that is an exercise that we do. The way I've been doing it, and this is where it's interesting because there might be a better way. I don't know. So what Red Kazan is saying is basically if life is less than 1,000, then trigger your cloak / reflect / whatever. The way that I had been doing it is this. Basically, if exists find closest enemy bot, then here's where I would do it. But this doesn't account for when a cloaked bot is pelting you with some kind of weaponry. So this actually probably is a better way. Good tip, Red Kazan. And Exo Gaming, I won't be streaming tomorrow, but if you have an account, you can still play tomorrow. It's just unlikely that anyone will be online. I just cloak if I see danger? Yeah. And eventually, well, yeah. Oh, nice. That regen that I just added is finally going to kick this bot back up to full life. And thanks to the thrusters that it has, it's regenerating much faster than other bots would. Wait, is that true? It's not moving. Oh, yes, it is moving. It's moving right. Interesting. Oh, I see. I do and did. I'll just be a little lonely, I guess. Well, I'll be back on Monday with the stream, so I'm only going to be on for another like 20 minutes or so right now, but yeah. I'll be back. Today we learned says I'm here now again, so let's start that, what you said to start that. What? Thrusters affect regen? No, so thrusters affect your post-movement cooldown, and if you... Regen is affected by just whenever you get your turn. So if you're moving faster, you're going to get your turn faster, which means you'll regen faster. I happen to be moving against a wall, so I'm not really changing my location, but my cooldown is faster because I'm trying to move. So yeah, thrusters actually affect pretty much everything that's activated. Like if you have Zapper activated and you move, those movements will make it Zapper last fewer minutes, but the same amount of turns, because your turns are going faster. So post teleport cooldown, we say your bot's teleport cooldown is reduced by that many turns. And I guess we need to make this a this util dot whatever. Yeah. Okay. So major buff is going to decrease it by 10. Minor buff is going to decrease it by 3. Okay, cool. So now we have post teleport cooldown. Now we need to make use of this. This should be actually really easy to make use of. Yeah, it should be. So here's what we do. We go into code execution system. We say get buff, and we get this. Then we go into teleport. We set the cooldown to this. What's it called? Post teleport cooldown. Post teleport cooldown buff equals get buff from entity post teleport cooldown. If it exists, we say cooldown component minus equal. Wait, no. We put this right into here. So we say plus equal this. There we go. Perfect. Let's see. Thrusters plus regen plus shield equals tanking bot. I'll donate $100 if you only code in standard notepad for 1 month. There's no way to donate money now anyway, but I would never take someone up on that offer. In fact, I don't think I'd want to code in notepad for longer than 5 minutes. I sometimes do it when I'm typing on a Botland script, and even then I think, why am I not in Sublime? Okay, so now there's a post-teleport cooldown buff. Let's just hope that we got lucky and found it here in the very first thing. Did we? Oh, it doesn't work that way. Well, whatever, that's what tests are for. So that's been done. Now we need to write the test for it. Why pick on Notepad? Exo Gaming is the ruler of, I just came in to say hi, and then 20 minutes later, like, yeah, no, I'm still here. While you're making a server in JavaScript under Windows, it's time to take one step further. Yeah. Let's do Notepad, and instead of ever reading anything off the screen, I'll use Narrator. Write a test for teleport cooldown buff. Yep, and I also need to modify the arena test for post teleport cooldown %. Yeah, here we go. Should allow teleporting in range. What is this? Like, what did I even do this for? I checked the cooldown on it afterward. Okay, yeah, let's say post teleport cooldown. Or no, we just say cooldown. Let's set it to 5. Then after updating, we'll get the teleport cooldown component. So teleport cooldown component. Post teleport cooldown. Yep, this is teleport cooldown. And we assert that this is just 5. Perfect. So that has been modified. Now post teleport cooldown %. That is no longer in the code. Right. Use text to speech for your chat. It's great. Test simulation server. We need to say post teleport cooldown 5. Great. Perfect. Okay, the only thing left to do is make sure you can't teleport soon after teleporting. I guess, fine, I'll do that here. So assert dot equal code execution system dot can teleport. Where are we? We're at 0, 0, and then we teleport to, oh man, this is confusing. Five, 0. Wait, no, this won't work. This won't work at all. We need to set this to 0 over here. Remove the cooldown on teleporting so that we can teleport one turn after the other. See you, Exo Gaming. Yeah, I will be back on Monday after. So this is probably going to be the last little bit of stuff I do today, is finishing up this teleport code. Are people even still on the server? Oh, actually, yes. Technical Freak and Atomics are playing against each other. Okay, so this is not the place where we'd test this. So where do we test this? I guess we make a new test case. So here's what we do. We say should not allow teleporting too soon after calling teleport. So we set the cooldown on teleport to 5. We write teleport code that all this does is it's just going to teleport to 1, 2. There, that's it. Good. We create a bot with teleport code and teleport hardware. Perfect. In fact, let's teleport to 1, 1. That way we don't get too far away. We update it. Good. We make sure that we teleported. Good. And then finally we get the cooldown. So we assert that it is 5, and we assert that TSS dot no code execution system dot can teleport to 2 is false. Okay. So now the only thing we don't have finished, the only thing is the buff for teleporting to make sure that that worked. That's it. So I'll test that, and then I think I'm finished. Now, I'll give you guys an idea of what's going to happen next week. So my roadmap for this week had to do a lot with the buff system. We're going to write the buff summary UI and probably work on the notification system. So I will push this off to here. Here's what those things mean. Right now, let's say I chose this buff, and let's say it was for the team. So it said decreases the damage your entire team takes by 3%. When I choose this, it should say to everyone, like, you just got a buff, everyone on my team at least. And then there should be somewhere you can go where you can see, okay, here's Atomics, what buffs did Atomics pick so far? And I'd be able to see how which ones are listed out. I might actually just put those directly in the leaderboard. I'm not sure. Cannot read properties slot cost of undefined. This has to do with how teleport is set up. I already know it. So we go into the arena test framework. No, we go into this thing and we say teleport is level 2 because the teleport level that exists is forced to be level 2. In fact, we'd probably make a constant out of that. Yeah. I think we make a constant out of that. We say teleport slot cost equals 2. Teleport is locked at a particular tier / slot cost. This is that amount. Now everywhere that we've been using teleport, client constants for example, which this does not include constants, so we can't necessarily, wait. Oh. There we go. No, we do have constants. Okay, so teleport. We put a teleporter here, constants.teleport slot cost. Good. We put one in the test simulation server. That gets changed. And we put one in Blockly. Blockly does not have constants here. Need to import just constants from this. And then we'll take this again, put this into here. So where is teleport used? Yeah, this. So this is just going to be hardware teleport. We don't need a 2 at the end because there's only one cost for it. Okay, good. Now the tests are failing. Why would that be? I don't actually know. Let's try this out. I find what's happening right now in botland mostly is people are deploying the same bot 5 times, and that's fine. Eventually, we're going to give you the tools to make it easier for you to deploy bots in different combinations. So you yourself could have like a support bot and 2 offense bots, for example, or really any combination you want. And right now, the tools you have are not really there. You'd have to deploy one bot, then go configure a new one, then go configure a new one, set auto deploy. If you wanted to change the second one, it's way too hard to do. So yeah, we do plan on having that as a thing. We just don't have that yet. So these things are failing. Let's go take a look at the first test that failed. Life status is not as expected. This is coming from arena test 193. How did this happen? Or rather, what did I modify for this to happen? Let's take a look at the code. I did modify a decent amount. But still, there should be nothing that was changed with lasers. We expect an entity to be dead and it's not dead. Yes, very, very bizarre. Alright, let's take a look through the code. There must be something I accidentally left in somewhere that's causing this to happen. Why is this not... That's teleport stuff. That's all fine. Yeah, that is all fine. Buff constants. Okay, great. Component names. That's fine. Constants here. Also fine. Hardware constant. Looks good. This is slightly different. This could be the problem. It would be hard to know if this is the problem, though. Let's take a look through the rest of the code and see if there is anything else that's very obvious here. Changing the teleport cooldown. No, but that should be fine. Post teleport cooldown 5. No, that's fine. And that's fine. Oh, weird. So how is this failing? Are lasers not doing damage correctly? I find it weird if lasers aren't doing damage. So let's try this out. We'll say fire lasers and then we'll just move left. We'll deploy a few of these bots. So I expect this thing to shoot lasers. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, so what's happening then? Should modify owner stats correctly. Lasers. Entity's life is not as expected. It could be because of whatever came from above this. No. I don't think so. Set laser damage to infinite. Get the laser bot here. Dying bot. Okay, well, here's where this can help. Let's do coordinates. Laser bot should be at 0, 0. It could be that they're not placed at the right coordinates. And that's where I'll just add this in, and every once in a while this will fail, and I'll fix it, and let's try it out. Because I wouldn't expect this to be a problem. It doesn't hurt to have this in, because we've created a bot at, let's say, 0, 0. Then we just make sure, is that bot at 0, 0? Totally reasonable to do that. However, if this is failing, this means that I screwed up some cleanup phase somewhere. How would that be possible? We could look for before each test. Oh wait, what's this? Yeah, this is post teleport cooldown. That shouldn't have been there. Now let's take a look. Where else did that appear? Tests are still failing. These are buffs. That's okay. That's fine. That's okay. And that's okay. Huh. Interesting. So yeah, I'm not sure why this is failing then. Let's go take a look at that test again. Entity's life status is not as expected. This is coming from 195. So basically, we updated the lasers bot so that it would fire lasers, and it didn't cause the target to die. I wonder if it did any damage. And I wonder what modified this. All right, let me sit down for a second. This seems to happen a lot on Fridays, where I'm right about to leave, and then there's just some bug I've got to fix. I'm fine with that. Like, I look forward to getting to the bottom of this. I just wonder what little thing did I change that would cause this to happen. In fact, another way I could go about doing this is I could revert all of my code and then check to see, does that fix this problem? Yeah, that's actually a good way of doing things. Let's try that. I'm going to stash save. I'm going to say teleport code. Good. So all of my code has been reverted. So at this point, if the tests fail, then I know it has nothing to do with teleport code, because there is no teleport code right now. And if it passes, then I know that I introduced it here. Actually, let me go check the server again. Yeah, okay. Things have finally died down. Oh wait, no, it's that the match is about to start. So I don't know if people are still playing or not. But I will find out in 40 seconds. Okay, well that answers that. All the tests do pass. So it was added in teleport code. How is that possible? Yeah, what could have done this? Well, okay, there are certain things I can rule out as just there's no way. One of them should be this. Yeah, and this too. This is client stuff. That shouldn't matter at all. The teleport function could cause something to screw up, but it's in that function. And this is only if this exists. Oh, also something I find funny, guys. Botland bot itself is actually getting some followers, which it's my chat bot. It's never going to stream, but I do find it funny that it's got 4 followers. I think, oh, 5 people have followed Botland bot. This thing will probably never be updated or modified at all. So Botland bot has been in this channel longer than anything else, because it's the one timing things. So it has the maximum amount of time. But you should really base it on how much time I have. Time. Yeah, I have 364 hours, which means my bot has been here for like an extra hour. I don't think this code has to do with this. I think that this comes from what would do this? The only thing I could think of is that it would come from here. Get tier information. Let's search for get tier information. But even then, I don't understand this, because this should be... Yeah, weird. I'm not sure. I'd really like to be able to debug this, though. Huh. Yeah, and then test simulation server was the only other place. Modified cooldown. We set that to slot cost. Okay. Let's see what we got here. This is client code. Wait. Yeah. And that's fine too. Tier number's 1 indexed, yeah. Okay. Get tier information, tier number. Yeah, okay. I don't know what's wrong. Let's take a look. Wait, what? Oh, no, we gotta rerun the test now. I'm gonna say changed teleport so that it is now usable once every X turns instead of incurring a very long post teleport cooldown. As a result, I also updated the buff and the test, the arena test, but I have not written a buff test yet. I'm not so concerned with writing it. If I test it manually, I think it'd probably be fine, but it's good to have one. So yeah, this is failing definitely because of the teleport stuff that I've added in, and that's most of the changes really. Should modify owner stats correctly with lasers, and the way that this is working is that it says life status is not as expected. Does this always have to do with life? How about this? This is coming from 470. Let's take a look at this one. So we set melee damage to 100, and we update this bot, so it should have 900 life. So we expect 900, we actually got 450. What? That makes no sense. We somehow did 4.5 times more damage than we should have. Yeah, something's wrong. Buffs are still being applied or something like that. Before each, reset all buff data. No, this is impossible. Something weird's happening. What would cause melee to do 4 times the damage that it should? Yeah, this is weird. Entities tile X is not what we expected. What is this? Should be able to teleport out of sight range but in teleport range. This is coming from 749. So we set range to 10. Then we try teleporting. Let me take a look at something. If I make teleport cooldown equals 0. Yeah, okay. Weird. It's just weird. How did I... maybe we go into Code execution system. Teleport cooldown component is correct. Do I use this from anywhere else? I wonder if this is some totally unrelated problem and has to do with... Nope. No, I don't think so. Weird. And yeah, all this stuff is failing. So this, we expected 8 and we got 0, which means that this thing never teleported. This is a bit more indicative of the bug though. Beforehand it was 0, 0. We checked that. Then we updated it and it just didn't teleport apparently. Code execution system teleport. The only way for that to happen though is that you need this cooldown component, which you would have if... Set up extra components should do this. We set up the teleport cooldown component, we add it correctly. Wow, I am not sure what's going on right now, really, with any of these tests, because there's a lot of weird stuff happening. Expected 5 got 15. Where's that coming from? 821. Got 15. That means we're not updating the teleport cooldown correctly? Wait a second. Got 15. Teleport bot.get component, teleport cooldown. What is, in component names, what is teleport cooldown? No, it's a unique thing. Yeah, it only appears in those two things. I will get to the bottom of this. This is 15. I set cooldown to 5. Alright, let's take a look at hardware constants. Teleport has cooldown set to 15. This is for... Oh, weird. Yeah, set property on all hardware isn't working then. Oh, maybe that's the problem. Because we're setting something on teleport. Oh, yep, that's it. Okay. Alright. Yeah, this is wrong. This is totally wrong. We'll say, here's what we're going to do. We're going to say hardware data. We're going to say get all tier information. We're going to return this dot tier information. Sniper Salty says, what are you using to do all of this? Looks interesting. I'm using Sublime Text right now. So here's what we got to do here. We got to say const all tier information equals hardware data dot get all tier information. Then we say for let tier number in all tier information, and we say const tier information equals all tier information tier number, and then we take this. Yep. Okay, now I try rerunning the test. I think that should fix it. Sublime Text. So the Sublime Text, by the way, is free to use, but you'll get a nag dialog every so often when you save. I think it's like 20 saves. And so I bought the license for it, which is why you've never seen the nag dialog, but you don't have to buy it in order to try it out. The only part I don't understand here is how is this causing things to fail? So the way this code was written before is I tried iterating over... Oh, teleport would cease to exist or something like that? I don't know. That's probably what was happening. But yeah, now two things are failing. So that was definitely the problem. Now we just got to fix these two. So this is coming from 782. I think we can fix this pretty quickly. So we want to see that this is at 9.0, but it's really at 5.0. And that's the problem right there. We need to set the cooldown of teleport to 0. Cooldown 0. Good, so that's problem number 1. Problem number 2 is coming from 804, which is now 805, which is this. And it is exactly the same problem. Cooldown set to 0. Test fixed. Now we can check this in. Okay, let me just take another quick look over my code though. Now, starting to talk about my next stream. Like I said, next week we're going to finish up some of the buff stuff. It might take a day or two. and then we'll move on from there. Wait, actually, hang on. Let me take a look at this. Summary my notification. I think we might start working on accounts next week. Oh, man. That's going to be intense. Yeah, yeah. I think that's what we're working toward. Man, if we get a lot of progress with this in December. Okay, well, there's a lot to do. Maybe next week we'll focus on not accounts yet. I really want to get to accounts. I think accounts are going to be awesome because, well, I'll talk about this more next week, I think. I've talked about it a little bit before, but also I don't have a ton of people watching right now, and I'm not going to code it yet anyway. So once I code it is when I will talk about it more. So let's take a look at this stuff. Good. Yeah, that's all fine. Good. So all the tests pass. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to refresh this until I get to the point where I have that new... Oh, there it was. Your bots teleport... Well, I refreshed the page. Tisk, Adam. Where can I download that database on my laptop? I don't know what database you're talking about, but Sublime Text you can download from sublimetext.com. Okay, buff constants. Yep, that's done. This is good. This is good. Yep. We just need to comment this. Hardware data, we say, gets all tier information for this hardware data. This is really only used by the tests for now so that we can modify the property of all hardware, which really shouldn't be there, should it? There are actually lots of editors at this point similar to Sublime. Atom is one of them, ATOM. Another one is Visual Studio Code. And brackets might be similar too. I'm not too sure. I haven't used brackets. But I think a lot of things were inspired by Sublime. And Sublime had its own inspirations too. Just like Minecraft and Infiniminer. Okay, good. So we added the test for teleporting too soon after calling teleport, which we were actually testing the whole time. Amazing though. I had searched for this to make sure I was updating all references, and there was one that slipped through the cracks, and it was in the test code, which I wasn't ready to update at the time, and then did not do my due diligence. Oh well. That's what happens here. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're ready to check in. Alright, let's check in. Okay, Chief Mingo says, how's it going? Running any problems yet? Well, I just finished with the last problem that I was having. Sniper Salty said, where can I download Botland? So you can find out how you can play it here, but you can't actually download the game. Okay, so I am going to do another deploy, but I'm not going to... is anyone even on the server right now? There are some people who... Let's see, Orange Ray, Red Kazan, Trump, and Folk. But nobody's playing. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stop the stream pretty soon. After the stream is stopped, I'm going to pull down the server and redeploy whatever's changed here. And that way we can get new code ready for Monday. So if you guys do want to end up playing later tonight or tomorrow or something like that, it'll be up. It just won't be up for a couple of minutes. Yeah, we got to player ID 52. And thank you, Chief Mango. Okay, cool. I'm going to get going. I'll see you guys on Monday. And thanks for following. Have a good weekend. Take care.